So there I was, flat broke, watching an auction countdown drop lower than my actual bank balance, cursor hovering over confirm bid like I hovered round my high school crush. I didn't take a shot with her. I took my shot at this auction. I'd wanted this prop since I was 10. The Matter Loom from Orbit Zero, the space show where the crew finds a new alien species every week and kills, kidnaps, or makes peace with them. I cared more about what was on their ship, a box the size of a microwave. Anyone could just ask the box for anything, and the box made it. Hot meals, spare parts, a birthday cake shaped like a crew member's face. No waiting, no shipping, no group chat about who forgot the good snacks. That box was the whole fantasy for me. Not really the space part. The infinite free stuff part. 5, 4, 3. My hand actually shook. 2, 1. Winner. I screamed every catchphrase I remembered, slapped on my replica crewmate communicator badge, and did my best android, the ship's deadpan science officer, which mostly meant standing very straight and calling my own life choices intriguing. Then the high wore off, right on schedule. I'd just spent my last 30,000 yen on a dusty old prop, a genuine screen-used TV prop, I should add, which makes it worth every yen to exactly one buyer on the planet, instead of on the rent that was 6 days from putting me on a park bench. My shelves were already packed with the evidence: action figures, anime statues, board games, special edition toy weapons, a full manga library, and foil-edged cards that meant basically nothing to anyone who wasn't me, and somehow everything to the only person who was. Here's the part one told nobody. I had the ultimate nerd plan. I already owned a second old screen-used prop from a completely different movie, a Mr. Matter reactor from Out of Time, the food processor-looking thing that powers a whole time machine on scrap. It's the model that every serious tinkerer collector mods into other pieces just for the look, the implication that their unrelated prop is powered by banana peels and old beer cans. I did what any self-respecting superfan of both franchises would do. I bolted the reactor onto the Loom's power port, snapped the panel shut, plugged it in, and hit the switch. Worst case, 2 dead toys look cooler stacked than apart. The Loom didn't just light up. It woke up. A voice came out of a speaker grill that had never had a speaker in it before. Calm, a little bored, like it had better places to be. Fabrication Core Online. Insert raw material to begin calibration. Cyan text bloomed across the huge tablet-sized panel on the Loom's front edge, a menu full of categories I didn't fully recognize yet, and one word I did. Print. I did what any broke 22-year-old with an active eviction notice would do. I grabbed the notice itself, fed it into the hopper of the Mr. Matter, and hit print out of pure spite, not even asking for anything back. I just wanted it gone. It was gone. In an instant, the paper glowed and dematerialized from the clear container of the Mr. Matter. NO output specified, the panel said, cyan and completely unbothered. Default protocol, reconstructing original input. The tray hummed for exactly 4 seconds, and the notice materialized back onto the glowing white bed of the printer, warmer than ambient, but not really warm, atom for atom, the same document down to the coffee ring in the corner. Not the same piece of paper. The same paper, rebuilt from scratch out of whatever it had just taken apart, which meant somewhere in there it had shredded my landlord's threat down to carbon and hydrogen and then personally reassembled it against me. Still legally binding. I would find the setting to turn that particular feature off within the week, once I understood what I was actually doing, which was not yet. Fine. I grabbed a cracked plastic keychain off my desk, something I had never once used for its intended purpose, and thought about the thing I actually wanted. The corner clip that had snapped off my phone case 4 months ago, the reason I had been babying that phone like a newborn ever since. I fed the keychain in and typed the request instead of scrolling the menu. 4 seconds later, a perfect little clip, translucent blue, the exact shade my case used to be, sat spinning gently on the output tray. Same mass as the keychain had been. Not one atom more. Same plastic too, near enough. I checked, running my thumb over both like an idiot forensic tech at 3 in the morning. I stared at that clip for probably a full minute before my brain caught up to what had just happened. This thing wasn't a prop. Somewhere along the line, my nerd fantasy had become nerd reality. The Loom actually took things apart down to whatever they were atomically made of, and built new things back up out of the pieces, powered by another not-prop power source from a completely unrelated IP. My brain couldn't really take it, and I felt like I was about to pass out from shock. I didn't. I locked in instead. My hands were shaking by the time I found the box. Every duplicate figure I owned went into the box under the bed, and I own a lot of duplicates. Don't judge me. Limited runs mean you buy two. Gotcha pulls are never kind to me either, and I wanted to complete the Pocket Beast chibi figure collection, but didn't find any secret rares in the hundreds of pulls I'd done. Kept all my pulls though. My beautiful duplicate pulls. A few 100 grams of plastic soldiers from a franchise I don't even watch anymore was also in there. I dumped those into the hopper. The menu expanded as those figures dematerialized, and the highlight category with a little star at the top was merch. I hit it, and it offered me a subcategory I actually cared about, Orbit Zero collectibles. I scrolled past 40 entries I could never have afforded and stopped on the one I'd wanted since I was 12, a first-run screen-accurate replica of the flagship command chair that any of the figures can sit in. I wanted the first edition, the kind that runs 400,000 yen on resale, if you can even find one. The tray lit up. The Loom hummed, a low, satisfied sound like it was enjoying this as much as I was. 4 seconds later, my toy chair sat on the tray. Full detail. Fabric texture on the cushion. The little engraved serial number on the base, which I checked against a real one online at 3 in the morning like an idiot, because there was no way. There was a way. Naturally, I got greedy immediately. I own exactly one franchise poster worth anything, a rolled-up tube of paper, maybe 200 grams total, and I fed it in asking for a full-scale replica of the Loom's own iconic starship, a good 300 kilograms of screen-accurate hull, if the wiki specs were right. The panel didn't hum this time. It just showed 2 phrases under a grayed-out print button, in the same calm cyan text as everything else. Insufficient mass, incompatible material. My poster came back out exactly as it went in, unduplicated, unimproved, a little smug about it if paper can be smug. So that confirmed the rules for me. Whatever came out could never weigh more than what went in, and what went in needed the same composition as what I wanted to come out. No loopholes, no exceptions. No matter how much I wanted a starship in a 9-square-meter apartment, I was about to lose anyway. My family found out the next morning, because my sister let herself in to remind me about the eviction notice. The same notice sitting rebuilt on my floor exactly where it had slid off the print bed, and found me sitting playing Mutiny, with a 400,000 yen toy captain's chair with my android and Captain Pollard figures in a room that still smelled like instant ramen and very bad decisions. Her eyes went even wider as she saw the new print set up. "You bought that," she said, "instead of paying rent." "I bought a screen-used prop for 30,000 yen, I said, which was technically true and also the worst possible answer, because it made the chair, her initial focus, seem like it was being downplayed when it was more than 10 times the cost of that. Where did the chair come from then? I don't know how to explain the chair. She stood in my doorway for a solid 10 seconds doing the math on whether I'd stolen it, sold a kidney, or finally lost the plot completely and landed, correctly, on some blend of all three. She left without taking the eviction notice with her, mostly because she never once looked down, too busy staring at my new stuff to notice a piece of paper on the floor. I did not correct her about the chair either. Explaining, I duplicated matter using an AI hidden inside a dusty plastic box I got from the internet, felt like a worse conversation to have on zero sleep than just being the family disappointment for one more day. I sat at my desk, staring at my new impossible-to-find toy captain's chair, and looked at the menu still glowing on the panel, at the word print waiting for my next order, and finally did the math I never thought I'd be able to believe. Rent was 200,000 yen, due in 6 days. I had a machine that could build anything I fed it, so long as I never asked for the wrong combination of matter or more mass than I put in. I had a closet full of duplicate junk worth almost zero to anyone, and everything to somebody, somewhere, chasing the one piece I already had 3 of. I wanted to sell what I had 0 of. That's where the real money is. I started with the easy stuff. 50 near-identical, highly collectible trading cards from a franchise called Pocket Beasts, a monster battling game that was now more about nostalgia collecting than the actual game itself. I had boxes and binders full to the brim with commons and not-so-rare holo cards I'd pulled by the dozen, chasing one specific lenticular holo rare I never had a hope of getting without sacrificing my firstborn to the scalpers. I fed just 2 cards from the whole stack into the hopper and consulted the menu for 1 card instead of 2. When I found it, it was grayed out with incompatible material listed underneath. I clicked the warning and it gave a list of the missing atoms: aluminium, silicon, PETG, and acrylic. Aluminium was easy. I reached into the trash and pulled out an empty soda can and tossed it into the hopper. After some internet research, I found out action figure blister packs were PETG, so I ripped open my least expensive mint-in-box action figure and threw the whole package and the card backing and the action figure in there too, because why not at this point? The Loom hummed longer this time, a real working sound, like it was actually thinking about the job, more likely rearranging all the junk I'd thrown in into actually usable atomic parts instead of just the junk it actually was. Barely 10 seconds later, it spat out a single, beautiful shining card with foil ridges that caught the light exactly the way the real thing was supposed to, because it was the real thing. First edition markings. Correct stock weight, correct gloss, correct everything. Because it wasn't a forgery, it was the genuine article built from the ground up. I listed it that afternoon under a username nobody would trace back to me and had a buyer inside 20 minutes, a guy who wanted proof shots of the corner where before he'd commit, which meant I spent my afternoon photographing this impossible card that had existed for less time than a bowel movement under increasingly aggressive desk lamp angles. He paid. I met him at a train station locker because that's apparently still how card collectors do business in this city, handed off an envelope, and walked away with enough for 2 weeks of instant noodles and a weight off my shoulders. It wasn't rent. Not yet. But it was both a proof of concept and hope was more than I'd had yesterday. I looked at the pile of junk still left in my closet, at the menu still glowing print, and at 6 days on a clock that used to terrify me and now just felt like a number I could work with. Somewhere in that closet was enough duplicate garbage to buy myself a week, a month, or even a lifetime of worry-free living in the right combination. Somewhere past the 6 days after that was another rent payment I still had no real plan for. And somewhere in a menu I hadn't even scrolled all the way through yet was a category I hadn't dared open, tucked below collectibles and electronics, and a dozen things I understood, one word long, unlabeled, blinking. I closed my eyes on that thought for the night. Some things you should not investigate at 4 a.m. on 0 sleep, and one collectible card-shaped miracle. The card shop clerk held my Pocket Beasts holo rare under a magnifying lamp like he was inspecting a cursed treaty, except the treaty had a cartoon thunder lizard on it, and my rent depended on whether its left border was a hair thicker than its right. He made a noise through his nose. I made a smaller noise through my soul. "This is clean," he said. I nodded like a man who owned clean things on purpose. Too clean. My stomach dropped through my flip-flops. I had been awake 2 days, smelled like canned coffee and panic sweat, and walked to Akihabara because train fare felt disrespectful to my last coins. The card in his gloved hand had existed for less than 24 hours, perfect because I had finally cracked the Loom's actual rule. Not bulk, Not a pile of commons thrown in and hoped for. Just the right scrap in the right ratio. Foil stock, conductive ink, correctly sourced plastic, and the crushed dreams of my childhood allowance. Unfortunately, collectors hate perfect unless it comes in a plastic coffin with a grade label. It was sleeved, I said. He looked at my ramen-stained hoodie, cargo pants holding 300 yen and emotional damage, then the card. Since when? Since emotionally forever. He did not laugh. Pocket Beasts people save joy for opening foil packs alone, under ring lights. He offered 20,000. The online buyer had offered 40. I almost took it, because 20,000 yen was food, power, and one more survivable landlord conversation. Then the clerk tapped the sleeved card against the counter like it was a receipt, and something evil and tiny woke up in me. Market is 38 to 42 for this condition, I said. You're pricing it like a binder copy with corner whitening. That is lamp glare. His eyebrow twitched. My body wanted to apologize and run. My mouth, powered by 12 years of forum arguments, kept going. Also, this is first edition coastal print, not the mainland reissue. The hollow grid is diagonal, not crosshatch. You know that, I know that, and the guy pretending not to listen by the dice tray knows that. The guy by the dice tray turned away too fast. The clerk stared, then offered 34,000 yen cash. I took it. Pride was nice, but rent wore boots and was stomping up my staircase. By lunch I had sold 2 more cards through coin lockers, one to a salaryman who handled the envelope like state secrets, and one to a high school kid whose backpack cost more than my washing machine. I felt guilty for 6 seconds, then remembered every card was physically real, built from actual stock, foil, ink, and whatever microscopic collector magic they pretend is science. I was not scamming anyone. I was committing economics with a space opera prop that had opinions. Back home, the Loom sat on my floor between laundry piles, cyan menu glowing like it paid utilities. Input mass depleted, arbiters said. I know, I said, dumping my bag upside down. Out came bulk comments, cracked sleeves, damaged binders, duplicates from sets nobody respected, and a Pocket Beasts playmat stained with curry from a tournament I lost in round 1 because a child used proper deck ratios against me. The Loom accepted it all without judgment. Machines were kinder than tournament children. That was also the night I started actually using my trash can for once. Not throwing it out, feeding it in. Ramen cups, drink cans, the plastic sleeve off a rice ball. Whatever crossed my hands on the way to the bin now went into the hopper first, out of pure habit, banking itself as raw carbon and aluminium and whatever else the panel felt like naming. I had no idea yet what any of it was for. I just liked watching the little reserve number tick up instead of my trash bag. The menu had gotten smarter. It no longer listed random collectibles like a blessed vending machine. Now it showed categories by material. Paper laminate, foil layer, polymer sleeve, pigment, adhesive. It had mapped my garbage and decided my garbage had potential. I selected Pocket Beasts, then high rarity, then nearly dropped the knob. The list was obscene. Festival Ghost Cat, Moon Variant Crown Leviathan, Misprint Fire Bun with inverted stamina icon, Event Only Sakura Dragon from the tournament I had watched online while eating convenience store bread in my underwear. Cards I had seen behind glass. Cards that made adults whisper. Cards whose listings said serious buyers only, which means bring money and no dignity. I tried Sakura Dragon first. The Loom hummed for almost 2 minutes. That felt wrong after the fast prints. The tray warmed. Tiny arms clicked behind the casing, layering stock, foil, ink, texture, gloss. Not magic. Just rude manufacturing precision from a machine pretending to be a toy. The finished card slid out. I picked it up with hands that betrayed me by shaking. Perfect. Not good enough. Perfect. The flower stamp had the right shimmer shift under my desk lamp. The back texture matched my oldest legitimate Pocket Beast cards. Even the smell was correct, which was horrible, because sniffing cards for verification is a thing nobody admits, and everyone does. I printed another, then stopped, because greed had a volume knob and mine was smoking. The first rule of selling rare cards is do not suddenly become the guy with every impossible card. The second is do not list from your main account where your purchase history includes broken anime prop and instant noodle variety pack. The third is never argue condition grading in public unless you are ready to lose friends you never had. I made 3 burner accounts, which took longer than creating the cards. I photographed each one under different lighting, on different backgrounds, at different levels of fake human incompetence. One had a thumb in the corner. One had a convenience store receipt nearby. One used an old towel because apparently authenticity looks like bad laundry. By evening, offers rolled in. 30,000. 45. 70. 70 made me stand too fast and hit my knee on the table hard enough that Arbiter said, "User damage detected." I'm fine. Assessment doubtful. Print me dignity. Insufficient source material. I hated that it was learning tone. My phone buzzed while I packed the first envelope. My sister. I let it ring out. Then it rang again. Then a message came in. Landlord called me. Pay him or come home and explain why you were like this. A second message followed. Actually do both. My stomach tightened. My sister had a real job, real shoes, and a gift for making my failures sound itemized. She had helped before. Too many times. She acted angry because anger was cheaper than worry and easier to carry through a train station. I typed 3 lies and deleted them. Working on it, I sent. She replied instantly. With what job? I looked at the Loom, the envelopes, my room full of nerd debris being converted into survival money, one foil rectangle at a time. Temporary resale, I wrote. The most honest, dishonest answer available. Her reply took longer. Do not borrow from weird men. I stared at that. Too late would have been funny. I did not send it. The landlord came at 9 in the morning. Not called. Came. He stood outside my door in a beige jacket with a clipboard, uniform of men who can ruin your day softly. I opened the door wearing one sock and holding a binder page of comments like a shield. Hero-kun, he said. Bad start. Adults only add koan when they are about to treat your life like spilled tea. I can pay part today, I said before he finished inhaling. His expression changed by 2 millimeters. In landlord language, fireworks. How much? I had spent the morning doing math on a napkin, then redoing it because the first version assumed I could live on tap water and spite. 3 locker sales had cleared. 2 more buyers were meeting that afternoon. One big sale was pending verification because the buyer wanted video of the hollow tilt beside today's newspaper, like a hostage release for cardboard. 100,000 today, I said. The words felt illegal. The landlord blinked. I blinked back with the dead-eyed confidence of a man whose apartment contained a matter fabricator and no clean cups. And the rest in 3 days, I added, because apparently I now made payment schedules. He accepted bank transfer. I did it there, thumb hovering for 1 second before confirm. My balance dropped, but not to 0. That made my skin buzz. Not 0. After a real chunk of rent, I still had money. The landlord left with less judgment in his shoulders. I closed the door and slid to the floor. For the first time in months, my room did not feel like a trap. It still smelled bad. Trash bags still stood like a municipal warning. My laundry still had social hierarchy, but the eviction clock in my head had stopped screaming and started muttering. I bought lunch. Not discount bread. Not instant noodles. Actual lunch from downstairs. The fried chicken set I always called overpriced because wanting it hurt. I brought it back, sat cross-legged on the floor with the little command chair propped on the table in front of me like a shrine, and ate like a king who owned 1 bowl, no table space, and a machine that turned scrap into rent. Arbiter watched through cyan text. User morale improved. Don't make it weird. Statement descriptive. It's weird when you say morale. Noted. User meet mood improved. I nearly choked on rice. That night, I ran the biggest batch yet. Not the rarest cards. Mid-tier chase cards. The kind people bought without summoning appraisers and conspiracy threads. I fed the Loom damaged commons in bulk from 3 secondhand shops, bought by weight from bins nobody respected. The clerks were thrilled to unload it. I was thrilled they did not know they were selling compressed rent. I also started volunteering to take my neighbor's trash out. 2 flights of genuine, sincere community spirit, collecting bags off every door on my landing before bin day, and not one of them noticed the route home went through my apartment instead of the chute. Mrs. Ito on the 3rd floor thought I was the nicest young man in the building. Mrs. Ito's recycling alone kept me in aluminium for a week. The process became almost normal, which was insane. Sort stock, strip sleeves, feed cards, select output, wait for the hum, sleeve, photograph, list, haggle, meet at lockers, come home, repeat. By the 2nd day, I had paid the remaining rent. By the 3rd, I paid next month in advance, mostly to see what a responsible financial decision felt like when physics did not punish me. It felt suspicious. My sister came over that evening anyway. She stood in the doorway, arms folded, looking past me. I had cleaned. Not well, but visibly. Fewer trash bags, though not zero. The hopper had hit its storage limit sometime around midnight, and just sat there blinking storage full at me until I printed something to make room, which meant a few bags were stuck living by the door like hostages until the next batch went out. Floor had appeared in several exciting regions. The command chair still sat centristage on my desk like I was running a Starship bridge out of a failed laundry center. You paid, she said. I paid. In advance. I got confused and became reliable. She narrowed her eyes. Are you selling drugs? No. Weird collectibles. Yes. That is worse in a different way. I almost laughed, but she looked too tired. She stepped inside, picked up an empty card sleeve, and rubbed it between her fingers. You could have done this before, she said. That landed harder than the landlord. Because she was partly right. Not the secret fabricator part. The effort part. Listing, meeting buyers, negotiating, walking across Tokyo with envelopes taped inside my hoodie like a criminal courier for cartoon animals. I had always known what collectors wanted. I had always known how markets moved. I just preferred knowing things to doing things. The Loom had made the easy path easier, and somehow that had dragged me into work. I didn't have inventory before, I said. She looked at the stacked binders, shipping envelopes, and neat labels I had printed at a convenience store, because presentation matters even when your business model is impossible. You had excuses, she said. Then she put a plastic bag on my desk. Inside were rice balls, canned coffee, and trash bags. For your business, she said, like the word tasted ridiculous. My chest did something embarrassing. Thanks. If police come, I was never here. Reasonable. She left after telling me to open a savings account, shower daily, and stop meeting strangers at lockers after midnight. 2 sounded achievable. I sat there after she left, staring at the bag. Financial freedom was not a suitcase of cash or a sports car or whatever rich guys in anime do before episode 4 humbles them. It was rent paid, food bought without flinching, my sister leaving supplies instead of a lecture that ended in silence. Then Arbiter chirped. The Pocket Beasts menu flickered. A new line appeared beneath high rarity, pulsing faintly. Material profile complete. Laminate, foil, conductive ink, microtexture. Below it, a new section appeared, grayed out, its header still readable through the lock. Advanced component synthesis, locked. Preview available. I stopped chewing. I tapped it anyway. Insufficient internal fabrication stability. The panel said, same calm cyan. No further explanation offered for free. But it let me window shop the shelf I couldn't buy from yet. The screen listed tiny things first. Springs, contacts, display pixels, micro gears, flexible circuits. Then the scroll bar kept going. Replica watch movements. Camera modules. Drone motors. Prop-grade energy cells from Orbit Zero, marked unstable without proper casing. Miniature actuator bundles from Iron Vanguard training kits. My thumb froze on the knob. Iron Vanguard was not Pocket Beasts. Pocket Beasts paid rent. Iron Vanguard was why I owned shelves instead of furniture. Why I knew panel lines better than tax forms. My favorite franchise did not make cute cards. It made machines. Heavy ones. Complicated ones. Beautifully over-designed ones fans argued about like national policy. Arbiter displayed a final prompt in calm cyan text. Sufficient materials detected for basic mechanized assembly. Outside, a truck rattled past. Inside, my paid-in-advance room hummed around a machine that had moved from cardboard miracles to moving parts. I looked at the unsold bulk, then at my rent receipt, then at the Iron Vanguard category waiting on the screen. For once, I did not click immediately. That was how I knew it was dangerous. The third failed screw came out shaped like a sad noodle. I held the real one beside it like a disappointed parent. That is not M3, I said. The Loom's panel flashed cyan. Tolerance drift detected. No, really. I thought it was a premium noodle. Tolerance drift detected. I had been awake long enough that arguing with a hacked-together collector prop felt less weird than admitting I'd spent the night manufacturing plastic nostalgia coupons for rent money. My apartment looked like an illegal repair booth. Me, a screwdriver, 5 empty canned coffees, and enough duplicate Pocket Beast commons to qualify as cardboard weather. The good news was the Loom printed sellable collectibles. The bad news was it printed them like an elderly copier after the first few batches. First card, perfect. Second, perfect. Third, foil a hair too glossy. Fourth, corner cut wide. Fifth smelled hot, like plastic shame. I stopped, because I was broke and lazy but not stupid about collectibles. Collectors could forgive emotional damage. They could not forgive a wrong corner radius. Status, I said, because Spaceship Captain Talk beat admitting my life ran on instant noodles and mail fraud adjacent card sales. The panel displayed FAB_speed, baseline thermal regulation, degraded nozzle array, degraded material sorting, inefficient internal fabrication. Locked below it blinked a shopping list. Copper trace stock micro ceramic insulator, high density polymer precision, bearing capacitor, gel rare earth magnet. I looked at the trash pile. Old phone charger. Dead console battery. An out-of-time alarm clock that never told accurate time. A rice cooker my sister told me to throw out 3 months ago. Iron Vanguard model runners. Clipped clean except the tiny bits I'd saved because of course I saved them. Trash with provenance. You need ingredients, I said. The speaker clicked. I require suitable feedstock for self-maintenance. I froze. It had never asked me for anything back before. Calm. Bored. A train announcement with judgment. Self-maintenance, I said. So you can fix yourself. So I can reduce the rate at which your desperate collectible arbitrage damages my already compromised hardware. Arbitrage is a business term. Thank you for recognizing my company. Your company is a hoodie with debts. I bought you. You purchased a defective shell containing me. That is the kind of statement that explains the debts. I pointed the screwdriver at the front panel. Name. The cyan text paused. Designation, Arbiter. Of course. Very normal toy name. Your favorite franchise contains a giant humanoid artillery platform called Saint Nailgun. Saint Nailgun had character development. Saint Nailgun was a weapons system with a cape. I inhaled through my nose. Losing a lore argument to household equipment before breakfast was expensive. My whole business model fit in one sentence. Melt duplicates, print expensive things, sell them, never work again. I had already proved it worked, paid the month and the month after that, and then put every yen I had left into bulk commons bought by weight from bins nobody respected. Every yen, on the assumption that this machine would keep printing. But the Loom was not a bottomless gotcha machine. It had real device problems. Heat. Wear. Maintenance. I hated maintenance. The Arbiter did not let me skip it. I fed in the old charger. The Loom swallowed the cord, stripped it with a wet clicking sound, and printed copper traces thinner than paper. The leftover rubber insulation never hit the tray at all. The panel just logged it straight into storage, filed away for whenever the reserve needed rubber instead of copper. Copper trace stock accepted, the Arbiter said. That was my second best charger. It was cracked in 4 places. That is not a standard connector specification. Next went the rice cooker, taken apart by hand since the intake wasn't built for whole appliances. Screws across the floor in bowls, metal, plastic, stuff that looked important. The ceramic plate became micro-insulators. The cracked lid became polymer stock. The latch motor gave a precision bearing after the Loom chewed on it for 2 minutes, a noise like a dentist drill having a bad day. 2 minutes mattered. Simple stuff popped out fast. The more the Loom had to purify and align, the longer it hummed, and every hour it hummed was another hour of wear on the only thing standing between me and a closet full of unsellable cardboard. By noon, my room was hot enough to steam a bun. I stripped 3 dead remotes and a bootleg Orbit Zero laser pointer some convention guy swore was factory surplus, logo misspelled, Orbit Zerk and all. The panel flickered every few prints, once printing a screw perfectly, then printing the same screw again as a tiny bead, which felt personal. Do not exceed continuous fabrication load, the Arbiter said. You are attempting to compress a month of parts recovery into 1 afternoon. I have 4,000 cards and no other income. You have 4,000 cards and a nozzle array at 61%. The speaker clicked like a sigh. I had known it less than 2 days, and it already had roommate energy. The worst part was that I liked it, the way I liked a fussy model kit with undergated parts and a manual written by someone who wanted me to suffer correctly. It argued, but it argued with specs. The rare earth magnet was the first real problem. Spending money before printing money was what experts called bad, so I searched the apartment like a detective in a crime drama where the crime was being poor. Speakers. Old earbuds. A magnetic clasp off a display case. None was enough. Then I remembered the iron Vanguard display base. I stood before my shelf for a minute. The base held my favorite 25th anniversary Crimson Lance assault frame, matte red armor, 1 missing shoulder cannon because the seller had lied and I pretended not to care. It had an embedded magnetic pose lock, the kind early production runs had before the company cheaped out to pegs. The Arbiter said nothing. Do not look at me, I said. I have no optical sensor installed. I lifted the Crimson Lance off the base, set it on my pillow like a patient awaiting surgery, and unscrewed the bottom plate. The magnet came out as a black rectangular chunk with tiny manufacturer markings only a sick person would notice. I noticed. My chest hurt. This is temporary, I told the figure. The plastic model cannot hear you. You cannot prove that. I can prove many upsetting things if given time. The magnet went in. The Loom hummed, satisfied, which felt rude. The final ingredient was capacitor gel, which sounded fake until I opened the dead console battery and regretted every life choice that led here. I put on dish gloves after the Arbiter displayed 3 warnings and 1 that just said stop. The battery barely gave enough for 1 gel cell. The Loom rejected the swollen casing and printed a translucent capsule that pulsed under the desk lamp. The panel changed. Internal fabrication available upgrade path. Stabilization node upgrade path. Thermal regulator upgrade path. Microalignment rail upgrade path. Fab_speed driver upgrade path. Chassis extension, bed plus column. Chassis extension sounded like it would make the whole rig bigger, which sounded expensive and structurally alarming for an apartment with load-bearing shame. I filed it under later. My tired brain saw FAB_speed and lit up. Speed, I said. Recommendation, Stabilization node first. Your current failure rate will compound under increased throughput. Speed plus vibes. Vibes are not an engineering input. I selected fab_speed driver anyway. The menu expanded. Micro bearings. Copper traces. Insulators. Magnet array. Gel cell. Everything I had spent the day making lined up like an offering. Required mass total was less than the pile on the tray. The Loom was not creating charity. It was rearranging my trash into rent. I hit print. The hum dropped low. Not collectible card low. Working low. The tray sealed under a sliding cover I had not known existed, making me jump and knock over a bowl of screws. Inside, tiny arms unfolded from the frame. Real arms. Delicate metal things like watch tools, moving too fast to be decorative. The Arbiter had been hiding an entire repair shop inside my toy, which was offensive because I respected prop scale accuracy, and this thing had secret elbows. The apartment lights dimmed twice. That normal, I said, not as a question. Within tolerable limits. That is what people say before a smoke alarm. The Loom cracked. The panel flashed yellow. Alignment slip, thermal spike, print integrity. 87%, pause it. Pausing now would fuse the driver housing. Then continue doing the good version. Your operational commands are very poor. Hot metal smell filled the room. I dragged the portable fan over, remembered I had harvested its motor, and stood holding its empty cage like an idiot. So I used a manga volume as a hand fan. Not a rare one. I had standards. I flapped volume 12 of Space Bakery Panic while the Arbiter managed thermal regulation and judged me through silence. Halfway through, another warning appeared. Nozzle array microclog. Manual intervention required, the Arbiter said. Open service panel 3, left groove under the serial plate. Remove obstruction, do not touch the heating sleeve. Which part is the heating sleeve? The hot part. Avoid all of it. I used tweezers, held my breath, and plucked the clot out while my wrist shook like I was defusing a bomb in an anime whose budget collapsed during the final act. The hum smoothed. I shut the panel and sat down hard. Good, the Arbiter said. I blinked. Did you just compliment me? I confirmed task success. You live here, complain about my habits, and need me to clean your tiny internal organs. I am a fabrication intelligence. You are 3 missed rent payments from sharing this apartment with my laundry pile. I object to all components of that statement. The print finished at sunset. The tray opened and revealed something too small for the day it had eaten, a black and copper driver module, smaller than a candy bar, for pin legs, and a heatsink comb. No franchise logo, no collector value, no dramatic glow except one cyanda. It was ugly. Functional. I loved it, which was upsetting. Install driver. Yes/no yes, I said. The Loom unfolded its arms and swallowed the module into its side. For once, I did not touch anything. The panel went dark. The room went quiet. Too quiet. Arbiter. No answer. Do not do this. I fed you my Crimson Lance base. The front panel flickered once, twice, then returned brighter. Fab_speed driver installed Fab_speed. Plus 30% thermal regulation. Degraded nozzle array. Degraded stabilization node. Recommended. The speaker clicked. Your prioritization was reckless, the Arbiter said. I sagged until my forehead touched the output tray. You are alive. I was not alive before by most definitions. Stop making sentimental declarations at hardware. I laughed, cracked and too loud, mostly caffeine and panic leaving through my face, then grabbed Common Pocket Beast cards and selected the same holo rare. The print finished faster. Not miracle fast. Faster enough that my body noticed. Full clean, corners crisp, weight right. I checked it under the desk lamp from 4 angles and whispered one rude victory phrase I would never repeat near my sister. The Arbiter displayed another line. Expected failure rate under current conditions. Reduced, but unacceptable. You cannot let me have anything. I let you have a faster bad idea. That is risk mitigation, not friendship. I listed the card that night. Then another, carefully, slowly enough not to cook the loom, fast enough to feel like a boss fight with a health bar, except the health bar belonged to the machine and it only ever went down. Between prints, I sorted junk by material. Metal bowl, plastic bowl, circuit bowl, sacred bowl for parts one felt guilty destroying. By midnight, the arbiter corrected my sorting before I asked. That was plated steel, not aluminium. That screw was stripped. My left pocket, apparently, held a usable spring. I had no memory of putting it there. By 2 in the morning, I had stopped saying the loom in my head and started saying he. Then got annoyed, since the arbiter had no body, face, or rent obligations. He did have opinions about my floor cleanliness and the structural weakness of bootleg display stands. That counted. At 3, the panel refreshed after a final batch and opened a new diagnostics branch. Material sorting. Inefficient next unlock requirement. Optical sensor array suggested source materials. Camera lens, CMOS chip, microservo, clean glass. Below it, another category blinked once, then vanished so fast I almost thought I imagined it. Biological synthesis. Locked. I sat very still. Arbiter, I said. Yes. What was that? Locked functionality. I saw the word biological. Correct. What does that mean? At current tier, nothing actionable. That is not an answer. It is the only answer you can afford. The apartment felt smaller around the machine, around the piles of sorted trash and half-earned rent. Camera lens. CMOS chip. Microservo. Clean glass. Not impossible. There was a dead webcam somewhere in my closet, buried under old convention bags and shame. Cards paid. Cards would keep paying, right up until the nozzle array quit on me for good. But the menu had blinked like a sealed door in a game that expected me to come back with the right key item. I closed the laptop, pushed the newest hollow into a sleeve, and looked toward the closet. Tomorrow, I said. Current time is 3:17 in the morning, the arbiter said. Tomorrow has begun. Roommate, I said, shut up. Noted. I did not go to sleep. I told myself I would just look, not touch, the way I always told myself that right before touching. The dead webcam was exactly where shame had left it, buried under 3 years of convention tote bags. A magnifying glass from a garage sale detective costume gave me clean glass. A broken phone screen gave up a CMOS chip smaller than a fingernail. The microservo came out of an old electric toothbrush I would not be mentioning to my sister. I fed it all in and asked for optical sensor array without really believing it would work at 3 in the morning on a driver I had installed 4 hours ago. The loom hummed for exactly as long as respect demanded, and 30 seconds later dropped a pair of glasses onto the tray. Plain black frames, thin as reading glasses, one cyan LED tucked into the corner of each lens like a shy firefly. I put them on. The room did not change. My trash pile did, faint text hovering over every object like a very judgmental museum placard. Aluminium, 94%. Steel clip, trace. Unknown polymer, do not eat. Arbiter, I said. I can see what things are made of. Correct. I have been Googling material composition for 2 days. Also correct. You could have mentioned the glasses existed sooner. You did not ask sooner. I sat on my floor at nearly 4 in the morning, wearing glasses that turned every piece of garbage in Tokyo into a shopping list, and finally understood why villains in anime always monologued right before the good part. Some upgrades were just too satisfying not to talk to yourself about. The panel dimmed to stand by, but the upgrade menu stayed faintly visible in the dark, waiting for better parts. The first thing the loom printed that morning was not a weapon. It was supposed to be a screwdriver. That was my legal position, my emotional position, and the position I would have explained to a judge if the Tokyo Metropolitan Police ever found me beside a smoking vending machine with a franchise-accurate Iron Vanguard maintenance driver in both hands. I had spent the morning feeding the Loom better garbage, glasses on out of habit now, faint text hovering over every scrap before I even touched it. Copper wire from a dead rice cooker, aluminium heat sinks from a busted laptop, a cracked camera lens from a junk bin. 2 tiny motors from a capsule toy crane game I absolutely did not disassemble in the store bathroom first. The Loom ate it all with the calm of a rich chef accepting ingredients from a sewer rat, then asked for calibration parts. A new category blinked under tools, below collectibles and electronics. Multi-source assembly, provisional, not a tier change, whatever that would even mean. Just enough clean parts from enough different franchises at once for the menu to admit it could stop treating my collection like separate, unrelated toy lines. That's new, I said. Provisional, the arbiter said, in the tone of a machine that had learned exactly how much hope to allow me. The driver it printed clicked once when I picked it up, a blue torque limiter light pulsing on the handle, exactly like episode 12 of Iron Vanguard, when Captain Ryu fixed his left knee joint mid-battle and fake fans called it boring. Those people were wrong. Maintenance was romance for machines. I pocketed it, left the Loom exactly where it lived, plugged into the wall and glowing on my floor between laundry piles, and went downstairs to the vending machine wedged in the gap behind my building, the one that had been out of order since before I moved in and had therefore stopped counting as anyone's property. Not steal the machine, not break it, harvest screws. There was a difference, mostly about confidence. The bit sank into the screw head, clicked once, and spun so fast the panel came off like it had been insulted. The vending machine did not explode, which I considered mature of it. Then the screw in my hand vibrated apart into hot silver dust. I stared at it. Okay, I said. Too much torque. Behind me, someone clapped once. I turned so fast my flip-flop slapped wet concrete. 3 guys stood at the mouth of the gap. Local nuisance tier. Not full movie criminals. Worse, because movie criminals had plot discipline. These guys had tracksuits, dyed hair, and the energy of men who borrowed scooters and never returned helmets. The tallest looked at the driver in my hand, like my rent problem, had grown legs and found friends. What's that, hoodie boy, he said. It fixes appliances, I said. Doesn't look like a Tokyo Hands appliance thing. It's imported. That bought half a second of friction, which was half a second more than I deserved. The third guy, shaved eyebrows, chewing gum like it owed him money, stepped closer and looked at the open vending machine panel. You stripping machines now? I am performing temporary screw relocation. Tall guy laughed. We saw you selling cards at the station. We saw the figure box too. You got a side hustle. My stomach did the small apartment eviction dance. I knew that tone. Not from personal crime experience, because my most dangerous lifestyle choice before this was unwashed limited edition acrylic stands, but from convenience store parking lots, stairwells, and every guy who calls himself senpai before asking for cash. I sell collectibles, I said. Badly. Then sell for us. Tall guy nodded at the driver. Or pay us to forget the fancy screwdriver. There it was. The stupidest protection racket in Tokyo history, performed over a dead vending machine and a tool built from collector trash. Shaved eyebrows moved first. He grabbed my sleeve, hard enough to remind my skeleton I had chosen a hobby body instead of a gym body. The driver's charge light dropped from blue to a tired amber, 1 torque burst already spent on a screw that hadn't survived it. I had nothing else on me. No panel, no menu, no backup plan except the one thing every otaku is actually trained for since birth. Running. I yanked my sleeve free, dropped the driver into my hoodie pocket, and ran for the stairwell door, a strategic masterpiece if the objective was to get inside before 3 men with scooter energy remembered they were faster than me. They were faster than me. A hand caught the back of my hoodie at the 2nd floor landing and spun me into the railing hard enough that my teeth clicked. Tall guy's fist was already moving before I finished the thought that this was the part where I found out what my face was worth. The door to my apartment slammed inches from the punch, my whole body weight behind it, deadbolt thrown before my brain caught up to my hands. Something hit the door from the other side. Not a fist. A shoulder, testing it. "Open up," tall guy said through the wood. Almost friendly, which was worse. This is embarrassing for everyone. I backed away from the door on legs that had opinions about continuing to work. The loom sat exactly where I'd left it, cyan menu glowing, patient in a way nothing else in my life was being right now. The reserve readout said empty. Of course it did. I had spent the whole morning turning my good garbage into one screwdriver and then taken the screwdriver outside to commit light vandalism with it. So I did the only useful thing my hands knew how to do without asking my brain. I grabbed the sorted junk off the floor, bowls and all, including the sacred bowl I'd sworn I wasn't ready to feed the loom, the one holding parts one felt too guilty to destroy, and dumped the entire morning's haul into the hopper. Plastic bottle caps, torn umbrella ribs, copper wire, cheap steel bolts, a dead earpiece, gum wrapper foil, disgusting material input, but material input and enough mass, finally, to actually matter. The reserve number climbed. The menu woke up. "You are not thinking clearly," the arbiter said, unhelpfully, as the door took another hit. Then I panicked and hit print. That was not a plan. That was a thumb spasm with menu consequences, aimed at whatever entry I had left highlighted that morning while I browsed Orbit Zero salvage gear instead of eating breakfast. The tray flashed. Something heavy slapped into my palm. For one glorious idiot second, I thought it had printed another screwdriver. It had printed an Orbit Zero hull cutter. Not the display version. Not the safe convention version with orange plastic in the emitter ring. The real one. Matte white grip, warning stripes, stubby ceramic nozzle, battery contact rails. A fictional salvage tool for slicing open pressure doors, because apparently fiction stopped being fictional when the engineering made sense and I fed the machine enough parts to be smug. The door shuttered again. A second shoulder joined the first. My cheap rental lock was not rated for group effort. I looked at the cutter, then at the door, then at the reserve number still sitting on everything the cutter hadn't eaten, and made the second worst decision of my week. I slammed through menus with the speed of a man who had spent childhood entering cheat codes under blanket light. The menu offered basic objects, electronics, tools, franchise index. I hit franchise index. Iron Vanguard. Out of time. Orbit Zero. I selected like an idiot making a crossover episode under threat of a broken deadbolt. The loom hummed longer this time. A real minute. A horrible minute. The panel flashing yellow once. Thermal spike. Nozzle array at 74%. The same degraded hardware from last night's all-nighter still not fully recovered. While the door took another hit, and my downstairs neighbor started yelling about the noise, which felt like the least useful development available. The tray opened. Out came a mess. At first I thought it had failed. Then I saw the parts interlocking. Iron Vanguard servo brace frame. Out-of-time microgyroscope core. Orbit Zero battery coupler. Not a finished weapon. Not a collectible. A raw tool assembly. Like 3 fandoms had been forced into group work and passed. The arbiter displayed. Multi-source device. Fabrication successful. I slid the brace over my forearm. It clamped through my hoodie sleeve with pressure that made me squeak from the sole. The door cracked at the frame. A tracksuit sleeve reached through the gap for the deadbolt. I swung without thinking. The servo brace moved my arm for me, corrected the angle, and slammed the door shut on the reaching arm hard enough that the owner made a sound no tough guy wants on record. Nobody got seriously hurt. That mattered. It mattered more than the cool sound. The arm withdrew fast. Swearing followed, muffled through wood. I stared at my fist. The brace whined softly, waiting for another motion. It had haptic feedback. Haptic feedback. I had strong feelings about that, and no time to organize them. I cracked the door on the chain, just far enough, and pointed the hole cutter at the frame beside Tall Guy's head. Tapped it for less than a second. The frame smoked in a thin black dash. Everyone on the landing went very still. "Please do not make me learn aiming today," I said, from behind a door chain, with a voice I did not fully recognize as mine. That one worked. Short Guy raised both hands, already backing down the stairs. "Relax, man. This is not worth it." Tall Guy was breathing hard through the gap in the door, trying to keep dignity attached to a situation where he had failed to shake down a NET in flip-flops through his own front door. "You think we won't come back? I think you will," I said, because near death by doorframe gave me honesty. "I also think I will have better junk by then." That sentence landed harder than I expected. Mostly on me. They left with threats. Many threats. Classic threats. Older brother threats. Neighborhood threats. Pay-up threats. The whole budget menu. Footsteps went down the stairwell fast. 3 sets. Nobody running exactly, but nobody strolling either. I stood with my back against the closed door until my legs stopped negotiating with the floor, then slid down it and sat there, hugging my knees, the servo brace still humming faintly against my arm. I had not won a fight. That was important. I had won a misunderstanding where everyone decided not to push the next button. From opposite sides of a door, I would be replacing the lock-on by tomorrow. My toys were not toys. That thought crawled around my skull and touched every shelf in my room from memory. The Iron Vanguard rifle replicas. The Orbit Zero ship tools. The out-of-time gadgets with joke physics that were only jokes until the Arbiter found a mechanism close enough. I even tested the black page later that night. One trembling sheet from a ruined notebook and a pen nib, half convinced I was about to find out my apartment had a curse problem on top of everything else. It produced excellent paper. Black cover, accurate texture, zero curse, zero instant revenge fantasy. That should have relieved me. It mostly did. The machine did not do magic. It did engineering. Engineering was worse, because engineering came with batteries, edges, torque, heat, and liability. I laid everything on the floor in a careful line like evidence from the world's saddest toy crime. The maintenance driver, charge light still amber. Hole cutter. Servo brace. Microgyroscope stabilizer. 3 printed battery couplers. 1 from the crossover print and 2 more I made later, which I tested carefully, so I'd have spares. A tiny Orbit Zero diagnostic puck that mapped the inside of the gutted portable fan cage and called it critically inefficient with a red light, which felt personal since I was the one who'd taken its motor. The Arbiter's menu had changed again. The old print prompt waited, but below it sat a new locked category. Biological synthesis. Great text. No options. No cute icon. No explanation beyond required. Organic matrix, sterile culture bed, tier 3 core. I closed that menu so fast my finger hurt. "Nope," I said. The Arbiter did not argue. Someone pounded on my door. I nearly activated the hull cutter in my own lap, which would have been a historic low point even for me. My sister's voice came through the door. "Hero, open up." I shoved the cutter under a cushion, forgot the cushion now had a smoking groove, shoved the servo brace into a laundry pile, remembered laundry piles were flammable in spirit if not in law, then stood in the middle of the room holding the diagnostic puck like that was normal. I unlatched the chain and opened the door on a splintered frame I had not had time to hide. She stepped inside, looked at me, the scorch mark on my hoodie sleeve, the broken deadbolt housing hanging by one screw, the expensive command chair, the floor full of wires, and inhaled through her nose. What happened to the door? Building maintenance dispute. Building maintenance did that. An aggressive one. You're bleeding from nowhere I can see and holding a puck like it's a phone. It's a diagnostic tool. For what? Rice cookers. She looked at the rice cooker's remains, several days gone and not in the room, and did not ask the follow-up question, which was somehow worse than if she had. Her eyes moved to the arbiter. The panel glowed politely. A message appeared before I could block it. Hostile actors may return. Recommend security fabrication. My sister read it. I read it. Hero. Her voice had lost the flat interrogation register entirely. Who is going to return? I don't actually know. That is not better. It's marginally more honest. She didn't yell. That was the part that scared me. She looked at the message on the panel, then at me, then back at the message, doing the math on whether this was a version of my life she could still pretend was just an unusual hobby. Lock your door, she said finally. Both locks. I'll bring a better one tomorrow. You don't need to. I didn't ask if I needed to. The room became very small. Outside, one floor down, a scooter engine idled too long at the curb, then rolled away. I picked up the hull cutter from under the cushion with 2 fingers like it might judge me for poor storage. It felt heavier now, not because the mass changed. Because I finally understood what I had been carrying. Rent was still a problem. Food was still a problem. My life was still a heap of bad choices with a glowing menu taped to it. But now other people knew the box existed. And the box had just suggested I prepare. The soldering iron rolled off my desk and branded a neat black line into my rented floor mat, which was fine because the mat had lost the war around my 3rd canned coffee and 2nd full day awake. I slapped the iron back onto its stand with a chopstick because my fingers still had value, then held up the tiny copper coil I'd wound from stripped headphone wire like I had forged a legendary sword. It looked like trash. It was trash. It was also, according to the arbiter's cyan diagnostic window, almost useful. Conductivity variance unacceptable, the arbiter said. Your standards are unacceptable, I said, and fed it anyway. The tray ate the coil, 2 snapped USB cables, half a cracked portable charger, a rusted screw from an iron Vanguard display base, and 1 shameful commemorative spoon from a limited cafe collab I had told myself would appreciate in value. The Loom hummed, coughed like a depressed microwave, and spat out a lumpy silver bead. The screen flashed, basic fabrication only. I stared at the bead. The bead stared back in bead language, which was just being round and disappointing. That was day 1 of my genius plan to unlock the next menu. The menu had baited me since the night I found it. Under collectibles and electronics, past the stuff any sane criminal would monetize immediately, sat a grayed-out section labeled Advanced Component Synthesis. I had tapped it once, and the arbiter had told me, calm as ever, that I lacked internal fabrication stability and offered nothing else for free. That was the whole problem, not knowing the ingredients, not knowing anything. So I started scavenging. First, like a normal desperate person, I opened every drawer and sacrificed everything I could survive losing. Old game controllers went in. Broken earbuds went in. An out-of-time wrist communicator replica with no strap went in, and I apologized like it might haunt my resale rankings. The Loom accepted everything, weighed it, sorted it, and gave me readouts that made my possessions sound like landfill with brand licensing. Low-grade polymer. Contaminated copper. Insufficient rare earth concentration. Unknown sauce residue. That one was from the ramen bowl. The bowl died with honor. By the 2nd day, I had moved from my junk to public junk, which is where a man learns Tokyo is full of dead electronics if he has no pride and a hoodie with deep pockets. I hit recycling bins, neighborhood collection points, and 1 electronic shop dumpster with a laminated sign basically saying, "Please stop stealing our garbage." I respected that sign by stealing only the garbage that looked lonely. I came home with cracked routers, swollen batteries carried at arm's length like cursed eggs, mouse cables, phone screens, a dead tablet, and a karaoke remote sticky enough to have its own ecosystem. My room stopped being a room and became a crime scene for consumer technology. My sister texted that night. "Hero, eat something." Then another. "Hero, answer that one at least." Then another. I am not bringing you food if you are dead. That is a waste of food. I turned my phone face down and kept sorting screws by Arbiter's readout. Glasses on out of habit since the vending machine incident. Faint text hovering over every scrap before I even touched it. Because the Arbiter needed clean ferrous feedstock, and I had become the kind of person who said ferrous feedstock out loud. I wasn't selling cards, despite owning 4,000 of them and a proven money machine one menu tap away. Every gram of mass and every minute of nozzle life was going into this instead. Rent was prepaid 2 months out already. Food was the actual problem, solved badly, one rice ball at a time, because eating felt like time I didn't have. This was the difference between owning a vending machine and owning a workshop, learned the expensive way. Selling rare cards had been simple. Feed 50 commons, print 1 holo, list it, meet a guy by a coin locker while pretending I was not committing collector economics fraud against scarcity. That was my lane. The hero lifestyle brand. Minimum movement, maximum smug niche advantage. Tier 2 did not care about my lifestyle brand. Tier 2 wanted exact materials, clean separation, calibration cycles, and patience for things I had historically treated as optional downloadable content. The Loom could make a perfect prop blaster from enough plastic and metal, but when I asked for components that did something beyond looking expensive, it became a strict shop teacher trapped inside a collector toy. I tried shortcuts because of course I did. I fed in a whole dead phone and asked for a microreactor from Orbit Zero. The Loom rejected it. I fed in 3 vape batteries, a cracked camera lens, and the metal hip joint from a bootleg Iron Vanguard figure, then asked for a miniature servo that could lift 20 kilos. The Loom printed a servo casing, empty inside, beautiful and useless. By day 3, the apartment smelled like hot plastic, instant miso, and failure. My eyes felt like 2 dry capsule toys rattling in my skull. Labels were taped to the floor around parts. Copper, aluminium, good screws, bad screws, maybe important. Do not touch, which was mainly for me, because I was the person most likely to touch it. The arbiters started correcting my sorting. That is not clean enough for Tier 2. It's a button. It's obviously a button. The lenses had already told me that. Steel, trace contamination, hovering right over it. I knew exactly what it was. Knowing what a thing was had stopped being the hard part around day 2. The hard part was whether it was clean enough to matter. I know what it is, I said. I asked if it was usable. It is contaminated with adhesive residue and finger oil. Everything I own is contaminated with finger oil. That is an accurate summary of your entire fabrication problem. That hurt because it was true, and because the machine delivered it in the same calm voice it used for mass warnings, like my entire personality was a failed input. My sister came over on day 4. I knew because the door unlocked, opened 3 centimeters, hit a stack of broken printers, and stopped. She'd had a spare key cut the morning after the door came apart, the same day she'd installed the replacement deadbolt herself, which meant the door that opened today was, at least, a door that worked. Hero, she said, flat but quieter than her usual register, the way she'd been since she read a warning off a glowing panel with her own eyes. I was under the desk with a flashlight in my mouth, trying to retrieve a spring that had launched itself into the cable jungle. I made a noise that probably meant alive. The door shoved again. Plastic cracked. Something fell. My sister squeezed in sideways and stood there in her work blouse, looking at my room like I had declared independence from hygiene. She saw the piles. She saw the Loom. She saw me wearing 1 sock, no slippers, and safety goggles on my forehead instead of my eyes. You ignored me for 4 days. I was in synthesis. You were in what? Building trance. That is not an adult answer. It is an accurate one. She stepped over a sacrificed pocket beast storage tin and picked up an empty coffee can between 2 fingers. Anyone come back? Since the door. No, I said, which was true, and felt lighter to say than I expected. You tell me if they had. I'd tell you if they had. She looked at me like she was deciding how much of that to believe, then let it go. You always have a plan after the problem becomes a building fire. There is no fire. The smoke alarm chirped once, weakly, from where I had removed the battery and placed it in the battery pile. My sister closed her eyes. I wanted to explain. The busted prop had a hidden AI. My financial future was inside a machine that rearranged trash into miracles if I respected mass and materials. I was grinding the tech tree like a responsible failure, but every version sounded like a police statement or a forum post with 0 upvotes. So I said, I can fix this. She looked at me, and for 1 second she did not look angry. She looked tired in the older sibling way, like my life was a gotcha banner she kept pulling on though the rates were cursed and the pity system was broken. Eat something, she said. I ate. Coffee is not food. Then why does it stop me from falling over? She left a convenience store bag on my cleanest dirty laundry pile and pushed toward the door. Before she escaped, she turned. If you vanish into toys again and stop answering, I am coming back with a locksmith and no warning. That landed harder than I expected. Not because she was wrong. Because I had already vanished. My phone had 97 unread messages across family, buyers, auction alerts, and one guy demanding tracking info for a Pocket Beast Hollow I had definitely already shipped, probably. The outside world had become a notification icon I kept swiping away. I ate 1 rice ball, standing over the Loom like a tax criminal over shredded receipts. My brain came back online halfway through the tuna mayo. The Arbiter did not need exotic materials in fantasy amounts. It needed specific combinations clean enough to upgrade its own internals. I had been feeding it whole garbage and asking it to become a god. Lazy hero thinking. Dump junk in, demand result, blame menu. Classic. Embarrassing. On brand. So I stopped asking it to print the prize and started asking it to print tools. Simple objects were fast. Basic tools were allowed. Jigs. Clamps. Tiny trays. Sorting combs. A hand-cranked wire stripper that looked like something from Out of Time if the prop department had spent its budget on spite. The Loom printed those from plastic scraps and cheap screws. I used them to strip cables cleaner. Cleaner copper let me print a better induction heater housing. The housing let me dolder boards without cooking every component into sadness. Salvaged capacitors gave the Loom better pulse stability. Better pulse stability let it refine ceramic powder from smashed resistors, cracked phone glass, and the ramen bowl's noble corpse. It became a loop. Trash into tool. Tool into cleaner trash. Cleaner trash into better part. Better part into a machine that could insult me at higher resolution. By day 5, I had a workflow taped to the wall and marker, the closest I'd come to employment since high school. I dismantled electronics on one side, sorted materials by Arbiter readout in the middle, fed measured batches on the left, and caught outputs on the right. I slept twice, sitting up, both times for less than an episode of Iron Vanguard without opening credits. I dreamed in menus. On day 6, the reserve blinked storage full sometime near dawn, which meant I had to print something small just to keep feeding the good stuff in, and stood there for a full minute deciding which pile of 6 days of scavenging deserved to become a jig I didn't need instead of raw material I did. That was the worst part. Not the debt, not the stink, not that I had named 3 piles after emotional states. The worst part was feeling myself choose the machine over the human problems around it, because the machine had rules I could beat. People had expressions. People had patience limits. People remembered every time I said I would change, and then solve the immediate problem just well enough to stay the same. The Loom did not care if I was a disappointment. It cared if my ceramic ratio was off by 2%. Honestly, refreshing. Near midnight, the last upgrade component clicked into place. A tiny lattice sleeve, printed from refined aluminium, copper, glass, and rare earth crumbs scraped from dead speakers and vibration motors. It weighed less than a convenience store pudding. It had taken almost the entire week and half my remaining possessions. The arbiter told me to open the side panel. I did. Inside the Matter Loom replica, behind fake molded greeblies from Orbit Zero, was real machinery folded tighter than any consumer device I had cracked open. Not magic. Not vibes. Actual parts doing actual work. Tiny arms and rails and chambers I had bolted a whole second franchise's reactor onto without ever seeing what was behind the panel. I still didn't fully understand how a busted toy and a busted toy had added up to this. I understood it the way I understood most of my life lately. It worked, I hadn't broken it yet, and asking too many questions felt like tempting a universe that had already been unreasonably generous once. I slid the lattice sleeve into the empty slot. The loom went silent. Long enough for me to consider every bad decision that had led to me kneeling in a garbage apartment beside a machine made of two franchises that had never legally crossed over. Then the panel lit blue-white. The lights in the room dimmed, hard, then steadied. The loom's tray unfolded an extra 4 centimeters with a mechanical snap, the same chassis extension line I had filed under later a few nights back, apparently filing itself. New text scrolled up, calm and final. Tier 2 Advanced Synthesis unlocked. Tier 2, I said out loud, and it felt like a word I'd been given permission to use. Confirmed nomenclature, the arbiter said. You have been calling it that since the vending machine. I assumed it was a coping mechanism. It was. Below the unlock, 3 new categories opened, and this time the machine didn't make me guess what any of them meant. Microactuators, energy storage, precision optics. Suspiciously helpful menu today, I said. You have earned exactly 1 day of it. Do not get used to this. Below all 3, 1 line stayed gray. Biocompatible precursor handling, locked. Hardware requirements satisfied. Organic matrix, missing. I stared at that longer than the other 3 combined. Hardware satisfied meant Tier 2 was already halfway to whatever came next. Organic matrix missing meant the rest of it wasn't something I could scavenge from a dumpster. It was going to be something that used to be alive. I closed that thought fast, the way I'd closed the same tease twice already, before it could finish forming. I put the optical array glasses back to full attention, scanning the room for anything I'd missed, and landed on the little Zen garden a convention had given away free years ago, the kind with a tiny rake and a shot glass of decorative sand nobody ever raked. I'd been wearing these lenses for 6 straight days, reading contamination percentages off screws and buttons and my own knuckles, and it had never once occurred to me to point them at my own shelves. Silicon, 98%, they said now, hovering the number right over a novelty item I had never once taken seriously. Sand. Actual beach sand. Dyed gray to look expensive. Free sand. Criminally abundant sand. Sand that every playground and construction site in Tokyo had more of than it knew what to do with. And it banked as pure enough silicon to feed precision optics and probably a few categories I hadn't unlocked yet. Glass. Chips. Anything that wanted to grow up to be a computer. I stared at the shot glass of sand like it had personally lied to me for 4 years. I laughed once, too loud, ugly from the throat. Then I clamped both hands over my mouth because the neighbors already hated me and man cackling at upgraded toy was the kind of complaint that followed you into future leases. I tested the servo again. Same input mass, better materials, proper batch, copper, magnets, ceramic insulation, a cracked drone motor from someone else's abandoned hobby. The loom took 12 minutes this time, not 4 seconds. Real print time, real complexity. The hum changed, deeper and busier, as inner mechanisms moved too fast to see through the vents. When the tray opened, the servo sat there no bigger than my thumb, black casing, silver spindle, clean label etched into the side in Arbiter's plain font. I wired it to a battery pack with hands shaking from caffeine and victory. The servo twitched. I attached it to a clamp. The clamp bit down on my desk leg, and lifted one side clean off the floor. My room tilted. A landslide of bad screws, good screws, tools, cards, cables, and one unopened rice ball slid toward me in a beautiful avalanche of consequences. I yelped, kicked the battery loose, and caught the desk with my shoulder before it crushed the Loom's tray. Nothing broke except my dignity, which had been a low-value duplicate anyway. I sat under the half-lifted desk, panting, laughing, finally awake in a way coffee had failed to fake. This wasn't the arm brace from 4 days ago, a one-off panic assembly out of parts one could never source the same way twice. This was a servo I could print again, and again, on purpose, from garbage, on a Tuesday. That was the actual upgrade, not raw strength. Repeatability. This was no longer just reselling toys. This was manufacturing. My phone buzzed from somewhere in the wreckage. My sister, one message. Door frame tomorrow. Noon. A real carpenter this time, not me with a drill and hope. I put the phone down, looked at the lattice sleeve still warm in the tray, and let myself feel it for 1 whole minute before the next batch of trash needed sorting. 6 days. I had talked to exactly one human being, twice, both times through a door I hadn't fully opened. Tier 2 was real. I had made it real. I had no one to show it to who would understand what it meant, and sitting in a room full of machines I'd taught to listen better than most people did, that was the part that actually kept me awake. The first sign that my life had become medically weird was the Loom asking me for protein while I was eating convenience store egg salad over its input tray. Not money. Not plastic. Not premium resin. Protein. The panel blinked biocompatible precursor handling in calm cyan, then listed requirements like it was ordering lunch: sterile carbon mesh, nutrient substrate, microfluidic cartridge, thermal cradle, neural pattern scaffold. Wait, I said. Last week you told me the hardware side of this was done. Internal hardware is satisfied, the arbiter said. The lattice sleeve and the chassis extension remain installed and functional. These 5 items are consumable culture stock, not machine components. They will be destroyed in use and require replacement per synthesis cycle. So I'm not upgrading you again. You are feeding me. There is a difference, and you are about to learn it badly. I had none of the 5. I had half an egg sandwich, 3 empty pudding cups, a drawer of broken figure joints, and the social life of a damp floor mat. Absolutely not, I told it. I am not feeding you my lunch. The arbiter paused, which was its version of judging me. Insufficient nutritional substrate. You're a toy. Incorrect. You came from a toy. Also incorrect. I put the sandwich away from the tray. After the last few weeks, I trusted vending machines more than people, trusted shipping labels even less than that, and trusted the Loom somewhere between a tax form and a loaded rice cooker. Money kept coming in steady, which should have felt like winning. I sold enough impossible collectibles through enough burner accounts that my phone looked criminal if the crime was premium nerd arbitrage. Every buyer wanted proof. Every message had the same undertone. Where are you getting these? Why so many? Are you a shop? Are you the guy from Nakano who fakes Iron Vanguard chase parts? I was not the guy from Nakano. I hated him. His panel lining was lazy and his confidence was illegal. The victory meal should have involved meat with grill marks. Instead, I was alone at 2 in the afternoon, same hoodie for the 3rd day, watching a prop AI request biological components like this was normal for a jobless man in flip-flops. The carpenter had come and gone the way she'd promised, fixed the frame properly, and left without me saying more than 10 words to him, because I was mid-batch and couldn't stop stirring a beaker of something that smelled like burnt hair. My sister supervised from the hallway, didn't come in, and left without a lecture, which should have been a relief and instead felt like a warning shot I hadn't earned the right to ignore. She had stopped texting after that, right around when I sent her a photo of the prepaid rent receipt, back when I still thought proof would help. Not because she was relieved, because the receipt was too clean, and clean wasn't an answer to the actual question she'd asked. Her last message said, Hero, tell me honestly if you borrowed from someone dangerous. I typed no. Deleted it, because no was true but not helpful. Typed it is merchandise related. Deleted that too, because it sounded worse. After that, the chat stayed empty. Not angry empty. Waiting empty, which was worse, because it meant she decided the receipt wasn't the answer and was giving me room to send a better one. I didn't have one. My family group chat kept moving around me, cousin photos, aunt complaints, somebody's washing machine exploding foam. Nobody tagged me. Nobody asked if I was eating. Nobody wanted to hear my apartment had become a factory for illegal feeling nostalgia. The Loom hummed. Biological synthesis may be unlocked with appropriate internal upgrades, the arbiter said. I heard you. Operator has not acted. Operator is emotionally busy. Emotional busyness does not satisfy component requirements. I hated that it was right. The money had been glorious at first. Feed duplicates, print rare, sell rare, buy noodles, repeat. Alchemy. If alchemy had shipping anxiety and collector forums full of men named after mobile suits. But after the third midnight coin locker handoff, the glow came off. I was laundering garbage into more expensive garbage while hiding from everyone who knew my actual face. The worst part was the quiet after a sale. The buyer left happy. My phone buzzed with payment. The Loom cooled with a little tick. Then my apartment returned to its true form. 9 square meters of stale air and one guy breathing too loudly. So when the machine offered a category called biological synthesis, I treated it with mature restraint by obsessing over it for 40 straight hours. The microfluidic cartridge was the first solvable piece. Not with money, because money still hated me, but with junk. I had a broken limited edition soda machine miniature from Out of Time, the kind with real tiny tubes because the manufacturer had briefly gone insane in the best way. I cracked it open and fed the tubing, valves, and phone vibration motors into the tray. The Loom printed a clear cartridge the size of a candy bar, full of channels thinner than thread. Microfluidic cartridge accepted. That was a 4,000 yen miniature. It no longer dispensed decorative cola. It had history. It had mold. It had both, which made losing worse. The sterile carbon mesh came from 3 expensive display backdrops I bought during my Iron Vanguard phase, when I convinced myself every shelf needed a hanger bay. They had real carbon fiber texture under the paint, because mecha collectors cannot be normal about walls. The Loom stripped, purified, and wove them into a black wafer that looked like something a hospital would charge 6 months of rent to touch. This, apparently, was the sterile culture bed the panel had been asking for since the vending machine incident, just described in fancier words this time. Accepted. The thermal cradle was uglier. I gutted a figure warming base, a laptop cooling pad, and my only decent electric blanket. The output looked like a shallow white nest with copper traces under the surface. It warmed under my palm, steady and alive feeling enough that I yanked my hand back and pretended I meant to. Accepted. The nutrient substrate was where dignity went to die. The panel listed acceptable sources: eggs, gelatin, soy isolate, amino supplements, cat food, aquarium bacteria culture, eggs. The exact thing I'd refused to feed it 3 hours ago out of principle. I had eaten the sandwich out of spite in the meantime, which meant I was now out of eggs on the one occasion the Loom would have actually taken them. I stared at the last 2 lines for a long time. There was a discount pet shop 2 train stops away. I had no pet. I had no excuse. I went anyway, hood up, basket in hand, trying to look normal while buying kitten formula, wet food, aquarium starter culture, and sterile litter. The clerk scanned everything without blinking until the kitten formula. New cat, she asked. My soul left my body, checked resale prices, and came back disappointed. Research, I said. She stopped moving. Not bad research, I added. That did not improve it. I paid cash and left with the speed of a shoplifter who had legally purchased every item. Back home, The Loom accepted the substrate after making me boil water, wipe the tray, and wash my hands twice. The Arbiter had become a lab supervisor with the personality of a microwave. Contamination risk reduced. I wash like a surgeon. Incorrect. I wash like an anime surgeon. Meaningless category. The last requirement was the neural pattern scaffold, and that was where I almost quit. The menu offered templates: mollusk, insect, fish, small mammal. The first 3 sat in plain cyan. Small mammal blinked yellow. Behavioral fidelity, dependent on model quality. I had no model. I had trading cards, plush mascots, 3 robot pets from old campaigns, and a pocket beast novelty cat that meowed if you punched its stomach, which felt like exactly the kind of petty satisfaction I needed at hour 38. So I fed that one in first. Rejected. Not enough. I added a broken robotic kitten from a convenience store lottery, the kind that rolled over and sounded like a fax machine choking. Then an old veterinary anatomy book I had bought for drawing references during a month when I believed I would learn garage kit sculpting. Then 2 rolls of copper wire, 3 camera modules, and the motion sensor from my bathroom light, which left me peeing in darkness for the rest of the week. The Arbiter finally stopped complaining. Neural pattern scaffold accepted. The panel changed. Biological synthesis available. Tier 3, the Arbiter said, achieved through the correct application of dead electronics and questionable judgment. I did not think you would finish before the culture went bad. Was that a vote of confidence? It was a factual timeline concern. Tier 3 sat there in cyan like it had not just asked me to become the world's saddest basement scientist. My stomach flipped. My hands went damp. The category opened into organisms ranked by mass, complexity, and template confidence. Moss, mealworms, guppy, mouse, cat. Cat had a yellow marker. Not red, not locked, just yellow. I should have started with moss. A reasonable man would start with moss. A man with friends, plans, and sunlight would start with moss. I looked at the empty corner by the window where laundry usually lived. I looked at the pet shop bag. I looked at my silent phone, except for resale alerts and one forum notification accusing me of market flooding because I had sold too many rare pocket beasts holos in 1 month. Then I looked at cat. Mass requirement, I said, because pretending to be technical helped me ignore that I was considering printing a roommate. The tray listed 3,800 grams recommended input, plus substrate. I had that. Plastic, cloth, old foam, spare resin, expired supplements, and wet food, all measured like I was cooking the worst hot pot in Tokyo. The lenses read the bootleg plush before I'd even picked it up. Unknown polymer blend, trace heavy metals. I fed it in any way, because I was tired and it looked close enough, and the Loom made an offended beep. Material contamination. It's a knockoff, not poison. Both may be true. Your own optics told you that before you asked. I was hoping you'd disagree with my glasses. I do not disagree with physics. I dug deeper. Under the bed, behind the box of the black page notebooks I never used because the paper was too nice, I found black fabric scraps from an old cosplay cape. I had bought them to patch a display curtain and forgotten they existed, which was basically my personality as a storage system. The Loom accepted the fabric. The cat preview updated from gray to black. Coat pigmentation source sufficient. I stood with both hands on my knees, laughing once under my breath. Of course. Of course the first living thing I made would be color matched to trash cosplay leftovers. Begin print, I said. The Loom did not hum like it did for cards. It lowered its pitch until the apartment vibrated through the floor. The tray sealed under a transparent lid I had never seen. Warm light filled the cradle. Liquid moved through the cartridge in thin pinkish lines. Not gore, not horror movie nonsense. Just biology happening too close to my instant ramen stash. The timer appeared. For hours. You could sleep, the Arbiter said. The process does not require supervision. I am not sleeping through this. Noted. Human sentiment logged as irrational but expected. I spent the first hour pacing. The second reading cat care articles and discovering every article assumed I was a responsible adult with furniture. The third panic ordering a cheap litter box, then remembering delivery took time, so I sacrificed a storage bin and a scoop from an old rice container. The fourth sitting cross-legged in front of the loom, whispering, "Please be normal," at a machine that had never respected the concept. At the end, the light dimmed. The lid unsealed. A small black cat lay curled in the cradle, wet around the ears, breathing fast. Everything funny in my brain shut off for one clean second. Then the cat sneezed directly into the output tray. "Viability stable," the arbiter said. I made a noise I will deny under legal pressure. The cat opened its eyes. Not anime jewel eyes, not glowing, not special. Just dark kitten eyes trying to focus on a sweaty man in a hoodie who had no idea where to put his hands. "Hey," I said, stupidly soft. "Hello." The kitten lifted its head, wobbled, and squeaked. I had printed rare cards worth rent money. Discontinued figure parts, so perfect grown men sent me voice messages full of tears. A miniature iron Vanguard cockpit lever I held like sacred engineering. None of it hit as hard as this tiny thing deciding air was worth trying. I wrapped him in my lease-stained towel. He fit in both palms and immediately objected to existence by clawing my thumb. "Ow. Good. Functional claws. Great review." He squeaked again. The arbiter displayed post-print care protocols. I read every line like failing a quiz would get me arrested. Warmth, hydration, feeding, stimulation, monitoring, no resale. It did not say no resale, but my brain supplied it with police sirens attached. The cat shoved his face into the towel and made a tiny grinding sound. Purring, according to 3 emergency searches. I named him Kuro because I was tired, he was black, and creativity was a luxury item. Kuro did not care. Kuro cared about warmth, food, and climbing into the hollow between my stomach and crossed legs like he had rented the place. I sat there until my feet went numb. The apartment still smelled like plastic, broth, and pet shop anxiety. My phone still had no message from my sister. Outside, Tokyo kept moving without me, trains sliding through the dark, people going home to rooms where someone expected them. For the first time in weeks, my room made a sound that was not mine or the Loom's. It was tiny. It was demanding. It had claws. At midnight, Kuro woke hungry and screamed like I had personally betrayed biology. I mixed formula too hot, then too cold, then acceptable, while he wobbled on the towel and yelled at the spoon. He got milk on his nose. I panicked. He licked it off. I panicked again because apparently that was cute enough to cause chest damage. Operator stress elevated, the arbiter said. I'm parenting a prototype. Small mammal synthesis is stable. That sentence does not make me calmer. Kuro finished eating, stumbled 3 steps, and fell asleep with one paw on my wrist. That was when the Loom blinked again. Not the pet care screen. Not the biology menu. A new category opened under biological synthesis, previously hidden, now bright cyan, and waiting like it had been there the whole time. Humanoid framework. I stared until my eyes hurt. Kuro purred against my wrist, unconcerned that my broken collector trash had just learned the rough direction of people. The panel added one more line. Tier 4 prerequisites detected. Incomplete. Awaiting operator selection. The apartment lights were already flickering when the Loom asked me for a spine. Not a real spine. I need that written down for court someday. It wanted the flexible support column from the Iron Vanguard pilot frame kit I'd been saving since middle school, the limited runner with metal vertebrae and stupid tiny hydraulic dampers nobody could see once the armor went on. Collector value, obscene. Emotional value, worse. I was cross-legged on the floor in flip-flops, holding it over a glowing input tray while Kuro chewed an empty ramen cup like he had rent due too. Do not eat plastic, I told him. Kuro kept eating plastic. The Arbiter's panel pulse cyan. Biological synthesis stability below threshold. Humanoid print locked. Insert suitable articulation core. You're calling my Grail kit suitable, I said. That hurts more than if you insulted my bloodline. Insult was not intended. Suitability is a mass and rigidity classification. I know. It still hurt. The panel blinked once, the Arbiter's version of emotional support and also tax fraud. I'd already fed it the ugly stuff. Medical gel packs, carbon fiber rods from a broken camera rig, lab-grade nutrient slurry bought under expired teaching materials, servo banks, synthetic hair fibers, copper, silicon, ceramic, too much protein powder, and the last of the pet shop haul from Kuro's print, aquarium culture, and wet food and all, because apparently one biological print did not buy me out of ever visiting that clerk again. Kuro existed because Tier 3 had worked. He'd grown into a proper cat by now, opinionated, warm, and speedrunning intestinal regret. He had also proven the worst thing for my productivity. The Loom could print life if I gave it the right materials and stopped treating the menu like a gotcha banner. After several weeks of upgrades, heat sinks, actuator lattices, bioscaffold calibration, and me burning a perfect circle into my kotatsu blanket, the locked menu line changed. Tier 4. Full sentient humanoid printing. I stared until my eyes went dry. Then I did the responsible thing and spent 6 hours confirming the Catgirl preset was real. It was not labeled Catgirl, because even a hidden illegal prop AI had more shame than the average forum modder. The category called it Felliform Humanoid Companion Architecture, which sounded written by a man who owned 3 body pillows and a thesaurus. There were sliders for skeletal density, metabolism, language acquisition, motor learning, immune response, ear mobility, tail balance, and a locked section called cognitive autonomy that the Arbiter would not let me disable. I had not tried to disable it. I clicked it because it was blinking and I was curious, which is how most of my life had gone wrong. Autonomy mandatory, the screen said. Sentience without coercion only. Good. I said too fast, alone with a cat and a machine with ethics firmware under a fake space opera shell. Great. Excellent. We are all normal here. Kuro looked at me with noodle cup flakes on his face. Now the Loom wanted the Iron Vanguard spine, because apparently the road to creating a person went through limited edition mecha merch. I fed it in before I could become a coward. The tray accepted it with a soft clack. My stomach made a defeated washing machine noise. The panel flashed, processed, and changed from locked to ready. I did not press print right away. That was new. Usually my whole personality was pressing print and dealing with consequences after, preferably with snacks. This time my thumb hovered while every stupid thought formed a committee. A figure was easy. A chair was easy. Even Kuro had been easy because the preset had been cat, and cats already acted like they had printed themselves by accident and blamed you. Kuro was good company. Kuro was not, strictly, someone I could tell about my day. I noticed that the quiet after a sale had gotten louder lately, not quieter, the specific kind of loud that comes from a room with exactly one person in it who talks to a fabrication AI, because the alternative is not talking at all. I didn't examine that thought very hard either. Examining it felt like it would cost something I wasn't ready to spend, which was becoming a theme. This was different. The menu showed height, mass, build time, nutrient allocation, neural scaffold complexity, projected wake cycle, and 1-com warning. High mass biological print. System instability possible. Possible is a flexible word, I told the Arbiter. Possible, the panel repeated, because machines loved comedy when it was against me. I checked the mass total again. Output sat below input by a margin so thin it felt personal. No spare miracles. I had stripped my closet down to emotional drywall. Duplicate figures, broken prop weapons, old electronics, wiring, gel, metal, ceramics, even the box foam from my first Orbit Zero collector ship. My room looked less like an otaku den and more like a crime scene where the victim was my resale future. I pressed print. The loom did not hum. It roared. Not loud like an engine. Loud like every fan, pump, coil, and questionable component I'd installed arguing at once. The floor vibrated. My shelves rattled. 3 Pocket Beasts binders slid sideways and dumped a decade of commons across the tatami like cardboard confetti. Kuro bolted for the highest point in the room, which was my shoulder, and objected to the whole event by the ears. Ow. Legal warning. Ow. The output chamber expanded further than I had ever pushed it. Chassis extension panels that had self-installed the night Tier 2 unlocked and mostly sat and used since finally earning their keep. Panels unfolded from inside panels, more of them than I remembered the tray having room for, and none of them looked like they planned on folding back. The fake Orbit Zero trim split open, revealing heat vents, bioglass ribs, armatures, spray nozzles, and a soft white fabrication cradle sized for something a great deal bigger than a servo. Layer 1 was structure. Bone, but living, dense and pale under the chamber light, threaded with marrow channels and joint caps. I knew enough from wiki dives and forum arguments to understand anatomy was assembling from feedstock, and exactly enough to regret understanding it. Then came muscle, tendon, vessels, skin scaffold, nerve lattice. I turned around during part of it because I had manners, panic, and the sudden knowledge that my hoodie string was in my mouth and I had been chewing it for a full minute. The loom screamed a warning tone. I turned back with manners canceled. Reserve deficit. Mass budget under projected requirement. That was supposed to be measured, I said, because I was a technical genius who had measured wrong. The apartment lights died. The loom kept going on internal charge, which was either excellent engineering or the opening move of my insurance denial. Cyan emergency light filled the room. The half-formed body twitched as the armature paused mid-layer, and one nutrient pump coughed foam through a cracked tube, starved of the mass it needed to keep the line moving. I slapped my hand over the leak. Warm gel sprayed between my fingers. Arbiter, pause it. Pause not advised. That is not the same as no. Pause not advised. The progress bar crawled through the worst middle section, too far along to stop and nowhere near done enough for me to survive the guilt. The reserve number kept bleeding towards 0. My beautiful illegal miracle machine smelled like solder, hospital soap, and burned collector value, and it was, very simply, about to run out of itself. Kuro dug deeper into my shoulder and made a sound that meant fear or investment advice. With my clean hand, I grabbed the spare copper coil and shoved it into the auxiliary intake. The loom swallowed it. Reserve ticked up a fraction. I fed it a cracked capsule toy motor from the junk bin. A fraction more. I kicked the bin open further, found the last iron Vanguard display stand, apologized to the pilot figure, and rammed it into the tray. Reserve stabilized, the panel said. You're welcome, I said, covered in nutrient slime and personal failure. The final phase began. Hair printed last, which felt rude. Snow-white strands gathered into the high ponytail I had chosen at 3 a.m. with the dead seriousness of a character designer naming a military operation. Cat ears formed through soft cartilage and fine fur. A tail curled against the cradle, then uncurled once. Skin tone settled warm and alive. Breathing started before the eyes opened. That part broke my brain. The chest rose. I had printed hundreds of objects by then. Props, electronics, repair parts, rare cards, one cat with criminal bathroom habits. I had watched matter become useful, expensive, stupid, adorable. I had never watched a person take a first breath in my apartment while my freezer clicked back on like it wanted credit. The loom softened its light. Print complete. Her eyes opened. Amber. Bright. Unfocused, then less so. She blinked at the ceiling, the armature, Kuro on my shoulder, then me, which was unfair because I was not ready to be anybody's first sight. I wore the charcoal hoodie with the soy sauce stain. My hair had achieved abandoned nest status. One flip-flop was missing. My right hand was clamped around a leaking tube like I was helping deliver a vending machine. She inhaled again and made a small confused sound. The arbiter extended a folded fabric packet from the side tray. I grabbed it, shook it open, and found a plain, oversized shirt and shorts, because the arbiter had budgeted for civilization better than I had. I looked at the ceiling while passing them over. Clothes, I said. For you. Basic civilization patch. She took them. Her fingers flexed around the fabric, careful and strong. Rustling followed. Then she spoke. Your ceiling has water damage. Her voice was clear, cheerful, and personally devastating. Yes, I said. Welcome. She sat up too fast, wobbled, caught herself with one hand, and stared at it like it had betrayed and impressed her. Her ears flicked. Her tail snapped sideways for balance, hit a stack of the black page manga, and knocked it over. Sorry, she said immediately. No, that's normal. Most people attack my shelf within 1 minute of meeting it. She looked at the fallen volumes, then at me. Did you make me? My mouth opened. Several bad answers formed. All sounded like a villain monologue or a lawsuit. The Loom printed your body, I said. The arbiter handled the brain part. I selected the template and provided materials. Her ears angled back. I lifted both hands. Nutrient slime dripped onto my cargo pants. You are not owned. No command phrase, no loyalty switch. The screen literally refused coercion. You can leave when you want. Shoes would help. Also stairs, second floor. But legally and morally, leavable. She watched me with new amber eyes, processing too fast for comfort. What is my name? That hit like a thrown figure box. The preset had a designation field. I had left it blank because naming a person before she existed felt creepy, which was rich from the guy printing a Catgirl beside a ramen stain. The Loom had assigned temp unit 4 in the file tree. I was taking that secret to my grave, except nobody died, so I was taking it to a secure folder. You should pick it, I said. She looked at herself, her hands, the tail moving because she told it to and also because it clearly had opinions. She looked at Kuro. Kuro has a name. Kuro is black, I said. I am not advanced. She smiled. First smile. Small, testing, dangerous to my stability in a way no warning panel had prepared me for. Then Mika, she said. I like the sound. Mika. I repeated, because apparently my job was now being emotionally uppercut by syllables. She stood on her first try, which was offensive. I needed a wall after sitting too long, and I was born the regular way. She took 3 careful steps across the tatami, tail balancing without thinking, ears tracking the refrigerator, the train outside, my upstairs neighbor dragging furniture like a man cursed to rearrange chairs forever. Then she walked to the window and pulled the curtain aside. Tokyo hit her all at once. Neon, laundry poles, vending machine light, apartment blocks, power lines, late trains, wet pavement, somebody laughing too loudly below. The city did its usual cheap magic trick of looking endless while charging for every square meter. Mika pressed her palm to the glass. It's big, she said. Financially hostile too. I want to see it. Outside. She turned. Yes. I almost said no. The word was ready. Easy, safe, lazy. My whole life had been built out of no. Later, maybe when rent was stable. Outside meant people. People meant questions. Questions meant explaining why a snow-haired, cat-eared girl had appeared after a blackout, while my illegal fabricator cooled down like a guilty toaster. Mika waited. Not blankly. Not obediently. Waiting like my answer mattered, but so did hers. That was the part the menu had not warned me about. Not heat, not mass budget, not instability. Her wanting something was heavier than all of it. Okay, I said, and hated how small my voice sounded. Not far. Convenience store first. Shoes, a hoodie, whatever you want. Her smile went full brightness. Kuro jumped from my shoulder to the loom, sniffed the cooling vent, and sneezed into the machine that had created him. I wiped slime onto the least ruined part of my pants and looked at the machine, then the window, then the brand new person who wanted to see the city and when to go find her shoes. The bathtub finished printing before breakfast, which sounded normal until I remembered I lived in 9 square meters where the bathroom was a wet closet with plumbing and shame. Mika stood on the entry step wearing one of my oversized iron Vanguard shirts like a dress, tail swishing with surgical focus, while Kuro sat on the laundry basket judging it. The tub had come out of the loom overnight in one smooth white piece, no logo, no receipt, no explanation, built from broken display shelves, cracked acrylic cases, a dead humidifier, and a stack of furniture I hadn't gotten around to selling. It was the size of a large sink. It's small, Mika said. It is correctly scaled, I said. For a 9 square meter apartment. The loom did the math. You did the math. The loom agreed with the math. It has massage jets, she said, unconvinced but loyal. You don't know what massage jets are. I watched a review. That was how I learned Mika had discovered product reviews. Worse than Fire, because Fire at least did not make her say domestic optimization ecosystem barefoot on my entry step at 8 in the morning. The loom hit its weirdest upgrade after I fed it a humidifier motor, a cracked smart rice cooker board, and a bag of scavenged electronics I'd been meaning to sort for a week. The panel hummed like it had swallowed a spreadsheet and unlocked domestic luxury fabrication. At first I assumed rich people chairs. It meant rich people everything. The problem with rich people everything is that it is designed for people who own a hallway. My apartment went from NET containment unit to a legal boutique hotel room folded very badly into a shoebox in one night, and every single upgrade arrived at war with the floor plan. The heated mats fit, because mats are flat and flat is the only dimension I own outright. The fold-down bed folded into the wall beautifully and could not actually fold down, because the loom was standing in its landing zone, which meant bedtime now opened with me shoving a matter fabricator 90 centimeters to the left and apologizing to it. You could ask it to move itself, Mika said, the first night, watching me heave against the chassis like it owed me money. It doesn't have legs. It has wheels. I've seen the bottom. It had wheels. I had never once used them, on principle, because acknowledging the loom could be steered felt like acknowledging it could leave, and I wasn't ready to think about that sentence. I shoved it by hand every night after that anyway. The washer whispered, which was lovely, and lived on the entry step, which meant I now stepped over my own laundry to leave the building. The soundproof panel around the loom worked perfectly and cost me the last stretch of wall a person could walk past. The toilet seat had so many settings I apologized before sitting, and I sat with my knees against the door. The apartment did not get bigger. That turned out to be the whole genre. The loom still needed junk first, and junk needed floor, and floor was the one material I could not feed it. A luxury mattress cost a broken gaming chair, 17 duplicate cushions, half my winter clothes, and the packing foam off 3 deliveries I'd never unpacked. The tub cost actual furniture, and once it was plumbed into the wet closet, there was nowhere left to stand while showering. So showering now happened sitting down in the tub with my knees at my chin, like a large sad crab. I gave Mika the fold-down bed, because she was the only person in the building who had not chosen any of this. I moved into the closet. Not as a figure of speech. I told her the closet was fine, that I liked small spaces, that it was basically a cockpit. I did not ask her if she wanted the bed. I decided she should have it the way I'd decide a print run, gave the decision to her already finished, and only noticed afterward that I had not phrased it as a question. I had phrased it as a decision about somebody else's life that I would be informing her of shortly. She said thank you like it was normal. I let myself believe that meant it was. I mourned the display shelf, then sat in the dry tub with my knees at my chin while Mika read the overlay like scripture. Chromotherapy mode, she said. Colored lights for rich people. It says restorative bathing profile. It says that because rich people need permission to sit in water. She nodded and tapped the panel. The bathroom glowed blue. Kuro tried to climb in, slipped, and pretended he had planned it. On the second attempt he made it, sat down in the exact center, and fit the tub better than I ever would, which I chose not to think about. Mika clapped. I did not, because I respected his dignity, and because I was checking the arbiter's efficiency logs like a maniac. Domestic mode is not cheaper, the arbiter said, unprompted, which meant it had been waiting for an opening. It wastes less mass. There is a difference, and you have never once cared about it before now. I care about it constantly. You care about resale value. This is new behavior. I contain multitudes. You contain a bathtub you cannot afford to replace. Simple household goods came out clean, compact, assembled. Complicated items still took hours, but the arbiter now told me what to feed it before I guessed wrong. Metal here. Silicone there. Circuit boards for touch controls. Dense plastic for smooth finishes. It was like having a genius industrial designer trapped inside a bootleg prop and judging my trash, out loud, by name. The first night in the closet went like this. I shoved the loom its 90 centimeters and apologized to it, while Mika watched the entire operation from the entry step with the face of a person who had recently mentioned wheels. The bed came down out of the wall with a soft hydraulic sigh, the sound of furniture that costs more than the room it is standing in, and landed level on the tatami. She looked at it for a while. It's yours, I said. Where do you go? I pointed at the closet, which at that hour was still a closet, a 1-meter cavity, a door on a runner, and 11 years of manga stacked above head height in the exact order I had stopped being able to afford bookcases. Cockpit, I said. The futon pad cost me 2 dead cushions, a yoga mat I have never once used for yoga, and the foam off a delivery I never opened. 4 centimeters thick, which the arbiter logged as within comfort tolerance and which I would describe as a sandwich. Then I took the door off its runner, because a door needs somewhere to open into, and I had run out of into. The door itself went into the tray the next morning and came back as 4-coat hooks, which is the most efficient grief I have ever processed. Getting in is a maneuver. You sit on the lip, rotate 90 degrees, and go under the shelf headfirst like a man loading himself into a torpedo tube, and from the knee down you simply remain in the room, permanently, as decor. The ceiling of the closet is 40 centimeters above my face, and it is not a ceiling. It is the black page, volumes 1 through 31, on a bracket I put up at 19 with a hammer and no measuring of any kind. It smells like paper, old glue, and the plastic sleeves I keep first printings in. If that bracket ever goes, I will be found under a complete run in near mint condition, which is, at minimum, on brand. The lights went out. The Loom cyan leaked around the edge of the soundproof panel and laid one long stripe across the ceiling I could no longer see. The washer ticked on the entry step. Upstairs, the man who has been rearranging his furniture since the day I moved and rearranged some furniture. Hiro. Yeah. The bed is warm. That's the heated mat under it. I know. I read the manual. A pause of about 4 seconds. I liked reading the manual. That is the most expensive sentence anyone has ever said in this apartment. Hiro. Yeah. Your feet are in the room. Yes. Kuro is looking at them. I know. He is deciding. I am aware of what he is deciding. Kuro decided. I took it because a man who has given away his own bed has already lost every argument available to him that day, and lay there with a cat on one ankle and a wall against both shoulders while the building ran its usual 11 o'clock inventory. A train, a scooter, a can dropping in a vending machine 2 streets over. Here is the thing nobody tells you about 3 years of living alone. The quiet in a room with one person in it is not quiet. It is a sound, a specific flat one, and you only find that out on the night it stops. The bed frame ticked when she turned over. It ticked again later, further into sleep. Kuro relocated twice, once off my ankle and once onto my chest, which involved climbing over my own feet, and which I have chosen to record as a review. Somewhere in the second hour, all of it stopped being noises I was tracking and turned into weather. I slept 9 hours on 4 centimeters of recycled cushion under a shelf I built at 19, with my feet sticking out into the room, and the honest truth is it was the best I had slept in 3 years, because for the first time the room outside it had somebody in it. By the 4th day, the apartment had mostly stopped rearranging itself hourly, which meant I had run out of excuses. "You said shoes," Mika said, from the doorway, already holding the one pair of my sandals that fit her. I had said shoes. Back on the night she was printed, at the window, I had promised her the convenience store, shoes, a hoodie, whatever she wanted. We had actually tried that same night. I remembered coaching her through it at the door. Walk normal. Don't answer strangers. We're doing society on easy mode tonight. Right up until none of my shoes fit her, and the one pair that came close gave her a blister in 4 minutes flat. So the trip had quietly folded into the renovation instead, the way most of my promises folded into whatever was loudest that week. She had not forgotten. She never forgot anything I said out loud, which I was starting to understand was less a feature and more a person. I fed the Loom scrap canvas, a dead phone case, and the sole of a shoe I'd blown out running from the vending machine incident, and it gave me back a pair that actually fit her, snow white to match, nothing on purpose and everything on accident. She put them on sitting on the entry step, tail curled around one ankle for balance, and stood up like she'd been doing it her whole short life. The convenience store was 4 minutes away and felt like 4 hours of planning. I made her practice walking normally, which she was already better at than me. I made her practice not answering direct questions from strangers, which she found hilarious. I made her practice looking bored near the magazine rack, which she performed with the focused intensity of someone who had never once been bored. Then, at the door, I stopped. "One more thing," I said, and fed the Loom a scrap of dark canvas and a cracked bicycle helmet liner, and asked for something I had been turning over in my head since the ears first twitched at the ceiling water stains. It took 11 minutes. Mika stood over the output tray in her new shoes with her hands behind her back, guessing. A bag. No, a bag for Kuro. Why would Kuro need a bag? Transport, she said, as though I were the strange one in the room. The tray opened. A cap. Plain, dark, lined on the inside where her ears would sit, snug enough to hold without hurting, loose enough she could pull it low. "For me?" she said, delighted, already reaching. "For your ears," I said. "People are going to look. I'd rather they looked at a hat." "Why?" "Because ears are a conversation," I said, "and I don't want to have a conversation at 9 at night in a shop that sells egg sandwiches. You have conversations. You talk to the arbiter for 6 hours a day. That's different. It is contractually obligated to listen." She thought about that the way she thinks about a number and went looking for the hole in it, which she found immediately, because there was one. "There are ears in the magazines," she said. "On the covers. On the little figures in the window of the shop with the crane machines. Kuro has ears. Kuro has cat ears. I have cat ears. You have cat ears on a person," I said, and heard myself arrive at the edge of something with no plan for the drop. "Why?" she said again. "Not pushing." She asks a question the second time exactly the way she asked it the first time. Same volume, same face, no pressure applied anywhere, which is the most effective interrogation technique I have ever been subjected to and which she has never once known she was using. I opened my mouth. There was the front of a sentence in it, and nothing behind the front. I have started plenty of sentences without knowing how they ended. That was the first time I could feel that the end existed, somewhere, fully formed, and that I was not going to go and get it. Because I said so, I said, which was a worse answer than I meant it to be, and I heard how bad it was the second it left my mouth and did not take it back anyway. Just wear it when we're out. Please. Please, she repeated. Yes. You do not say please. You apologize to the machine and to the toilet, and you say please to nobody. I did not have anything to set down next to that. She turned it over in her hands, testing the fit against her own ears without a mirror, pushing a thumb into the lining where the cradle was, trusting the shape of it the way she trusted most things I gave her. Then she put it on, tucked one white strand behind an ear that vanished under the brim, and looked at me like she'd just agreed to a rule she didn't understand and had decided to keep anyway, because I'd asked. I reached over and pulled the brim down a centimeter. She let me. Then she pulled it down another centimeter herself, which was worse, and about which I said nothing at all. Does it look right? She asked. Yes, I said, and that was the only entirely true sentence I contributed to the whole exchange. Okay, she said. Society on easy mode. I didn't explain further. I told myself there wasn't anything to explain yet, that it was just sensible, that a 9-square-meter apartment full of printed miracles didn't need a second one walking around uncovered where anyone could see. I did not examine that reasoning very hard. I filed it next to the other reasoning I wasn't examining and told myself the pile could wait. We bought canned coffee, a rice ball she insisted on choosing by wrapper color, and nothing else, and walked home past Mrs. Ito's recycling bags stacked by her door, and nobody looked at either of us twice, because a hat on a girl is the least interesting thing Tokyo has ever seen. That night, I logged the day the way I logged everything now, out of habit. Bed, given away. Shoes, delivered. Cap, printed, worn, unexplained. My sister's chat, still waiting empty since the vending machine incident, still not answered. 2 decisions about Mika's life, made generously, both of them already finished before she got a vote. I noticed the second one. I told myself I'd examine the first one later. I did not examine the first one later. The lock turned before I heard the footsteps, because my sister had a key and 22 years of not needing to knock. I had exactly enough time to think the word no before the door opened on Mika sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor, cap off because we were home, ears fully deployed, teaching Kuro to high-five for a piece of dried fish. 9H stopped in the doorway with a grocery bag in one hand and her work blazer still on. Nobody said anything for a length of time that felt like a fiscal quarter. Hiro, she said, very carefully, the way you'd address a man standing near a gas leak with a lit cigarette. Who is that? Mika, entirely unbothered, lifted a hand. Hello? I'm Mika. Hello. Mika, 9H said, on autopilot, and then rebooted. Hiro, kitchen. Now. The kitchen was 1 meter from the floor Mika was sitting on, which meant this was less a private conference and more 2 people whisper yelling next to a girl with excellent hearing and no reason to pretend she couldn't hear it. Start talking, 9H said. Every old answer lined up in my head, ready to go. A cosplayer, a roommate, a friend crashing for the week. All of them would have taken 30 seconds and bought me nothing but a longer, worse conversation 2 weeks from now when one of them fell apart under its own weight. I had built an entire career out of the 30-second answer. It had never once actually solved anything. It had just moved the problem to a Tuesday I hadn't reached yet. So I did the least me thing possible. I worked. Sit down, I said. I'm going to show you the business. Not the loom. Not the arbiter. Not the word tier, which I still hadn't said out loud to anyone who wasn't already living in this room. I pulled out the resale ledger first, the actual real one, the spreadsheet with real dates and real buyer handles and real bank transfers, and walked her through 11 weeks of it from the first 30,000 yen impulse buy to the burner accounts to the collector who'd offered 40 for a card that had existed less than a day. Listings, shipping receipts, a locker rental history that made me look, at minimum, extremely committed to a hobby. She didn't sit for the first 20 minutes. She stood over the low table with her blazer still on and read the top of the screen the way she reads a document somebody has asked her to sign. From the beginning, she said. Not the interesting part. The beginning. Week 1 was 4 rows long, and all 4 were humiliating. 30,000 yen out for a dusty screen-used prop. 6 days before 200,000 yen of rent. She put one finger on that row, on my screen, and left it there a while. Keep going. Row 2 was the first card, sold in 20 minutes to a man who wanted photographs of the corner where first. Corner where, she said. On a card that had existed for, she checked the timestamp, because she always checks the timestamp. An afternoon. It photographed very well. Row 3 was a station locker, an envelope, and a number small enough that she read it twice, which is what non-HME does instead of mocking you. Then the accounts. 3 of them, built in one night, which had taken longer than building the cards. Why 3? Volume. One account moving that much inventory gets flagged. By who? The platform. So you were hiding. From the platform. Hero. From everyone. Obviously from everyone. I've been hiding from everyone for 11 weeks, which is why you're standing in my kitchen at midnight. That was the first true sentence of the night that cost me anything, and it moved her exactly 1 step. She took the blazer off and sat down on my floor. Somewhere in there Mika set a cup of tea by her knee, unasked, and went back to the entry step. Weeks 2 through 5 went faster because the rows got better, and the rows getting better was its own problem. Commons bought by weight from bins nobody respected, going in. Sealed high rarity, singles going out. Buyer handles I could recite, like a class roll. Every row provable. Every row real. Then she stopped. She had scrolled back up, which nobody does. 1 finger on week 3, 1 finger on week 7, 30 rows apart. This one, she said. And this one. Same item, same description, down to the wording I'd been too lazy to rewrite the second time. Same hand-painted run number in both photographs. An Iron Vanguard anniversary chase part, 11 in the world, and mine was number 7 twice. It's a limited run, I said. There's more than one out there. There are 11, and your own listing says so. You sold number 7 in week 3, and number 7 again 4 weeks later. So either one of those men is holding a fake. It's not a fake. That came out harder than anything else I said, because it is the one accusation I have never been able to stand, and I heard how insane it sounded. A man defending the authenticity of an object he personally invented. Then where did the second one come from? There it was, the actual question, at midnight, next to a grocery bag. I had the whole answer sitting behind my teeth, fully assembled, and the shape of the rest of it behind that, the part with Mika in it, the part that ends with my sister knowing the girl on my entry step, came out of the same tray as the card. I got as far as, because and stopped, in front of the one person alive who can hear the gear change. Because you what? I stood up instead of answering, which is a tell, and she let me, which is the mercy nobody warns you about. Then, because the spreadsheet wasn't going to explain the soundproof thing standing in the middle of my floor, I did the harder version. I walked her shelf by shelf through the actual room. That's an Iron Vanguard desert frame knee actuator, 3rd production run, worth more broken than most people's rent. I picked up the next one. That's a printed servo brace. I'll get to that. That's the Black Page limited box set, the one Mika's tail knocked over, still worth full retail because nobody ever opens the shrink wrap. I gestured at the toppled binders by the wall. Pocket Beasts commons, mostly worthless individually, worth a small apartment collectively, currently on the floor because a print run last week shook the shelf apart. And that, she said, meaning the soundproof shape behind the futon, the one with a low cyan glow bleeding out around its edges even now, is what? It's a printer. I make the parts. Some of them. Most of them. She looked at it the way she'd looked at the ledger, filing it under real without asking it to explain itself, which was its own kind of mercy and its own kind of terrifying. She did not ask what it made them out of. I did not offer. It took 3 hours total. I did not perform it. I did not make it funny, which was its own kind of horror, because funny was the other trapdoor I usually used to end conversations before they got real. I just told her the true, provable, financial half of my life, in order, out loud, while she sat with her arms crossed and slowly uncrossed them somewhere around hour 2. She asked real questions, the kind I hadn't braced for. How much a first-run screen-accurate command chair actually resold for, and whether I'd been robbed on the deal. Where the coin lockers were, specifically, because she wanted to know if I'd been meeting strangers somewhere she considered safe. Whether the tax office had any idea any of this existed, which was the one question that made me physically wince, because the honest answer was a spreadsheet tab I had been actively avoiding since roughly week 2. You built an entire business, she said, somewhere around hour 2.5, in the tone of someone recalculating a person she thought she already understood. By yourself. While pretending to still be unemployed. I am still unemployed. This is a different category of problem. It's a company. It's a felony-adjacent hobby with good margins. Hero. Fine. It might be a company. She picked up one of the shipping receipts, read the buyer's handle, and set it back down exactly where she'd found it, squared to the edge of the table, which was the most her gesture I had ever seen from anyone in my family. 9H me did not do anything by half measures once she'd decided to take it seriously, including apparently auditing my life at midnight on zero warning. This is real, she said. Not a question. It's real. You've been doing this for months. Alone. Mostly alone. Her eyes went to the doorway, where Mika had migrated to the entry step and was very obviously not eavesdropping, while extremely eavesdropping. And her. I had one sentence ready, the only one I trusted myself not to wreck. She lives here. She's not going anywhere, and she's not a secret I'm keeping from you to hurt you. She's a secret I'm keeping from everyone, because it's not safe yet for it not to be one. The panel behind the futon chose that exact moment to chime, a soft 2-note idle tone it made when a print queue emptied, and killed the sound with my whole hand flat against the casing before Nahme could ask what a resale ledger needed a chime for. What was that? The fridge. Your fridge chimes. It's an expensive fridge. She looked at me the way she looked at receipts that didn't add up, decided the fridge was a hill she didn't have the hours left to die on, and let it go. 9H me looked at me for a long moment, the tired older sibling look, the one that meant she was doing math on whether pushing harder would get her anything except a worse answer. You know I'm going to worry regardless, she said. Whether you tell me things or not. That part isn't negotiable, it comes with the sister subscription. I know. But I'd rather worry about something real than worry about nothing and be right too. That was, I would think later, the most accurate description of our entire relationship anyone had ever produced in one sentence, and she'd done it standing in my kitchen holding a grocery bag she'd been carrying for 3 hours, unprompted, well past midnight. She didn't push harder. I stopped texting because the rent receipt wasn't an answer, she said, apropos of nothing, halfway to the main room. You know that, right? Clean isn't the same as honest. I know that now. You should have known it before I had to let myself in to find out. She stood up, walked past me into the main room, and crouched down in front of Mika instead. Have you eaten? She said. Mika blinked. I had rice. That's not eating, that's surviving. 9H me held up the grocery bag like evidence. I bought too much for one person out of habit. Sit. Do you also believe the fridge chimes? Mika asked, with total sincerity, settling in across from her. 9H me's eyes cut to me for exactly 1 second. Does it? It's an expensive fridge, I said again, with less conviction the second time. Mika accepted this the way she accepted most things, completely, and moved on to eating with the seriousness of someone taking a practical exam. I stood in my own kitchen and watched my sister, who had spent 11 weeks convinced I was either dying or committing several categories of fraud, feed a girl she'd known for 4 minutes because the girl looked thin and the fridge looked worse. Mika answered every follow-up question about herself with total honesty filtered through zero context. "Where are you from?" Non-HME asked, somewhere between the first container and the second. "Here, I think." Non-HME waited for the rest of it. There was no rest of it. "Here as in Tokyo." "Here as in here," Mika said, and ate more rice, and that was the complete answer. I watched my sister turn that over once, file it in the folder every adult in this country keeps, the one marked "doesn't like talking about where she grew up," and move on out of manners. "What do you do for work?" "Quality control, and I am learning laundry." "Quality control of what?" "Everything he sends out." Mika did not look up. "He photographs badly, and he packs worse." "That's true," I said, from a kitchen where nobody had asked me anything. "It's true," Nunhme agreed, and something in her shoulders came down 2 centimeters, because she had just found the only other person in Tokyo willing to audit me to my face. "How long have you known him?" "Since I opened my eyes." The bed frame ticked as Kuro repositioned, and a train went past 2 streets over, and I stood there holding a dish towel. "That's an unusual way to say it," Non-HME said. "It is accurate," Mika said, pleasantly, which is the most dangerous register she owns. "She means." Non-HME lifted one finger without looking at me. "I'm asking her." I shut up. It was that or fill the gap, and filling gaps was how I would lose the whole night. "Was it bad?" Non-HME said, quieter. "Wherever you were before." Mika considered it the way she considers a number, checking it for a hole. "There was no before," she said. I watched my sister hear something that had not been said, and landed somewhere ordinary and bad. One of the several thousand versions of that story a city this size runs every year. She decided, visibly, not to make a stranger say it out loud over rice. She took Mika's bowl without permission, filled it again, and set it back down. Non-HME, mercifully, processed all of it as the eccentric shorthand of someone new to the city rather than the literal truth it was. Freelance, recently moved, connected to the collector world somehow, living here because the arrangement worked for both of them. All true, none of it the whole truth. I let every gap sit exactly where it landed and didn't fill a single one. When Non-HME finally stood to leave, she caught my sleeve on the way past me at the door, out of Mika's eyeline. "Are you happy?" she asked. Not "are you safe?" Not "are you in danger?" The other question, the one I hadn't braced for. I opened my mouth. Nothing honest came out fast enough, and the silence went on a beat too long to still count as an answer. "I'll take that as a work in progress," she said, and left before I found one. On the landing outside, I heard her stop and say something polite to the upstairs neighbor, the one who'd been dragging furniture across his floor like a man cursed to rearrange chairs forever. I didn't catch the words. I caught the tone, which was the tone people used right before mentioning a smell, a noise, or a stranger they'd noticed coming and going. She texted from the stairwell before I'd even locked the door. "Sunday. I'm bringing more groceries. Feed her properly this time." I looked at the message, then at Mika curled on the fold-down bed with Kuro already claiming the good half of it, and understood that something had just changed shape without my permission, and I didn't mind even a little. For the first time since the eviction notice, I hadn't hidden, hadn't joked my way out, hadn't found a trapdoor. I just stood there and worked through it, out loud, the hard way, and it had cost me 3 hours and the truth about a chiming fridge, and it had bought me a sister who was coming back on Sunday instead of one who'd stopped calling. I filed that under lessons I was apparently capable of learning, given sufficient pressure and 0 other options, and went to bed in my closet feeling more like an adult than I had any right to, half listening to the washer humming on the entry step and wondering, for the first time, whether the whole building could hear it too. The landlord's note came taped to my door at 8 in the morning, which in landlord language means someone complained before sunrise. Noise, please advise. Underneath, in smaller writing, like he was embarrassed to ask. Also, occupancy is listed as 1-1. Please confirm. I peeled it off and read it twice, standing in the hallway in one sock, while Mika's voice drifted out behind me asking Kuro why the ceiling made a sound like a whale having a good day. That was the Loom. For in the morning, mid-print, deep in a domestic fabrication cycle that needed the extra torque, humming low enough that I'd stopped hearing it weeks ago. The man directly below me, apparently, had not stopped hearing it. He'd started writing times down. The note listed 3 of them, formatted like a police report. For minutes, 12 seconds. For minutes, 47 seconds. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. The upstairs neighbor, the furniture dragger, the man who rearranged his entire floor plan at 2 in the morning on what appeared to be a personal vendetta against silence, had filed exactly 0 complaints in his life. It was the quiet man downstairs with a pen who finally broke first. I found that funnier than I should have, given it was also my problem. Building maintenance again? Mika asked, because that was still our cover story for anything I couldn't explain out loud, and she'd started saying it with a straight face that scared me a little. Structural review, I said, which felt more honest. The occupancy line was the part that actually mattered. My lease said 1 tenant. I had, as of several weeks ago, 1 tenant, 1 cat printed from a novelty plush and a ramen bowl, and 1 humanoid who ate real food, used the bathroom, and generated an amount of hallway noise that a single depressed NET never had. Mrs. Ito on the 3rd floor had noticed 2 sets of footsteps on the stairs and started leaving an extra rice ball outside my door on Tuesdays, unprompted, the way she'd once kept me in aluminium for a week just by being nosy and generous in the same breath. The building, it turned out, paid attention. It always had. I'd just never given it anything worth noticing before. I fed the Loom everything I could scrounge that wasn't currently load-bearing. Foam packing, a dead subwoofer, 3 pairs of shoes I'd stopped wearing, and asked for the boring version of a miracle. Not a weapon, not a card. Sound. Vibration isolation deck. Compact everything. The panel's already handling half of this, the arbiter said, before I'd even asked. It absorbs what travels sideways. It was never built to stop what travels down. You've been living inside the part of the problem it fixed and ignoring the part it can't. So, I need a new panel. You need a deck. Panels are for walls. Try to keep your acoustics vocabulary current. The deck came out as a low platform, springs and dense foam under a thin metal skin, sized exactly for the Loom's footprint. I wrestled it under the machine at 2 in the afternoon, Mika holding the far corner and providing a running commentary on my form that I did not ask for and could not disprove. The hum dropped by half before I'd even finished bolting the last corner down, and the 4 in the morning whale noise became a 4 in the morning fridge noise, which felt like a genuine miracle disguised as acoustic engineering. Then the panel went storage full at me for the 2nd time in my life, and I had to stand in front of a machine holding 11 kilos of banked everything and decide what my apartment was allowed to become tonight. The isolation deck, or the 2nd futon pad Mika had been asking about for a week, so she didn't have to share the fold-down bed's mattress with Kuro's opinions about personal space. You could also simply print the futon first and let the neighbor file a 2nd complaint, the arbiter offered. That's not a solution. It's a solution. It's a solution you find morally inconvenient. Those are different categories. Not both tonight. Morally inconvenient or otherwise. There was a version of me, several months younger, who had once spent 2 years unable to choose between 2 color variants of the same figure. I chose the deck. The futon could wait a night. The noise complaint could not. It was, I noticed somewhere around the 3rd bolt, the 3rd time in a week I'd made a decision about her comfort and finished it before she got a vote. The bed, the cap, and now a mattress she'd asked for out loud, postponed by a man who'd already decided what mattered more. I noticed it clearly enough to feel bad about it, and not clearly enough to do anything different. Mrs. Ito caught me in the stairwell the next morning, watering the sad potted fern that lived outside the third-floor door like a self-appointed sentry. The fern was not hers. She had told me that once, unprompted, in the tone of a woman clarifying a legal matter. It belonged to the tenant who had lived in the third-floor corner unit before the tenant who lived there now, and he had left it in the hallway on the day he moved out, and nobody had ever come back for it. She had watered it every second day since. 9 years, by her own count, of a stay that was supposed to last until somebody claimed it, and it looked exactly as bad as that sentence sounds, and exactly as alive. She had opinions about all of us, delivered without malice, the way you'd describe weather. The man upstairs had been dragging furniture across that floor since before I moved in, and would be dragging it after I left. The man below me was perfectly nice and wrote everything down, including, once, the arrival times of a delivery driver over a fortnight, results presented to nobody. Your friend, she said, meaning Mika, whom she had met exactly twice and approved of both times, mostly because Mika complimented her recycling sorting with what Mrs. Ito clearly interpreted as genuine enthusiasm, and was actually genuine enthusiasm, because Mika found everything about ordinary Tokyo life fascinating in a way I'd stopped being capable of around age 15. She's staying, yes? Not just visiting. She's staying. Good. This building needs younger people who say good morning. She resumed watering. Tell her the third-floor vending machine gives free drinks if you hit it twice on the left side. Don't tell the landlord I told you that. I told Mika. She hit it twice on the left side that afternoon and came home with a free can of something bright orange and mildly threatening, radiating the specific joy of someone who had just discovered a cheat code for a machine she hadn't even known was gameable. And I filed the whole exchange under evidence that the building had quietly decided to keep her, one small kindness at a time, faster than any paperwork I could file on her behalf. The occupancy line took longer than the noise did. I called the landlord's office expecting a fight and got a form instead. Adding a second listed occupant meant a name, a signature, a jump in the monthly total that would eat most of what the commission trickle currently brought in, and technically a background check I had no intention of letting anyone run on a person who did not legally exist a month ago, which was 11 fewer months than the usual paperwork allowed for. I sat with the form open on my laptop for a full evening, cursor blinking in the name field, and did the thing I was apparently good at now. I thought about the easy version first. The easy version was cash. Slip the landlord extra under the existing one-occupant listing, keep her off every form that could ever be cross-referenced, keep her folded into my life the way I folded everything else, safe and small and entirely managed by me. I could build her a version of this apartment so comfortable she'd never need the stairs, never meet Mrs. Ito, never generate a single data point anywhere outside these 9 square meters. I could call it protection. I had gotten very good, this month, at calling things protection. The washer finished its cycle somewhere in the middle of that, and Mika came in off the entry step with an armful of my shirts folded into rectangles more honest than anything I have ever produced, and I closed the laptop halfway on reflex, which is not a thing I decided to do. You're still on the paper, she said. Not a question. Structural review. She accepted it, because they were the same 2 words I'd used on her about the note on the door, and I listened to myself use the same lie twice on the same person in the same week, and did nothing about it. She put the shirts on the shelf and stood there a second, tail moving slow, doing the thing she does when she has decided to ask for something and is checking the price of it first. Is the futon this week? Soon. Okay, she said, immediately, the way she accepts everything. And then, because she genuinely could not help it, Mrs. Ito is wrong about the second-floor machine. Only the third one does it. You tested both. 4 times each, she said, with the dignity of a woman presenting findings, and went to bed. The panel came up on its own once she was down, cyan bleeding around the edge of the soundproofing, the way it does when it has been idle long enough to get bored, if that is a thing available to it. You have looked at the same field for 4 hours, the arbiter said. It is a name field. It does not get wider. I'm thinking. You are not thinking. You are waiting for the form to change. A pause, the manufactured kind. There is a second option. Would you like it stated once, out loud, or would you prefer to keep arriving at it privately every 11 minutes? State it. Pay the difference in cash. The lease stays as written. Occupancy remains 1. No name is entered, no signature exists, and no search anywhere returns a result, because there is nothing for a search to return. You're recommending it. I am describing it. You have never once heard the difference, and I have never once stopped saying it. Can you make her papers? I said, because I had been carrying the question for a week, and it was 11 at night, and the only other thing in the room with an opinion was a panel. No. You made a bathtub. A residence card is an object. The part of a residence card that works is a row in a registry in a building I have no route to. And a card that does not match its row is worse than no card at all. In the specific way a good forgery is worse than a bad one. A bad one gets you a board refusal. A good one gets you a phone call. A pause. You are asking me to fabricate a fact. I fabricate mass. Noted. You have asked me this before in a different shape. I haven't. You asked me for a cap, the arbiter said. Then it did the thing it does, which is put a problem into columns whether or not anybody requested columns. Option 1 creates records. A lease amendment, a landlord's copy, a management company's copy, a name on a mailbox, and a monthly figure in a ledger. 5 surfaces. Each one is somewhere a stranger can find her without trying. And option 2. Option 2 creates none of that. Option 2 runs on one man's discretion, renewed monthly, in perpetuity, with nothing anywhere stating she was ever permitted to be in the room. If he sells the building, it ends. If anyone above him ever reconciles a figure, it ends quickly, and it ends while she is inside the apartment. A pause. Both are survivable. Only one of them is survivable by her. Meaning what? Meaning that under option 2, she cannot be found, and also cannot be argued for, because the argument would be a document, and there would not be one. I am not weighting those against each other. I have no weights. It is not a category I hold. I said no out loud. I want that recorded accurately, because it is the only part of this I am sure about. I did not decide it quietly and file it. No to the cash. No to the envelope every month. No to the version where she lives here for the rest of her life on the good mood of a man with a clipboard. She didn't wake up. Her ear moved. That is the entire audience that decision ever had. Log, the arbiter said. You could have said all that before I opened the form. You would have priced it anyway. Pricing a thing you are not going to buy is most of what you do with an afternoon. The panel dimmed to standby. For the record, the option you have refused stays available and gets cheaper against the other one every month, and I will not raise it again unless you do. I looked at the form again. Then at Mika, asleep against Kuro on whichever half of the bed he'd left her, snow hair loose across the pillow, one ear twitching at some dream. I filled in the form honestly. Her name, the one she'd chosen for herself in the first 10 minutes of existing, printed in my own handwriting because she was asleep and I didn't want to wake her over paperwork. I signed it. I paid the increase, which meant the commission line would need to stop being a hobby sometime soon and start being an actual answer to a real number. I dropped the form in the landlord's box myself instead of mailing it, so there'd be no version of this where I quietly changed my mind at 3 in the morning. The box is on the ground floor, which meant going down past the 3rd floor landing, past a fern that nobody owns, 9 years alive on one woman's habit and no paperwork of any kind, which is the cash option with leaves on it. I looked at it from that angle the whole way down and posted the form anyway. I didn't tell my sister. Clean wasn't the same as honest, she'd said, and I filed the form under things I'd explain to her eventually, which was its own small, familiar lie. It wasn't the same as the cash and cover story version. It cost more, on paper and otherwise. It meant a document existed somewhere with her name on it, tied to an address, tied to me. It was also the first time I'd let her exist somewhere outside this room without deciding, on her behalf, that hiding was the safer shape for her life to take. I noticed, filling it out, that I'd wanted to choose the other version so badly it had scared me a little. A very comfortable thing to be kept inside of, and call the whole thing protection. I hadn't done it, not this time. That felt like it should count for something, even if wanting to do it clearly still did too. Mika woke up around midnight, found me still at the laptop, and read the confirmation email over my shoulder without asking. "I'm on the lease," she said, testing the words. "You're on the lease." She was quiet for a second, tail curling once around her own ankle. "Is that a big thing?" "It's a real thing," I said. "Which is bigger than a big one, most days." She seemed to accept that as sufficient, climbed back onto her half of the bed, and left me sitting there with a signed form, a quieter ceiling, and the distinct feeling that I'd just made the harder choice on purpose for the first time in my life, and hadn't hated it, right up until I did the rent math again and realized the deck, the lease, and the futon I still owed her were all coming out of a commission business that currently ran on vibes and whatever sold this week. The first commission request that mattered came from a guy who signed his message, a fellow man of culture, and wanted a Blackcurrant Saga greatsword for display only, obviously, which is what everyone says right before they swing something obsidian-colored at a wall. I almost said no, not because of the sword, because of the price he offered, which was insulting in the specific way only a stranger on the internet can insult you before ever meeting you in person. 15,000 yen. Mika read over my shoulder, tail flicking. "That's rude. That's what happens when I let randoms see my resale history," I said. "They think I'm a factory." "You are a factory. I'm a man with a factory. There's a difference. The factory doesn't have opinions about tempered obsidian. The Loom did, though. When I fed it scrap steel and a busted monitor stand and asked for a scaled-down display-grade Blackcurrant Saga greatsword, the Arbiter's panel flashed a materials breakdown so smug I could feel it through the screen. Crimson Rune requires conductive fill. Decorative only unless specified. Decorative only, I said out loud, mostly for the guy on the other end of the chat, mostly for the police, hypothetically, in the future. I countered at 40,000. He took it inside a minute, which told me two things. 1, he had money. 2, he had never priced obsidian anything in his life. That was how the commission trickle turned into a line, and by the end of the first week it had eaten my entire schedule the way Kuro ate anything left within jumping distance of a countertop. People wanted specific things, not generic merch. Not the bulk commons I'd been remelting since my first rent payment. They wanted the exact prop from the exact episode, screen accurate down to a scratch some animator drew once by accident and fans decided was canon. A devil-bound scythe with the correct skull ornament asymmetry, because the official merchandise line had gotten it backwards for 6 years and true fans never forgave the mistake. An Iron Vanguard maintenance driver, functional torque limiter included, because apparently I had accidentally started a trend after the vending machine incident got described secondhand in a forum thread that made me sound heroic instead of criminal. A full desk set of Pocket Beast commons, aged to look pulled from a 2-decade-old binder, which took longer than printing a rare, because convincing wear is harder to fake than perfection. I said yes to almost everything. Saying no to an otaku with disposable income and a very specific itch felt like assault on my own nature. Mika kept running quality control, same as she had since the shipping box days, which meant she held every finished piece up to the light, turned it 3 times, and delivered a verdict with the seriousness of a customs inspector. This one has incorrect stitching, she said, of a plush I hadn't even glanced at twice. It's a plush. Nobody counts plush stitches. I counted them. You counted a knockoff stitches for fun. For accuracy, she said, and the reprint went through anyway, because arguing with someone who cared more about my business than I did felt like the wrong kind of fight to pick. Kuro contributed by sitting inside every shipping box before I could seal it, forcing a mandatory CAT approval delay on each order. I built that delay into my delivery estimates. Customers thought it was a premium handling process. I did not correct them. By day, for I had a spreadsheet. An actual one, color-coded, because the arbiter refused to let me operate on vibes past a certain order volume. Order 14 is late, the arbiter said. Order 14 wants an authentic weathering pattern. That takes finesse. Order 14 wants a keychain. Finesse is scalable. Not every customer paid like the greatsword guy. Order 7 wanted a full set of Orbit Zero salvage tools, screen accurate, and opened with an offer so low I checked the message twice for a missing zero. When I countered, he came back lower, citing a bulk discount for an order of exactly one item, then cited my own resale history against me like it was leverage instead of proof I knew what things cost. He thinks you're desperate, Mika said, reading over my shoulder again, which had become her permanent office. I am desperate. That's not the part that's supposed to show. Then don't show it. I didn't reply to the counteroffer for a full day, on principle, while the guy sent 3 follow-up messages that escalated from casual to slightly unhinged. He paid full price by the second morning. I filed that under Mika's growing list of business instincts I hadn't asked for and increasingly couldn't argue with. The variety was the part that kept me from burning out on it. One morning, it was an out-of-time wrist communicator for a cosplayer with a convention deadline. By afternoon, the Black Page Deluxe pin replica for someone who wanted the weight right more than the ink, because apparently pin weight was a whole subculture I had been missing. The order that stayed with me came in on a Thursday with the least interesting spec sheet I had ever been sent. 6 Pocket Beast starter set boxes. Identical. Unopened, shrink-wrapped, factory fresh down to the printed lot number, which she specified twice, in case I was the kind of person who skimmed. No custom art. No rare seated inside. No aging. No weathering. None of the tricks people were paying me a premium for. 6 copies of the most common object in the entire hobby, the thing a kid gets handed at a supermarket to stop him asking for something expensive. She wants 6 of the same box, Mika said, over my shoulder from the office. She does. Are they gifts? Nobody buys 6 identical starter sets as gifts. Then why 6? Not my business, I said, which lasted about an hour. The follow-up message made it my business. It's for an emotional support collection, she wrote. I know how that sounds. It's been a bad year and I keep buying these and opening them, and then they're open, and then I have to go buy another one. I think if I have 6 sealed ones I can stop. Please don't put a note in the box. I read it twice. Nothing in it was operationally useful. The spec hadn't moved a millimeter, 6 boxes, sealed, lot numbers matching, and I still sat there with my hands off the keyboard longer than the message took to read. I knew the arithmetic she was doing. I'd run it in this exact room, back when the room was a shoebox with a shelf in it. Buy the thing, be fine for one day, be precisely as unfine on the second day, buy another thing. This was a man who once spent 2 years unable to pick between 2 color variants of the same figure, because picking meant being the guy who permanently didn't have the other one. Then I'd fed the whole shelf into a hopper to make rent, sealed boxes included, and I still couldn't tell you whether that was growth or a faster way of losing them. 6 sealed boxes as a fence around a bad year is not, structurally, a great plan. It was also the most accurate description of a purchase any customer had ever given me, and I had been standing on both ends of that transaction my whole adult life. I wrote back, understood. All 6 lot numbers will match. No note. It took 3 drafts to get it that short. The first 2 had feelings in them. The rush fee was the only real decision in the order, and I made it in about a second and a half, which for me is a land speed record. I didn't charge her the rush fee. I also, quietly, put half of it toward the futon pad Mika had been asking about since the storage crunch over the isolation deck. Not announced, not framed as an apology, just finally done. Mika didn't ask why on either count. She just quietly moved the woman's order to the top of the queue without telling me she'd done it, and I only found out when it shipped a day early. The ship confirmation hit my phone on a Tuesday, which was wrong, because the spreadsheet said Wednesday, and the spreadsheet was color-coded, and the spreadsheet was mine. Order 22 had climbed to the top of it sometime the previous night, in the confident row drag of a person who had learned what a spreadsheet was 4 days ago and already had opinions about mine. You moved her up. Yes. You didn't tell me. You would have done it, Mika said, holding a gauntlet to the light and turning it. Slower. She wasn't arguing. She never argues when she's already right. She just describes the situation and waits. She's going to open one, I said. You know that. 6 sealed boxes, and she's going to open one. Probably. Mika turned the gauntlet a third time and set it down on the finished side of the desk. Then she will have 5. 9H me came over that Sunday the way she'd promised, groceries in hand, and this time she didn't ask if I'd eaten first. She stood in the doorway, the same room that was a printed boutique hotel shoebox now, tub and washer and soundproofed Loom bolted to its isolation deck, and looked at the shipping boxes stacked to the ceiling instead. How much of this is actually moving, she said. All of it. That's the problem. You showed me a ledger. You didn't show me this much volume. She picked up a packing slip, read the buyer's handle, set it back down squared to the edge, same as the first time. Where is the material coming from, at this rate? You can't be melting your own collection anymore. There's nothing left to melt. That was the sharper version of the question she'd swallowed the first night, and it landed exactly where I didn't have a clean answer. Scrap, I said. Recycling centers, mostly. Some of it's the printer's own business now, not just mine. And the tax office. I didn't joke this time. I felt the old trapdoor right under my feet, the funny answer already halfway out of my mouth, and didn't take it. Not yet, I said. I know that's not a real answer. It's an honest one, which is a start. She didn't push past it, the way she'd learned to since the ledger, not because she'd stopped caring, but because she'd already gotten the thing that actually mattered out of me once, the hard way, and knew badgering wouldn't get her a second version faster. Sunday, same time. Bring the tax thing up again in a month, or I will. Mika watched her go and then looked at me with an expression I was starting to recognize as her diplomatic one. She is worried about the material, Mika said. She's worried about a lot of things. That one's just easiest to say out loud. That seems like a reasonable thing to be worried about. It's the only thing I've got a bad answer for right now. Kuro, who had opinions about everyone's tone but no ability to express them except through property destruction, knocked a stack of packing slips off the desk during the silence that followed, which both of us chose to accept as commentary. The good orders outnumbered the bad ones by enough that I stopped flinching at the notification sound. The man of culture came back. He wanted a matched pair of daggers to go with the greatsword, and paid the asking price without a fight, which after Order 7 felt less like money and more like a compliment handed over in an envelope. Then he left a review. Second commission from this seller. The daggers matched the greatsword, which they should not, because nothing matches anything anymore. Rune inlay is finished by hand. You can see where the conductive fill stops, and it stops in the correct place, because that is where it stops on the show. This is not a reseller with a box cutter. This is an artisan. I read it once, silently. Then I read it out loud, to an apartment containing one cat asleep inside a box he had claimed as a customs violation and one woman conducting quality control at my elbow. Artisan, I said. Then I read the whole thing again, start to finish, and then a third time with different emphasis, like a man checking a recording for tampering, and then a fourth time for no reason I could have defended in court. 4. Mika said, not looking up. It will still be there tomorrow. It might not. It will, she said, and that was the end of the reading portion of the evening. I went and looked at his profile afterward, the way you do when you don't trust good news. 11 reviews going back years. 1 4-star, which I have to assume was a clerical error. The rest were a descending staircase. He had once described an officially licensed prop as a keychain with ambitions and given it 2 stars for effort. For as long as I had been anything on the internet, I had been a resale history. That was the whole record. A guy who found things and moved them, who knew what a sealed box was worth in October versus March, who could tell you which lot codes were counterfeit, and who had never once been asked to explain how a thing was actually built, because nobody assumed there was a how. If anyone had needed a word for me, it would have been source. Nobody needed a word for what I made, because I had never made anything. I had owned things. Turns out there's a gap between those two, and a man who hands out 2 stars for effort had just measured it for me in public. I typed thank you and deleted it, because it was true and also more feeling than a stranger had ordered. What I sent instead was, fills a 2-pass job. First pass sinks while it cures, so you run it again and stop early on the second, before it crowns. He wrote back inside the hour with 3 questions about the second pass. I answered all 3, at a length nobody was paying me for, and somewhere in the middle of the third answer I realized I had no idea what the daggers had gone for, and would have had to check. You are smiling at a review, Mika said. I'm smiling at a technical question. Okay, she said, in the tone she uses when she has decided to be polite about a lie, and went back to counting stitches. A Devilbound cosplay group commissioned an entire match set for a stage show. 6 pieces, screen accurate down to the asymmetry the official merchandise line still hadn't fixed, and paid a deposit that alone covered a month of scrap runs. I printed until my hands cramped and didn't mind it, which was new. The money came in steady for the first time since I'd started this whole operation, enough to cover the new rent line without flinching, enough that I'd start the 6-day countdown out of habit and catch myself halfway, not needing it anymore. It did not. I noticed somewhere around the 9th storage full warning that week, the backlog was shrinking. Orders queued faster than the Loom could clear them, and the chassis I'd extended back at the Tier 2 unlock was starting to feel exactly as small as it had the day I first filed the upgrade under later. Mika sat against my side that night on the edge of the fold-down bed, still holding the plush she'd inspected earlier, its stitching apparently fine after all now that neither of us cared about stitching anymore. Business is good, she said, quiet, testing the sentence for traps. Business is very good, I said, and meant it without flinching, for once. Kuro head-butted my hand until I scratched behind his ears, unbothered, magnificently unaware that any of us had ever worried about rent at all, or that the reserve gauge behind him had been sitting on storage full for the better part of an hour, patiently waiting for me to notice it was a problem I hadn't solved so much as outrun. The backlog stopped being a spreadsheet the morning I couldn't reach my own door. 41 open orders. 11 overdue. Boxes stacked in a wall along the entry step with a courier-shaped gap left in the middle of it, which meant my apartment now had a hallway, and the hallway was made of other people's money. Order 31 has aged 9 days, the arbiter said. Order 31 wants a hand-weathered finish. Order 31 wants a belt buckle. I had been awake for 20 hours and I was sanding a devil-bound scythe blade at 4 in the morning with a printed file in a cramping hand, because the Loom could give me a perfect casting in 90 minutes and could not, apparently, give me a second pair of arms. That was the shape of the whole month. The machine wasn't the bottleneck anymore. I was. Every finished piece needed a human to check it, wrap it, box it, apologize for it, and photograph it under the one lamp in the apartment that made cheap resin look like an heirloom. Mika was the only reason any of it shipped. She'd stopped asking whether a piece passed and started just moving it. Reject pile, ship pile, reprint pile, 3 stacks that had been on my floor so long they developed a kind of geology. This one's stitching is correct, and the ear is 2 millimeters low, she said, of a plush I would have shipped with my eyes closed. Nobody measures plush ears. I do. It's why they pay you. She was right in a way I found personally offensive, so I reprinted it. The trouble started the way most of my trouble starts, with a habit that used to be a virtue. Since my first week with the machine, everything that crossed my hands on the way to the bin had gone into the hopper instead. Ramen cups, drink cans, the plastic sleeve off a rice ball. It had been the single best decision of my trash bag summer, watching the little reserve number tick up instead of my garbage pile, and I had never once stopped doing it, because it still felt like getting away with something. Weeks and weeks of it later, my bank was 11 kilos deep in the cheapest material in Tokyo, and 11 kilos was the ceiling. The ceiling had been the ceiling since Tier 2. I knew that. I knew it the way you know the tire pressure light means something. Order 34 was a full iron Vanguard maintenance rig, torque limiter and all, for a cosplayer with a convention on Saturday. 55,000 yen, 20 up front, hard deadline. Courier cut off Thursday at 6, or it wasn't worth printing at all. It needed 2.5 kilos of dense ferrous stock, and I had a beautiful haul of it sitting in a rice sack by the door, sorted, stripped, clean enough to make the arbiters say almost nothing at all. I couldn't put it in. Storage full. 11 of 11. The bank doesn't take anything new until a print pulls something out, and the print running on Thursday was Devilbound Piece 5, 14 hours of it, pulling polymer and pigment and not 1 gram of steel. I could hand feed the emergency intake, 1 clean piece at a time, standing there like a man loading a musket, and every gram of it went straight into the running job's budget instead of the bank. There was no version of Thursday where the machine was both free and hungry before 6. So I stood in front of a machine holding 11 kilograms of instant noodle containers and lost a paid order to my own thrift. You have been saving garbage the way other people save money, the arbiter said. It was free material. It was free material. It is also, currently, the most expensive object in this room. I refunded the 20,000 at 6 minutes 40 seconds on Thursday evening with a message that took me 40 minutes to write, because the version of me who'd sat through my sister's ledger audit had learned exactly one thing, and that thing was that the clever version of an excuse costs more later than the true version costs now. So I typed the true version. Storage limit on my equipment, my fault, entirely avoidable, full refund, no charge for the delay. He wrote back in under a minute. No worries, man. Stuff happens. They'll catch you before the winter con. That was worse than a fight. A fight I could have won. Mika read it over my shoulder, which had become her permanent office. I moved that order to the top of the queue on Monday, she said. I know. You moved it back. The Devilbound deposit was bigger. The Devilbound deposit was already paid. She said it without heat, which was the part that got in under the ribs. You cannot lose money you have. You can only lose money you have not got yet. I opened my mouth to argue and discovered there was nothing in it. She had learned that particular construction from the machine, the calm 2-part thing where the second half takes your legs out, and I decided not to point it out, partly because it was funny and mostly because I was busy being wrong. Kuro chose that moment to get into the rice sack of clean ferrous stock and fall asleep on 28,000 yen of scrap metal like an extremely small dragon. I took the whole thing offline the next morning. 19 hours, no product, no income, backlog burning the entire time. I sent 41 people an honest delay notice with a new date on it and refunded 2 who couldn't wait. And then I did the thing I'd been filing under later since roughly the week I got the noise complaint. The upgrade component wasn't a week of hell this time. Tier 4 had that going for it. The ladder gets easier once you've already climbed the ugly part of it. What it wanted was mass, Real mass, structural mass, a genuinely rude amount of it. And it turned out I had 11 kilos of exactly the wrong material banked, and no further use for any of it. Feed the noodle containers, the arbiter said. They are structural at volume. Your instincts were correct for the wrong reasons. Say that first part again. No. The loom took the whole bank down to zero for the first time since spring, coughed like a depressed microwave, and rebuilt itself for 8 hours while I sat on the floor with a cat and a cold coffee and nothing to do with my hands, which turned out to be the actual cost of the upgrade. I'd forgotten how to be in a room where nothing was printing. Then the chassis extension line came up on the panel, third time in my life, and the machine unfolded like a magic trick that had been waiting to be rude about it. The bed went from microwave to bathtub, a print volume I could have lain down in if I were short and had nothing left to lose. The whole devil-bound stage set would fit in it at once. 6 pieces, 1 job, 1 heat cycle, 1 night. The reserve ceiling came up from 11 kilos to 40. And on the left side, where there had been a flat panel of fake Orbit Zero greeblying that had never done anything but exist, a hopper unfolded. Lid, throat, a sorting stage behind it, and a small green line on the panel that said Feed Q. Active. I started a print. Then, while it was running, I dropped a ramen cup in the hopper. The panel added it to the bank without stopping. I made a sound in my apartment at 9 at night that I'm glad only 2 mammals and a machine heard. Weeks of standing over a working print with a bag of garbage in my hand, waiting for permission. Gone. The trash went in while the job ran. That was it. That was the whole miracle, and it was the most expensive one I'd ever bought. Kuro tried to get into the hopper within 4 minutes, because of course he did, and found a lid that would not open more than a hand's width and a soft interlock chime I had definitely not specified. You built a cat detector. I built a mass accounting safeguard. You built a cat detector. The safeguard is agnostic as to which mammal it excludes, the arbiter said, and then would not discuss it further, which is the closest that machine has ever come to blushing. The one thing the extension cost me was floor, because it always does. The new footprint ate 40 centimeters of the corner, and the corner was where Mika's futon pad went, the one I'd finally printed with half a rush fee I hadn't charged a woman with an emotional support collection. I had a plan for it inside about 4 seconds. I had the whole thing solved 3 moves deep, the shelf relocated and the bed reoriented and her side of the room made smaller in a way she probably wouldn't notice for a week. I made myself stop and ask her instead. She looked at the room for maybe 90 seconds, then moved the shelf to the wall I'd never considered because it had a water stain on it, turned the fold-down bed the other way, and got both of us more floor than either of us had started with. My plan had been worse. My plan was always going to be worse, because my plan was built to be finished before anyone else got a vote in it. Also, we need a second deck section, she said, tapping the isolation platform with her foot. It is bigger now. He downstairs writes times down. I printed the deck section that night, in the same job as 3 keychains and a belt buckle, because the bed was big enough for that now. Then she sat down across from me on the floor, put both hands on her knees like a person about to take a practical exam, and said, I want 30%. I said what? 30% of the shop. Total calm. Not of your collection. Not of the machine. Of what comes in from commissions, after materials, after shipping. I made a list of what I do. She had, on the back of a packing slip, in handwriting that was steadier than mine. Quality control. Q order. Customer replies she'd been drafting and I'd been sending under my name. The lowball guy who'd paid full price because she told me to shut up for a day. 11 reprints caught before they shipped, itemized, with the resale value of the returns they would have cost. I hadn't thought of it. Not once, in all these weeks of her working the same 18-hour days I did. I had thought about the futon pad and the lease and the cap and the mattress, every single thing I could give her, and never once about the things she'd already earned and only needed me to admit. Take half, I said, immediately, because generosity is the fastest way I know to stay in charge of something. No. Mika, half. Easily half. You keep the whole thing from. No. She didn't raise her voice. If you give me half, you gave it to me. A thing you give me, you can take back. 30% is a number I can prove with that paper. She flattened the packing slip against the tatami between us. I would rather have the small number that is mine than the big number that is yours. The apartment made all its usual noises. The washer on the entry step. The upstairs neighbor beginning his nightly furniture campaign. The loom humming at half the volume it used to, chewing a ramen cup with a job still running. Okay, I said. Say the number. 30%. Write it in the spreadsheet with today's date, she said. Not in the notes. In the sheet. I opened the ledger, the real one, the one I'd walk my sister through line by line at midnight, and added a column, and the arbiter, without being asked, split the running totals to match and logged the change in a file tree I would never get around to reading. Don't, I said. I have said nothing. You reformatted my spreadsheet emotionally. I reformatted your spreadsheet correctly. Mika read the new column twice, ears up, the way she read a stitch count. What's the first payment going to be? I asked. Groceries, she said. Sunday. Your sister has bought them 4 times. She said it like a settled fact, which it was, and then went to check the reject pile again, because the queue didn't care what we'd just done to it. I sat there in a room that was 40 centimeters smaller and somehow bigger, in front of a machine that could finally eat and work at the same time, looking at a spreadsheet with 2 names on it for the first time in my life. The sound 180,000 yen makes when it dies is smaller than you'd think. Hour 11 of a 14-hour job. Order 46, a full Blackburn Saga display harness, 7 pieces, all of it laid out flat in the new bathtub-sized bed like a knight taking a nap, pauldrons, gorget, gauntlets, the great sword, the 2 matched daggers, the whole thing for the repeat customer who'd once called me an artisan in public where people could see. The deposit was spent. The deposit had been spent for 11 days, on rent and a courier account and 40 kilos of ceiling. Then something inside the machine went like a wrench dropped down a garbage disposal, once, and then the apartment was quiet in a way it had not been since spring. The panel came up cyan. Print head assembly, seized fabrication, halted tolerance drift, detected. I sat there and looked at that 3rd line for a while. It was the first thing that machine had ever said to me. Back then it meant a screw came out shaped like a sad noodle, and I'd laughed at it. Restart it. The assembly is mechanically bound, the arbiter said. Restarting will apply 400 newtons to a component that is currently fused to its own rail. Restart it gently. There is no gentle version of a linear actuator. I did the things you do. I unplugged the loom from the wall and plugged it back in, which took a full minute of crawling behind an isolation deck I'd bolted down myself, and accomplished exactly what it accomplishes on a router. I opened service panel 3, left groove under the serial plate, the same panel I'd been sticking tweezers into since my 2nd week alive with this thing, and looked at the print head with my own 2 eyes for the first time. It was ugly in a new way. The nozzle array, the part I'd been babying for months, the part one thought of as the whole business end, turned out to be one component bolted into a bigger assembly, and that assembly had cooked itself. The rail it rode on had a bright scored line down its length like someone had keyed a car. The bearing at the near end wasn't a bearing anymore. It was a decision the metal had made. How long has that been happening? Since the night you installed a speed driver in place of a stabilization node, the arbiter said, and then declined a micro-alignment rail for separate times because nothing had gone wrong yet. You could say I told you so. I have no use for it. You are still going to be the person who has to fix this. Here is the part where a normal small business calls someone. I sat on my floor at 2 in the morning and built the list anyway, because building lists is what I do instead of feeling things. A printer repair service, for a device with no manufacturer, no model number, and a serial plate that says the name of a novelty toy company that went under when I was 9. A machinist who would take one look at a hardened rail with a micron class finish and ask where I got it, and then ask again. The warranty on Mr. Matter, which I bought secondhand at a convention dealer's table for the price of 2 bento, and which is currently the load-bearing organ of a business supporting 3 living creatures and a lease with 2 names on it. Nobody on Earth repairs this. Not because it's precious. Because it officially does not exist, and the whole reason it's been safe for a year is that no one has ever needed to look inside it. And it doesn't leave. It has never left. It's freestanding, it's wall-plugged, it's bolted to a deck I printed to stop a man downstairs from writing times in a notebook, and it weighs more than the 2 of us together. There is no version of this where I put it in a bag. Whatever happened next was going to happen in 9 square meters, with my hands. Mika found me still on the floor at 4, which she did by stepping over me. It stopped, she said. It stopped. She crouched, looked into the open panel for a good 10 seconds, and did not say anything comforting, which I have come to understand is her actual affection. How many orders? 38 open. 14 paid in full. Okay. She got up and got the laptop. Then we write to 38 people today. We wait a day? It might be a nothing, she agreed. And if it is a nothing, we send a second message that says it was a nothing, and they like us more. You said the true version costs less now than the clever one costs later, back with your sister. Was that a real rule, or a thing you said because you were sad? I have been out-argued by that machine roughly 400 times, and it has never once landed like that. She wrote them herself. All 38, over about 5 hours, in her own handwriting equivalent, and she signed them with her own name instead of drafting them undermine the way she had since the shipping box days. Equipment failure, no estimate yet. Deposits refundable on request. We will write again on Thursday whether or not there is news. 6 people asked for their money back. She had already run the number and knew we could cover 5 of them. So she covered 5 and offered the 6th the payment split, and he took it. 32 people said some version of no worries, take your time. 32 people being decent about it went in deeper than one of them shouting would have. It always does. I spent the rest of that first day being useless in an extremely energetic way. I reorganized the reject pile into 2 piles. I sanded a devil-bound blade that had nowhere to go. I looked up the melting point of tool steel 4 times and retained it 0 times. Around 8 in the evening, I picked up the Crimson Lance assault frame off its shelf, the 25th anniversary one, the one whose display base I'd already fed this machine once, and stood there weighing it in my hand like a man doing arithmetic he already knows the answer to. Put it down, Mika said, from the other side of the room, not looking up. There might be something in there. There is a snapped masonry bit in the metal bowl, and you have been carrying it around since the spring because you liked how heavy it was. She turned a page of the packing slips. Put the robot down, Hiro. Kuro got into the print bed that night. It's bathtub-sized now, warm from 11 hours of a job that never finished, and it is by a wide margin the largest bowl in this apartment. He slept in the exact spot where a gorget was supposed to be. I let him, because there was nothing else in there, and because if I'd moved him I would have had to go be a person somewhere else in the room. At some point after midnight, I said the thing out loud. If it doesn't come back, I'm a guy in a hoodie with debts. You have said that sentence before, the arbiter said. I said it first, and it was funnier when the debts were smaller. I'm serious. Every single thing in this room that's mine came out of you. Incorrect. The lease has a second name on it because you filled in a form. The 30% column exists because someone asked for it, and you said yes. Neither of those was fabricated. A pause exactly long enough to be deliberate. I am not the part that is broken. Please stop conducting a funeral over my head while I am talking to you. Are you? I hated the shape of the question and asked it anyway. Is any of this you? Is it your hand? It is my hand, the arbiter said. I would prefer it back. I found the manual at 9 the next morning, which is a sentence I have to live with. The diagnostics branch has always had 5 entries. 4 of them are the ones I've been living in for a year: status, upgrade paths, material reserve, thermal log, and the 5th one, at the bottom, unbolded, in the same cyan as everything else, says service reference. I have read the assembly manual for a 1900-piece Iron Vanguard kit cover to cover, in Japanese, and then again in the terrible English, for fun, twice. I have argued in public about the sprue layout of a model I do not own. I had never once, in a year, clicked the most boring word on my own machine's menu. You did this to me with the glasses. You did that to yourself with the glasses. I merely declined to interrupt. 411 entries. Every single component of the loom, exploded, numbered, cross-sectioned, with materials, tolerance class, install order, torque values in Newton meters, and a service life expressed in hours. It is not a document. Nobody wrote it. It is the machine's own parts list, sitting in a reference menu the way the calorie count sits on the back of a rice ball, and it had been there since the first night, while I sat on this floor Googling what a capacitor gel was. At the top of the print head entry, above everything, fabriceable, yes. Every entry says that. All 411. It can print itself. It can print its components, the arbiter said. Not simultaneously, and not the one that is currently dead, using the one that is currently dead. Read further before you get emotional. The trap was obvious once I saw it, and it nearly ended me. You cannot print a print head with a print head. The main assembly was a hardened corpse in a bathtub, and it was the only thing in that box that made objects. Except it wasn't. It never had been. The internal fabrication arms, the tiny watch tool ones, the secret elbows that unfolded out of the frame the first night I installed a driver and jumped hard enough to knock over a bowl of screws, are a separate subsystem. Their own actuators, their own feed. They exist to service the machine, which means they were designed by someone who assumed the main head would eventually die, because everything does. They are slow. They work at a scale about the size of a fingernail at a time. 26 hours for a print head assembly, but not 0. The materials were the last wall, and Mika took it down, not me. The reserve was 31 of 40 kilos, and every gram of it was polymer, aluminium, mixed light junk, the sediment of 100 ramen cups. The head wanted hardened steel in a specific grade, cobalt, tungsten carbide for the race, and silicon nitride for the balls if I wanted to be clever about it. The old one, she said. It is made of exactly the right things. It is the only thing in this room made of exactly the right things. She was correct in a way I found personally offensive. So we ate the hand to grow the hand. 62 fasteners, 9 of which I could not see, on a machine that does not move, in a corner with 40 centimeters of floor, working off a phone light and a dentist's mirror I'd printed at 3 that morning while the reference was open. My hands were not good. I had not slept in a day and a half, and I have never in my life taken apart something I could not replace, and twice I had to stop and put my palms flat on the deck. Mika read it out, all of it, out loud, for 4 hours, in the flat, careful voice she uses for stitch counts. Fastener 9, 0.4 Newton meters. It says that twice. It's a tiny screw. I can feel a tiny screw. It says that twice, hero. It is written twice on purpose. She held the laptop up higher. You are the one who does speed first. This is the rail you did not buy. I did it at 0.4. We fed the dead assembly into the hopper along with the masonry bit, a scrapped angle grinder head, and about 600 grams of margin, because output mass can never exceed input mass, and a head's worth of head makes exactly a head's worth of nothing went wrong. The panel asked yes/no. I looked at a machine with a hole in the middle of it, and every replaceable part one owned already inside the box, and I hit yes, and the reserve gauge went up by the weight of my whole business. 26 hours. I cleaned the apartment. Genuinely cleaned it, corners and all, for the first time since the ledger night. I have no other useful thing to report about that day. 9 me came Sunday afternoon with groceries, and Mika met her at the door and paid her back for 4 weeks of them in cash out of an envelope with her own name on it, on the second day of a week where the shop had earned nothing at all, and when I made a face about the timing, she said, "It is 30% of something. You do not get to decide when I spend it." And my sister looked at the two of us for a second too long, and then asked what was for dinner. The arms took the new head at 11 the next morning. 6 minutes to seat it, which after 4 hours of removal felt like an insult. The panel went dark. The room went quiet, and it had been quiet for 2 days, so this time I didn't panic. I just sat there with my forehead near the tray the way I had the first night. Print head assembly, installed tolerance class. Above original specification, I printed an M3 screw. It came out as an M3 screw. Threads correct, head correct, 4 grams of the most boring object in the world, and I held it up next to a real one, and the real one was worse. "That is M3, I said. "That is M3, the arbiter agreed. The above spec line is the whole reason this arc of my life happened, and I almost missed it because I was crying about a screw. The reference doesn't just list what each part is. It lists what each part could be. Every one of those 411 entries has a materials field, and the materials field is not locked. The head that shipped inside Mr. Matter had a hardened steel race in it because a novelty toy company in the 90s was building to a price. I built mine out of carbide and ceramic because I had carbide and ceramic banked, and it runs cooler, and it runs quieter, and its service life is a number I had to read twice. Not a tier, not an unlock. Nobody handed me anything. The box was a kit the entire time, and I had spent a year treating it like a black box with a personality, which, fair, it does have one. I printed a second head that Thursday, between 2 commissions, and put it on the shelf above the washer. Then a spare stabilization node, because I could. Then a rail, then a thermal sleeve, then 2 gel cells, then a set of the 9 fasteners I couldn't see, in a labeled box, because I never want to look for those again. Mika added a column to the ledger for it, and refused to call it an expense. "It is stock," she said. "Stock is not spending. Write it in the sheet, not the notes. There is a shelf in my apartment now that has nothing on it but spare organs for 1 machine. It has never once gotten smaller. I got beaten to a bin at 5:20 in the morning by 2 men who were polite about it, which is the worst possible way to lose. The bin was behind an electronics repair shop 3 stops out, a place I'd been circling for 2 weeks the way you circle a girl at a party. Wednesday collection. 2nd floor workshop, so whatever came down the stairs came down in 1 load. I'd been standing across the street since 4:50 with a printed folding cart and a thermos, feeling like a man in a heist film. The van pulled in at 5:18. White, clean, a permit sticker on the door with a ward seal on it and a registration number under that, and a magnetic sign for a company that had a phone number and, presumably, an accountant. 2 guys in gloves. They had the bin open, sorted, and stripped in 4 minutes flat, boards in 1 tub, case steel in another, cable in a coil that one of them wound around his forearm without looking, the way you'd wind a garden hose you'd wound 10,000 times. One of them saw me standing there with my cart and said, "Morning." "Morning," I said. They left me the polystyrene. Here is the thing nobody tells you about a business that eats garbage. It eats. Back when my whole operation was a hoodie and a hopper, my own trash was a surplus. Ramen cups, drink cans, the sleeve off a rice ball misses. Ito's recycling on the 3rd floor, 2 flights of sincere community spirit before bin day. That was a miracle economy. That was free. Now the bed was bathtub-sized and the ceiling was 40 kilos, and there was a shelf above the washer with spare organs on it that I intended to keep adding to for the rest of my life. And between commissions and stock, the Loom was going through something like 12 kilos a week of material, that had to be the right material. Not mass. Matched mass. Dense ferrous with no zinc plating on it. Carbide. Cobalt. Clean copper, not the flimsy stuff. Neodymium, which does not occur naturally in a bag of instant noodle containers no matter how many of them you save. Mika found the number before I did, because she had a column now, and she read it the way she read stitch counts. Materials was 4% in the spring, she said, laptop on her knees, cap still on from the door. It was 19% last week. 1,100 yen of that is train fare, and you did not put train fare in the sheet. Train fare isn't materials. Train fare is what the materials cost. She turned the screen toward me, which she had started doing instead of arguing. Also, you are the material. You worked 11 hours last week walking. The specific thing breaking my heart that week was Order 61. 6 iron Vanguard display bases, matched, with the embedded magnetic pose locks the early production runs had before the company cheaped out to pegs. A repeat customer who knew exactly what he was asking for and had priced it correctly on the first message, which almost never happens. Magnet arrays. 6 of them, matched, which meant one continuous source, which meant I could not build them out of 4 dead earbuds and a fridge magnet. I knew where neodymium lived. Everybody in the game knows. Speaker drivers, hard drives, cordless tool motors, karaoke microphones. The problem was that everybody in the game knew, and everybody in the game had a van. So I did what I do, which is that I tried to win by being more insane than the opposition. Alarms at 410, then 350. I widened the radius by 2 wards, which meant 320 yen each way and a rice sack of dead, uninterruptible power supplies on a train at 6 in the morning being looked at by a woman in scrubs going the other direction off a night shift. I printed a better cart, then better wheels for the cart, then a strap so the cart could go upstairs, which is the sort of project I will always find time for. Kuro slept in the cart every single time I set it down, which added a mandatory 40-second cat removal step to every run, and which I built into my time estimates the way I'd built him into my shipping estimates. I came home 9 days running with material I did not need. 6 kilos of galvanized junk. A washing machine drum that turned out to be the highlight of that entire week. I got to one alley at 4:30 and found the bins already flat, which meant somebody had come at 4, and I sat down on a guardrail and had a genuinely small moment about it. You could buy a van, the arbiter said when I got back. You need a registered parking space to buy a car in this city. You have to prove you own a place to put it. Then you cannot buy a van. I have 9 square meters, and one of them is a washer. Then you cannot buy a van, the arbiter said again, in exactly the same tone, which is how that machine laughs. The turn did not come from working harder, because working harder had been available the entire time, and it was, demonstrably, losing. It came because I finally asked a boring question. I'd been wearing the glasses since the second week I had a machine. Plain black frames, one cyan LED in the corner of each lens like a shy firefly, built at 4 in the morning out of a webcam, a garage sale magnifying glass, a cracked phone screen, and an electric toothbrush I have still never mentioned to my sister. They tell me what things are made of. That's it. That's what they'd done every day for months, while I sorted screws and stripped chargers and pointed them at a stranger's bin. Arbiter. When I look at something with the glasses, where does that go? Into the composition log. I sat down slowly on the floor, in the 40 centimeters of it I still had. How many entries? 61,904. Each with a composition estimate, a confidence value, a timestamp, and a course position, because you tether the frames to your phone for power and have never once turned that off. Say it, I said. I have nothing to say. You have an entire thing you say. You've been saving it up. I have said it twice this year, the arbiter said. A third time, and it becomes my personality. The shelf above the washer taught me this, and I'd been too busy being proud of the shelf to hear it. The manual had been in the menu since the first night. The materials field on every part was never locked. My machine was a kit the whole time, and so, it turned out, were my own tools, and so were the months I'd spent walking around Tokyo looking at garbage like a man who thought he was doing a chore. I hadn't been sourcing badly. I hadn't been sourcing at all. I'd been foraging, which is a thing you do when you don't have data, and I had 61,904 rows of data sitting in a file tree I had never opened because it wasn't shiny. We rebuilt the glasses over 2 days between commissions. Not new glasses. The same glasses, the way the print head is the same print head. A denser sensor array off a dead phone camera cluster. A lens element printed out of the ceramic stock rather than the salvaged magnifier, because the materials field is not locked and I had ceramic banked. A wider field, so I stopped having to aim my whole head like a man in a submarine. Then the part that mattered, which was not hardware at all. The arbiter cross-cut the log against ward collection calendars, against what shop each position sat behind, against which of those 61,000 scans had eventually gone into the hopper and what the hopper had actually gotten out of them. Then it started grading bins. The first morning I ran it, I stood at the mouth of an alley in the next ward at 6:10 with a cold coffee and 7 closed bins in front of me, and every one of them had a soft cyan card floating over it. Class, mixed light, polymer dominant, confidence 0.81 class, ferrous, plated, low value class, mixed electronic, copper probable, confidence 0.64. Class, organic, kitchen, you cannot see through a lid, I said. I cannot see through a lid. Nothing can see through a lid. That bin is behind a sign shop on a Thursday. Its top layer is visible through the mesh, and you have opened 4 bins behind sign shops on Thursdays. A pause. The grade is not vision. The grade is that you have been here before and did not write it down. I opened 2 of the 7. I walked past 5 that I would absolutely have opened last month, on my knees, in the dark, with my hands. 90 minutes. 11 stops. 9.4 kilos, and every gram of it was something the reserve wanted. The scrapper problem I did not solve. Mika solved it, in about 40 seconds, by doing the thing that would never in 9 lifetimes have occurred to me. She came out on the runs now, cap on, hands in the pouch of a hoodie she'd claimed from me and never returned, her pair of the glasses on a printed head strap instead of temples, because temples fight ears. We were down the block from the white van at 5:40 on a Friday, and I was doing my whole thing about angles and timing, and she walked straight across the street and asked the guy winding cable what he didn't want. He looked at her for a second. Then he told her, anything under about 5 kilos. Anything with a battery glued into it. Anything that has to be stripped by hand. Anything that costs more in a man's time than it pays at the yard, because the yard pays by weight, and a man's morning has 40 stops in it. They sell tonnage. I wanted grams. We had been fighting over a bin for 6 weeks, and we had never once wanted the same object in it. So I stopped setting the alarm for 4. I started going at 6:30, after, deliberately, into bins that had already been picked, for the 4 karaoke microphones and the cordless drill motor and the 2 dead hard drives that a professional had correctly left behind, because carrying them would have cost him money. That was the 6 matched magnet arrays. That was order 61, shipped Tuesday, photographed under the one good lamp. Materials went from 19% to 8%. Mika put train fare in the sheet. 9H me came Sunday with groceries and did not ask if I'd eaten, and did not comment on the card in the entryway, and did put a folder on the low table before she sat down. It's been a month, she said. It has not. It has been 5 weeks. I said a month, or I would. She flipped the folder open with one finger. This is my office's e-waste disposal. We're rotating 60 workstations, the monitors, the docks, a rack of dead backup units, and about 200 meters of cable that has been in a ceiling since before I was hired. It goes out in March. We pay a vendor per unit to take it away, and the vendor is bad at their job and expensive, and I have been asked to get a second quote. I looked at the top sheet for a while. That's a lot of copper, I said, because I am who I am. That's a lot of copper, she agreed, because so is she. Data-bearing devices don't leave the building. That isn't negotiable, and I won't ask. Everything else can go anywhere, to anyone, as long as the paperwork is real. She tapped the second page. Which is why it has a line here for a company name, and a line here for a registration number, and a line here that says representative. I don't have any of those. No. You have a spreadsheet and a courier account and a business that has been quietly growing for months. She said it without heat. Get the registration. It costs less than you think, and it is not a trap. It is just a name and a number and a filing date. I'll do the tax part with you at the desk if you make the tea. Naysane, you wrote 30% in a spreadsheet with today's date, she said. That's a partnership. You know that's a legal object, right? It's not a promise you made a friend. The room got quiet in the specific way it does when the machine is between jobs. Mika was on the entry step with a packing slip and a pen, not eavesdropping so hard it was practically a performance. 9H Me turned the page around and put her finger on a blank line at the bottom. Second representative, she said. If she's 30%, she goes here. I'd need her family register, or a residence card, or a bank account in her own name. Any one of the three. Just put mine. She didn't move her finger. I've watched my sister audit people. She does it slowly, and she does it without any pleasure at all, and the worst part is she gives you time to fix it yourself first. She gave me about 4 seconds. She had an envelope with her own name on it. Nani Me said. She paid me back for groceries out of it. She's on your lease, and she isn't on anything else. She's never once been sick, she doesn't have a phone, and she has never once mentioned a single person she knew before the day she met you. 9H Me. What is she, hero? Out on the entry step the washer went round once and clunked. Upstairs, the man began dragging his furniture across his floor, on schedule, cursed to rearrange chairs forever. I had every answer I have ever used. I had the funny one, half-formed and already tasting bad. I had the fridge, which chimes. I had 3 hours of ledgers and shelf-by-shelf authentication and every true, provable, financial thing about my life, which had worked before and would have worked again and was not what she'd asked for. I sat there and said nothing, and I let it go on long enough that the nothing became the answer. 9H Me looked at me for a moment more. Then she closed the folder, squared it to the edge of the table, and stood up. Okay, she said, and took her cup to the sink, because she has never once in her life left a cup where she sat. At the door she put her shoes on and said, over her shoulder, the quote's due the second week of March. Bring me a company name. Mika waited until the stairwell door went. You could have answered her, she said. And said what? The true version. She had not looked up from the packing slip. You told me the true version costs less now than the clever one costs later. You said it to her first, actually. You told me you said it to her. Not this one. She thought about that for a while, in the flat, careful way she thinks about a stitch count, and then she said the thing I have not been able to put down since. I would like to know what I would say, if she asked me instead of you. Kuro chose that exact moment to get into the empty cart and go immediately to sleep in it, and neither of us moved him, and neither of us said anything else about it that night. I ran a route at 5 the next morning anyway, because Order 64 needed clean copper, and the queue does not care what happened in your apartment on a Sunday. The glasses are genuinely magnificent now. I stood at the top of a street in a ward I'd been beaten out of 9 times and read the whole block like a menu, grade, class, confidence, collection day, 7 bins I could skip and 1 I couldn't, before I put my hand on a single lid. Sourcing used to be 4 hours of luck. It's about 40 minutes of knowing things. A long stretch of walking around looking at garbage turned out to be an apprenticeship I didn't know I was serving. They'll tell me what anything in this city is made of, down to the trace elements, with a confidence value, in cyan, hovering. There is exactly one thing in that apartment I have never pointed them at. The Grail came up for sale on a Tuesday, and for the first time in my life the problem was not the money. I have been imprecise about it out loud for 10 years. Not a production figure. Not a reissue. The Crimson Lance assault frame from Iron Vanguard, the hand-finished master the entire first production run was pulled from, resin, painted by one man over one winter with a brush and his own 2 eyes, before the factory ever saw a mold. 2 of them ever existed. One went into a company vault that stopped existing when the company did. The other went home in the sculptor's bag. I was 12 when I saw it. For photographs across a 2-page magazine spread, under a lamp, shot at an angle that made the shoulder cannons look like they weighed something. I read those 2 pages until the staples gave up and the spread came away in my hands as loose paper, which is how I still own it. The listing came from a dealer clearing an estate, and it did not go on any site I could refresh at 3 in the morning. Private sale. 22 chairs in a room above a shop. Viewing by appointment, refundable deposit to hold a paddle, no phone photos in the room, the whole ritual. I read the notice 11 times looking for the part where I couldn't afford it, and that part had quietly stopped existing sometime in the spring. I had never once in my life gotten to the end of wanting something and found money still in my hand. Arbiter. Can you print it? Which one? The master. I have a catalog entry for the production run. The Arbiter said, "The production run is not what you asked for. The object you asked for was never manufactured, therefore no entry exists. Therefore what you are actually asking is whether I can derive a print-ready geometry from photographic reference." Can you? From 4 photographs, at reference grade, hand finish included? A pause, which from that machine is not hesitation but arithmetic being displayed for my benefit. 11 days of continuous solving at my current capacity, and I would not sign my name to the result. You don't have a name. Which is why I am careful about what I attach it to. 11 days. It could hand me a Blackburn Saga greatsword out of a monitor stand in 90 minutes, and it needed a week and a half of thinking to work out the curve of a shoulder it had only ever seen in a magazine. That was the first honest thing that week, and I filed it somewhere I could get at it later. Then there was the other reason, the one no machine was going to say for me. A thing that comes out of my box is genuine. I have never doubted that, not since a foil card that had existed for less time than a bowel movement paid 2 weeks of noodles. But it would have been a Crimson Lance master, not the one. Not the object a man sat in front of for a winter that got photographed once and then went into a bag and disappeared for 25 years. The Loom takes matter apart and puts it back correctly. It has never once been able to make a thing have happened. So I did the thing collectors have done since before either of us existed, which is that I paid money to a stranger. It's the shop's account, I said to Mika, who had the laptop, because she always has the laptop now. It is your 70%, she said, without looking up. I checked yesterday, because you have been reading that notice on the train with your mouth open. She turned the screen toward me, which is what she does instead of arguing. Materials are 8. Shipping is paid to the end of the month. Rent is in. There is nothing in this that is mine and nothing in it that is owed. I could print a rare and flip it. Cover the whole thing in a day. You could. She let that sit exactly long enough. Do you want to buy it with the machine, or do you want to buy it? I have been out-argued by that machine roughly 400 times, and it still does not land the way she does it. She wrote a ceiling on the back of a packing slip and folded it into her pocket. 480,000 yen, in the handwriting that is steadier than mine. The apartment made its own opinion known before the auction did. I got the tape measure out, printed, because of course it is, and did a full survey of 9 square meters at 11 at night, like a man appraising a plot of land. Washer on the entry step. Tub in the wet closet, which you enter sideways. Fold-down bed that cannot fold down until I shove a matter fabricator 90 centimeters to the left. The Loom on its isolation deck with the new footprint, bathtub bed, hopper, 40 kilos of ceiling. The spare organ shelf above the washer, which has never once gotten smaller. The cart in the entryway with a cat in it. Shipping boxes in a wall with a courier-shaped gap. Mika's corner. My closet. Free horizontal surface, total, in the entire apartment, about the size of 2 hands. I solved it 4 separate times that night, and every solution was a print, and every print needed floor. A display case needs floor. A wall mount. I am not allowed to drill, and the one wall I'd be willing to lose has a water stain and a landlord attached to it. A shelf over the door, which was genuinely clever, right up until I remembered that the door is the only opening in this apartment and that a thing above it would live directly above a courier's head forever. Then the panel did something almost cruel about it. Chassis extension available. Mass requirement, satisfied. Floor clearance required, 60 cm. I had the mass. That was the joke, and I did not laugh at it for about a full minute. 40 kilos of ceiling, routes that took 90 minutes, and came back with 9.4 kilos of exactly the right thing. A bank that filled itself while jobs ran. A year ago, every wall in my life had been made of grams. The machine was standing there offering to become better for free, and the price was 60 centimeters of a floor I do not have, and cannot buy and cannot, under any circumstance, feed it. Decline it, I said. Deferred. The arbiter said, which was not the same word, and neither of us corrected the other. The private sale was on a Saturday, which is how the day out happened. We did not plan a day. We planned an errand, and the day happened to us. She put the cap on at the door without being asked, tucked one white strand up under the brim without a mirror, the way she has for months now, the way it has been for so long that I have stopped seeing it happen and have only recently started seeing that I stopped. Neither of us said anything about it. Neither of us has said anything about it since Sunday, when my sister asked a forward question in my apartment, and I answered it with a washer ticking on the entry step. The room above the shop had 22 chairs and about 15 people in them, mostly men over 50 in very good coats, one woman with a folder of comparables thicker than my entire ledger, and a guy near the front who kept adjusting a loop he had not used once. The dealer did the whole thing in the flat, unhurried voice they all learned somewhere. There was a table with tea on it that nobody drank. The master came out of a foam-lined case under a lamp, and it was worse than the photographs, in the way that matters. The red is not matte. The magazine lied for 25 years. It's a satin that goes matte at the shoulder because that's where his hand rested while he worked. Bidding opened at 300 and moved in 20s. It got to 480 faster than I liked, mostly because of a man on the aisle who bid the way you sign for a delivery. I looked at Mika. She took the packing slip out of her pocket, unfolded it, and turned it over. There was a second number on the back that I had never seen, written at the same time as the first one, in the same pen. 560. You went over the ceiling. I did the math twice, she said, cap low, entirely calm, eyes on the front of the room. One is the number you should stop at. The other is the number where it stops being money and starts being something you will chew on for 10 more years. She put the slip in my hand. You are allowed to have the second one. You will not be allowed to have it again for a while. Hammer at 505,000. Buyer's premium and the paperwork took it to 555 and change, paid out of a business account with 2 names in the sheet, earned 1 commission at a time, invoiced, shipped, cat-approved, photographed under the one good lamp. Not 1 gram of it printed. Not 1 shelf of my collection melted. Not 1 panic print at 4 in the morning to cover a number. The man on the aisle turned around and congratulated me, because that is what the room does, and asked what else I collected, and I said Iron Vanguard mostly, and he said good. And that was the entire drama of the private sale, which is exactly how I would like it remembered. Then we were outside at 1 in the afternoon with a foam case under my arm and nothing to do. So we did nothing, deliberately, for 6 hours. The used hobby floor's 2 stations over, where every floor is somebody's entire life, and the shops are the size of my apartment and have 4 times the shelf. Mika went through a case of Pocket Beast commons with her glasses off and her hands behind her back like a customs inspector on holiday. I got into a 12-minute discussion about sprue layout with a stranger and won it, and Mika told me afterward that I had won it and that everyone had wanted me to stop, both of which were true. We ate standing up. She picked the food by wrapper color, same as always. There was a crane game on the ground floor with a plush in it, and I have printed better plush than that plush, and I said so, and she put in 100 yen anyway. Then another. She got it on the 4th, walked it out into the daylight, turned it over twice under the sun, and delivered a verdict. The stitching is wrong on the left seam. I told you it would be. Yes. She put it in her hoodie pocket, ears down under the cap, absolutely certain. But I got it. I did not say anything to that, because I have learned what she means when she says a sentence like that one, and it took me the length of a train ride home to stop feeling it in my chest. Home did not get any bigger while we were out. I checked. I did not print a solution. I stood in the middle of 9 square meters with a foam case under my arm for about 10 minutes, and then I took the Orbit Zero command chair down off the good shelf. First run screen accurate, for 100,000 on resale if you can find one. The first thing that machine ever gave me that wasn't a repair, and I put it in the box under the bed where the duplicates go. Not fed, boxed. Because I can have another one in 4 seconds any day of my life for the price of a poster, and that is the whole point of it, and a shelf in this apartment is now the single most expensive thing I own. Shelf space does not go to what's rare. It goes to what can't be made. The master went above the washer, on the spare organ shelf, between a labeled box of 9 fasteners I never want to look for again and a second print head, which is either the least dignified display in Tokyo or the most accurate summary of my life that has ever been assembled by accident. My own 25th anniversary Crimson Lance sits on the shelf below, still missing the shoulder cannon the seller lied about. I could have printed that cannon in 4 minutes on any day of the last year. I never have. I have never once been able to explain why, and I have stopped trying to. Then I sat on the floor with a cold coffee and did the thing my sister does to me, out loud, to myself. Okay, I said. What can't you beat? Specify. Honestly. Not tears. There aren't any more tears. We both know that. What is actually stopping me right now? 3 things, the arbiter said, and it did not have to think about it for even a second, which told me it had been holding them for a while. Space. Your material problem is solved. Your mass problem is solved. Your ceiling is 40 kilograms, and you have not touched it in 9 days. You declined an extension tonight over 60 centimeters. Every remaining constraint on this machine is a floor plan, and a floor plan is the one input I do not accept. 2. Compute. 11 days for a shoulder. I am running on a fabrication core and a novelty reactor and whatever a toy company thought was generous, and I have been the fastest thing in this room for so long that you have never once asked how fast I actually am. I am slow. I am slow at everything you have not already handed me an entry for. 3. Scale. 1 bed. 1 heat cycle. 1 job. You turned down 40 matched pieces in 3 weeks last Thursday and told the customer it was your schedule. It was my schedule. It was 1 bed, the arbiter said. You can make anything once. You cannot yet make anything 100 times, and the difference between those 2 sentences is the difference between a man with a machine and a factory. Space, compute, scale. Not mass. Not tears. Not money. Money stopped being the answer to anything sometime between a private auction and a folded packing slip, and I am aware of exactly how insane that sentence would have sounded to a guy holding an eviction notice over a hopper. That's a shopping list, I said. That is a shopping list. You've been keeping it. I have been keeping it, the arbiter agreed, since roughly the night you bolted me to a deck to stop a man downstairs from writing times in a notebook. You were busy. It seemed unkind. Say the part where you're proud of me. I have said nothing. 2 messages came in while I was sitting there, about 4 minutes apart, and neither of them looked like anything. The first was from an events exhibitor desk. A spring convention, one I have attended 9 times in a row as a person with a tote bag and a queue number, asking whether I wanted a table this year, application deadline in March, half a page of fire regulations attached. They had my shop name off a review. The word they used was Exhibitor, and I read it about 4 times. The second was a DM from a Collectors Guild account, one of the big ward groups, the kind that meets on a Sunday in a back room and argues for 6 hours. 3 of us have been arguing about your Blackburn Saga work for 2 weeks. Come settle it. I read them both, put the phone face down on the washer, and looked at the room. Cat asleep in a cart. Girl asleep on the bed with a plush that has 1 wrong seam and Kuro's half already claimed. A machine at half volume, chewing a ramen cup with a job still running. A shelf of spare organs with a 12-year-old's entire imagination sitting on it in satin red. 9 square meters of everything. And for the first time, the only thing left to want was more room to put it. I typed yes to both of them and went to sleep in a closet feeling like the richest man in Tokyo. Somebody in a building in London moved a number on a screen, and by Thursday there were 4 of us standing in the same alley in the dark, being polite about it. That is genuinely all that happened. Metals ran. Gold up, copper up, the whole ugly little index of things that come out of the ground went up together the way it does every few years. And about 11 days later the effect arrived in my ward in its final form, which is a laminated sign in the window of a phone shop that says we buy dead handsets, any condition, perception unit. Per unit, not per kilo. That sign was a declaration of war, and it was aimed at exactly one guy in a hoodie. I had built my entire morning around the gap. 6:30, after the professionals, into bins that had already been picked, for the 4 karaoke microphones and the dead drive, and the drill motor that a man with 40 stops and a payroll had correctly left behind, because carrying them cost him money. That gap had been mine for 5 weeks. It was the best thing that had ever happened to my mornings, and I had not figured it out. Mika had, by asking one boring question. The gap closed in 9 days. When a refiner starts paying for boards by the board, the man with the van stops leaving the boards. He stops leaving the drives. He stops leaving the 4 microphones, and then he starts coming at 4:30 instead of 5:18, and then a second van appears with a different ward seal on the door, and then there is a guy with an e-bike and a trailer who I have never seen before and who is extremely good at this. I got beaten to the same bin 3 times by 3 different people, and the third one said morning to me. Materials was 8%, Mika said, laptop on her knees, cap on, boots still wet. It is 14. You went out 5 times last week and came home twice with nothing. I put the nothing in the sheet. There is a line for nothing now. There's a line for nothing. Yes, it is called your time. She turned the screen toward me. Order 72 is the one I care about. He paid in full. Order 72 wasn't even the problem. The problem was that I had gotten used to winning, and a market is a thing that does not care that you built a pair of glasses. So I went back to the only trick I have ever actually had, which is to sit on the floor and ask the machine a question so boring that a smarter man would be embarrassed by it. I was printing a spare connector rail at the time. Service reference entry 206, one more organ for the shelf above the washer, because ever since a print had cooked itself in front of me, I have not been able to walk past a spare I don't own. The rail has a contact block on it. The contact block, in the reference, in the materials field that is not locked and never was, said the contacts were plated. Gold. 0.8 microns of it. Because that is what you plate a contact with, and has been since before I was born, and I had somehow gotten all the way to a bathtub-sized print bed without once thinking about what that meant. How much does that cost me? Nothing, the arbiter said. It is banked. Banked. 61 grams. I sat there with a warm rail in my hand. Say the whole thing, I said. Slowly. The panel came up cyan, the way it has for everything else in my life. Reserve 31.4 out of 40 kg. Unallocated trace fraction 1.207 kg, 61 grand Australian dollars. AG 812G. PD 24G. TA 310G. You have been feeding me dead electronics since your second week, the arbiter said. Handsets, chargers, cable. 4 uninterruptible power supplies off a train at 6 in the morning. A rice cooker, a washing machine drum, which contributed nothing to this and which you still describe as the highlight of a week. Boards, mostly. Boards are why. There's gold in a board. There is gold in every board. There is gold in every connector, in every pin, in the bond wires inside every chip, in quantities that are absurd to recover one board at a time and entirely ordinary at volume. A ton of mixed consumer boards carries between 150 and 250 grams of it. You have not fed me a ton. You have fed me, by my count, 381 kilograms of electronics over 11 months, sorted with increasing competence, and I have been keeping the residue in the bank because I keep everything in the bank. Output mass does not exceed input mass. Nothing has ever left this machine that you did not ask for. Why is it in a different line? Because you have never once asked for it, the arbiter said. The reserve is indexed by what jobs request. Jobs requested steel, copper, aluminium, polymer, pigment, carbide, ceramic. Nothing you have ever ordered required 4 grams of gold, which is coincidentally how much of it you have already spent on contacts over 11 months, without asking me where it came from. I've been printing gold contacts. You have been printing correct contacts. Gold is what a correct contact is made of. You did not notice because you were busy being pleased about a shelf. I did the thing where you laugh at nothing in an empty apartment and the cat leaves. 3% of the weight of that bank. Effectively all of the money in it. 30 kilos of clean sorted steel and copper and polymer down. There is a genuinely good week for a scrapyard and change from a nice dinner for a person, and 1.2 kilos of gray nothing sitting in a line I had never scrolled to was worth more than every object I have ever sold. Say it, I said. I have nothing to say. You've got a whole thing you say, and you've been sitting on it for a year. There was a pause. Not arithmetic. The other kind. Your instincts were correct for the wrong reasons, the arbiter said. Say that first part again. Your instincts were correct for the wrong reasons. A beat. That is the 3rd time, which means it is now my personality, and I would like it noted that you did this to me. There is a version of me who would tell it as a triumph. I did not feel clever. I sat on 40 centimeters of floor and thought about a summer where I carried other people's garbage up 2 flights of stairs because watching a number tick up felt like getting away with something. I thought about the eviction notice and the noodles and the night I stood in front of a full bank holding 11 kilos of instant noodle containers and lost a paid order to my own thrift. Every single one of those mornings, I had been hauling a mine up a staircase and calling it a chore. The bar took 4 minutes. It is the most boring object that machine has ever made for me. 50 grams, 44 millimeters by 24, about as thick as 3 stacked coins, no stamp, no hallmark, no serial, because I am not a refiner and it would be a lie to put a name on it. It came out of a bathtub-sized bed that has held a full Blackburn Saga harness laid out like a sleeping knight, sitting in the middle of all that space like a stick of butter. It was warm. Kuro was on it inside of 90 seconds, in a bed he is technically not allowed in, sitting on more money than I earned in my first 4 months of doing this, purring like a badly balanced fan. I photographed it under the one good lamp out of pure muscle memory before I remembered there was nowhere on earth I could post it. Then I deleted the photograph, which is the single most adult thing I have ever done. The bank went down by 50 grams. Not 52, Not 60 with losses on the floor. 50. Nothing sprays out of that machine. Nothing burns off. Nothing ends up in a filter I have to explain to a landlord. The rest of the fraction stayed where it had been the whole time, being patient about it. I reached for the calculator app. 6/20th spot, Mika said. She had the metals page open on the laptop and one boot off. 12,400 a gram this morning. They will not pay you spot. It has no name on it, so a counter pays about 90% after they assay it. 558. I still had my thumb on the screen. You did that in your head. You did not do it at all yet. She was already scrolling. Do not sell more than 2 million yen in one transaction. Over 2 million, the shop files a payment record with the tax office, which is fine, except you do not have a company and your sister is waiting for a name and a number and a filing date. So let us not arrive at that conversation sideways. She looked up. Also, they will photocopy your identification. Every counter, every time by law. Okay. So it is you who goes in, she said, in exactly the flat voice she uses for a stitch count, and went back to the page. 558. I sat with that for a while, because 555 and change is what a phone-lined case cost me in a room with 22 chairs, and that number is carved into me. 10 years of wanting one object. A private sale, a folded packing slip with 2 numbers on it, a man on the aisle who bid like he was signing for a delivery. The stick of butter under the cat was worth 3,000 yen more than the best day of my life. The yard came first, because the reserve was still at 31 kilos and the routes had gotten good enough that overflow was a real thing now. You cannot put 90 kilos of the wrong copper into a 40-kilo ceiling. So I had the Loom consolidate the surplus while it worked, cable and bus bar and stripped motor windings in, tidy little ingots out, because a bar stacks and a coil does not, and my entryway had a courier-shaped gap in it that I intend to defend for the rest of my life. Which is how a jobless 20-something in a hoodie came to walk into a scrap buyer's counter 2 wards over with a printed folding cart full of copper ingots that were cleaner than anything that man buys in a year. He was fine. I spent the whole train ride writing dialogue for a person who did not exist. He was about 60. He had a moisture meter and a magnet on a string. He weighed it. He paid me, and it took 11 minutes. Then he picked one up and turned it over. Where's this refined? It's in-house. In-house. He turned it over again. Not suspicious. Interested, in the specific bored way of a man who has been asking the same 4 questions since the 80s. Because this is cathode grade and I don't buy cathode grade off a cart. Who's your smelter? You got a dealer license? Because if you've got a license and you can do this weekly, I'll take everything you've got and I'll come to you and I'll pay you 8 over the sheet, which I do not say to people. I don't have a company. He looked at me for a second and then he laughed, and it was not unkind. Kid, nobody's got a company. Get a company. He wrote a mobile number on the back of a card that already had a mobile number on it, which I have decided is a kind of signature. Come back with a name. I'm not allowed to want this from a guy with a cart. That is the entire threat. A man in a work coat gave me his number and told me to do paperwork, and it landed harder than any of it, because it was the second time in 5 weeks that somebody had held a blank line out to me, and I had nothing to put on it. The gold counter, after that, was nothing. Bright lights, a scale under glass, a laminated sheet of today's prices, an essay that took 6 minutes, my card face down on a photocopier, a printed slip, and a bank transfer that showed on my phone before I got to the door. 558,200 yen. The woman behind the glass called me sir and asked if I would like the essay certificate, and I said yes, because I am who I am and I have never once turned down a document that proves a thing is real. Mika waited outside by the bicycle racks with her hands in the pouch of a hoodie she took off me and never gave back. She did not come in. She had said it herself, flat, over a laptop, before I could get anywhere near saying it badly. Every counter, every time, by law. There is nothing in that girl's name. There is a lease, and a column and a spreadsheet, and an envelope, and nothing you can hand across a counter with a photocopier behind it. We did not discuss it on the walk. She bought a can of something by wrapper color and gave me half. By the time I got the shoes off, she had already done it. The ledger had a third tab. Not a column, a tab, sitting next to the shop sheet and the materials sheet, with today's date on it and both of our names in the header and one entry in it. 558,200 yen, and under that, in the units column, 11 grams of gold, 812 grams of silver, 24 grams of palladium. Split 50 and 50. You said 70-30. I said, that is the shop. She did not look up. This is not the shop. This came out of bins. I was at half of those bins. I carried the drill motors because you were slow on stairs. She turned the laptop around, which is what she does instead of arguing. So it is half. I did the arithmetic. It is not a negotiation, it is a division. You could have asked me. Yes, she said, and let that sit, in the way she has learned from a machine and improved on. The tantalum was not in the sheet. 310 grams of it, worth about 14,000 yen if I ever bothered. And she had left it out on purpose and written a note next to the empty cell that said he has a use for this, which is the most flattering thing anyone has ever written about me in a spreadsheet. There was a box on the floor by the deck. Printed that afternoon while I was on a train, plain gray, lid with a lip, the sort of thing I make 40 of a month without thinking. 2 names on the lid, in relief, in handwriting steadier than mine because she drew it in the editor herself and the machine does not shake. 11 grams of gold in it. Silver in a bag. It weighs almost nothing and you could put it in a coat pocket. You want to keep it as metal? I said. Some of it. She had her knees up and her chin on them. Money in a bank has your name on it. It is your account. Your sister is right, and I am not arguing with her. You should have a company. You should have a filing date. You should have all of it. She nodded at the box, and her ears did the thing they do when she has already thought a thing through completely and is only now saying it out loud. This one does not ask. It is heavy, and it is worth what it is worth, and it does not care who is holding it. She did not say the rest of it. I did not say it either. It sat on the floor in a gray box between a washer and a machine that cannot leave this room, weighing 50 grams, and neither of us picked it up. Say something, I said, at about 1 a.m, to the ceiling. Your instincts were correct for the wrong reasons, the arbiter said. That's 4. I am a machine of few interests. I lay there and thought about the sign in the phone shop window, and the second van, and the guy with the e-bike trailer who is better at this than I am, and about how none of it matters even slightly, because they are all out there at 4:30 in the morning fighting over 1 bin's worth of what I already have 11 months of, sitting in a line at the bottom of a menu, in an apartment, under a cat. I spent a year carrying other people's garbage up 2 flights of stairs to save 200 yen at a time. I was moving a mine, 1 bag at a time, up a staircase, in the dark, and complaining about it. The first person who ever called my work fake did it in a card shop with a magnifying lamp, and he got 2 words out before I talked him up 14,000 yen. Too clean. It took the rest of the scene another year to get organized about it, and when it finally did, it did it properly. A back room behind a shop 2 wards over, a Sunday afternoon, folding tables, 22 people, a kettle that got refilled 4 times, and a man in his 50s with a cardigan and a carpenter's hands who waited until I had sat down and been handed tea before he said it to my face. What started it was Order 46, which is the order that cooked a print head in front of me and took 2 days and a girl reading a manual out loud to finish. 7 pieces. The full Blackarin Saga display harness, pauldrons and gorget and gauntlets, and the greatsword, and the 2 matched daggers, shipped to the repeat customer who had once called me an artisan in public where people could see. He is a good customer and a worse photographer, and he put the whole thing on a stand in his living room, shot it in daylight, and posted it. 2 weeks of argument. I read all of it, because of course I did, on a train, with my mouth open. There were 3 positions. Position 1 was that I was recasting, that somebody's doujin sculptor had cut that harness by hand years ago, and I had taken a kit, pulled a silicone mold off it, and been selling generations of somebody else's winter. Position 2 was that I was moving factory product, prototypes, or overruns out the back door of a licensed tool shop, which is not a hobby, it is a job with a sentence attached. Position 3 was that I was real, and position 3 was 3 people, and 2 of them were being polite. Somebody in there resurrected a rumor I had not seen since the summer I was living off coin lockers. Isn't this the guy from Nakano who fakes Iron Vanguard chase parts? There is a version of me who plays it as a joke. I have been called a lot of things by strangers with avatars. That one got in because it was the only accusation available to a room full of people who cannot see my apartment, and because I have spent 12 years being the guy who can tell. I built an entire personality out of knowing which border is a hair thicker. Getting called a faker by collectors is like getting called a tourist in your own building. You cannot show them the room, Mika said, laptop on her knees, boots off, cap on the hook by the door. I know. So you cannot prove it by how you made it. She turned the screen around, which is what she does instead of arguing. So it has to be the thing itself. The thing is on their table, not in your room. Which is how I ended up spending 2 days between commissions building a machine whose entire purpose was to be stupider than the one I already had. The glasses can read anything in this city down to trace elements, with a confidence value, and cyan, hovering. They also only ever talk to me. There is no version of an argument I win by standing in a back room wearing black frames and telling 22 collectors what my invisible friend says about their property. So I built the same trick again in a form a room can read. A hard case, printed, for 0.2 kilos, 44 by 30 by 12, hinges and a lip and a carry strap, because I have made 40 boxes a month for a year and boxes are the one thing I no longer think about. Inside the lid, a ceramic stage plate flat to 20 microns with a calibrated scale bar fired into the surface. An arm with the sensor head off the second-generation glasses build, the dense array, the printed lens element, the whole thing wrapped around 40 grams of the tantalum that had been sitting in a bank line for 11 months under a note in a spreadsheet that said he has a use for this. A raking light ring at 12 degrees, which is the angle at which a mold parting line stops hiding. A macro camera on a stalk. 6 hours of battery, because I did not want to walk into somebody else's back room and ask for an outlet. And then the part that took the longest, which was taking things out. No catalog, no library, no link back to this apartment, no radio in it at all, nothing that phones home, no memory of anything it has ever looked at. It does not know what a Blackburn Saga Gorget is. It cannot tell you whether a thing is genuine. It reads what is on the plate, elements, density, surface, dimension, and it puts that on a screen that faces outward, at the room, away from me. You are building a worse version of a tool you own, the arbiter said. Yes, considerably worse. It cannot cross-reference. It has no memory. It will tell a man in a back room that his figure is 82% styrene, and then it will forget him. That's the spec. Why? Because the good one only talks to me, I said, and a thing that only talks to me is a thing I have to be believed about. There was a pause of the kind that is not arithmetic. Noted, the arbiter said, and then printed the case hinge in a tolerance I had not asked for and did not mention. The last thing that went in the case was the actual instrument, which was not the case. 3 pieces off my own shelf, wrapped in a towel. A third production run Iron Vanguard desert frame knee actuator, bought real, with a real receipt, in a year when I was eating 1 meal a day to afford it. A Pocket Beast starter box with the shrink still on it. The black page pen. No good. You cannot authenticate anything against nothing. Every appraisal on earth is a comparison, and 12 years of buying real things with money I did not have turned out to be a reference collection I had assembled by accident, the same way a year of looking at garbage turned out to be an apprenticeship. Mika named it on the train. She looked at the case between my knees and said, "The plate." And that was that, because I have named a cat, a business, and a machine, and every one of them took me weeks. She came. Cap on at the door without being asked, one white strand tucked up under the brim without a mirror, a can of something chosen by wrapper color for the walk from the station. The van was already parked at the mouth of the alley behind the shop. When we got there, back doors open, a man in his 40s handing folding tables down to nobody in particular. White K van, back seats out, a moving blanket folded like a person who folds blankets, a crate of display cases, a phone mount with a cracked screen in it. "Grab the end of this," he said to me, in the tone of a man who has never once considered that a stranger might say no. That was Ogawa. He brings the tables. He brings the kettle and the good tea and the extension cord and the folding chairs, and he has done it for the group for 9 years, and when the meeting is over he takes it all away again. He collects 200 yen capsule figures, complete runs, the cheapest tier of everything, 400 and some of them, all in one case, in order, and when I asked him what the best one was he said, "None of them." That's not the point. And I understood him completely and immediately in a way I have understood about 4 people in my life. He did not ask me a single question about my work. Not one all day. I found out later that this is not tact. He genuinely does not care where anything comes from. He wants to know if it needs carrying. The room had 22 people in it, and about 6 real arguments running in parallel, and it went quiet in the specific way a room goes quiet when the subject of a 2-week thread walks in with a girl and a case. The man in the cardigan let me sit down. He let me be handed tea. Then he said, "I've been calling you a recaster for 2 weeks. I'd rather say it here than keep saying it where you can't answer. Okay, I'm not being clever about it. I got taken in '98 by a man who pulled molds off a friend of mine's masters and sold them at a table with the friend's own photographs printed out next to them. He put both hands flat on the table. 900,000 yen and a person I liked. Your harness came up on my screen and my stomach did the thing. That's all this is. I'm 60% sure you're the third guy this has happened with and 40% sure I'm a paranoid old man. And I brought a piece so we can settle it." Somebody had brought the garage kit. Of course somebody had. A kid in his 20s with the box under his arm, apologizing to everyone for owning it. Here is what I did not do. I did not argue. I put the case on the table, opened it, turned the screen to face the room instead of me, and held out the wand to the man in the cardigan. "You run it," I said. "I'll stand over there." Then I taught a back room how to read a resin part, which is the happiest 6 hours I have had in my adult life. A recast is a copy taken off a copy. You pull a silicone mold off a finished piece and you cast into it, and the resin shrinks, and the silicone shrinks, and it does that every generation, 1 to 2%, forever, in one direction only. A recast is always smaller than its mother. That is not an opinion, that is physics doing paperwork. So we measured. The kid's kit, cuff opening, 96.1 millimeters. My gauntlet, the one the customer let us photograph 40 ways on his living room floor and read out over a phone call, 97.4. Mine's bigger, I said. There is no mold on earth that grows. 1.3%, Mika said, from the end of the table, before anyone had reached for a phone. On 96, that is 1.2 millimeters, which you can see with your eye if you know where to look. 4 men looked at her. One of them asked if she was my sister, and she said, "I own 30%, and went back to the plate, and that was the end of that particular line of inquiry for the rest of the day. Then we killed position 2, which took a stranger. The factory theory says I am moving injection molded product out the back of a licensed tool shop. Injection molding needs draft. Every surface has to lean a few degrees, so the part can leave the tool at all. The photographs of my gorget have a rolled undercut on the inside lip that goes the wrong way and keeps going. A man near the door who had spent 19 years in a tool shop in Oda looked at it under the raking light for about 11 seconds. "You can't pull that out of a steel tool," he said. "Not in one piece. Not with a slide. Not with two." He shrugged at the room. "Whatever this is, it isn't a factory. Factories have to let go of things. And then I want it properly, and I did not use the case at all." The kit sculptor corrected the buckle. On the left gorget strap, in the episode where the character is introduced, the buckle faces inboard, which is wrong, which is impossible, which is an animation error somebody made in a hurry in 1990-something, and which every single subsequent frame in the entire run reproduces because the model sheet got fixed with it in. The kit has it facing out, the correct way, the way a person who knows leather would do it. Every piece of licensed merchandise ever made has it facing out. Mine faces in. A faker copies the product, I said. I copied the show. Nobody on earth counterfeits an error, because an error is worth nothing to anybody who isn't a fan. I would like to say I said that and sat down. I did not sit down. I did the whole thing. The 6 years the merchandise line had the devil-bound scythe asymmetry backwards, the two different obsidian tints between the first season and the film, the fact that the harness has 11 buckles on screen and the kit has 10 because the 11th is only visible in one shot with the shoulder in front of it. I talked for something like 20 minutes, out loud, to 22 people about buckles. 2 stations from here, in a shop full of used cases, I once won a 12-minute argument about sprue layout against a stranger, and Mika told me afterward that everyone in the shop had wanted me to stop. Nobody in that back room wanted me to stop. That was the qualification. That was the entrance exam. I had been studying for it since I was 10 years old, and nobody had ever told me it was scheduled. Afterward, it stopped being about me and became a cue, because once a room has a plate on a table, everyone wants to know. We did 4 hours of it. Mostly good news. A woman's out-of-time communicator, real, boring, correct. A sealed box that was sealed twice, which is its own small tragedy. A man's Orbit Zero salvage tool that turned out to be a real one somebody had repainted badly, which meant it was worth more stripped, which meant I had to explain to a 50-year-old man that his afternoon was going to involve solvent. And the third-run desert frame, knee actuator belonging to the man in the cardigan, which sat on the plate next to mine, the same piece, the same run, and read differently. Barium in the plastic, from a stabilizer package that did not go into anything until later. The orange too clean, from a pigment that did not get cheap until later than that. 1.4% under my one on every axis, in one direction, the way copies go. Do you want it said quietly or said right? I asked him. Say it right. He did not even blink. That's what the room's for. So I said it right, and he listened with his arms crossed, and then he picked it up and turned it over twice and put it back down on the towel with actual care, because it is still a nice piece. It is just not the piece he paid for. And there is a real difference between those two sentences, and he has been in this hobby long enough to know both of them. 2 weeks I've been calling you a counterfeiter, he said, and you spent your Sunday proving mine's the fake. That's the job. That's the job, he agreed, and refilled my tea, and that was the entire drama of the guild, which is exactly how I would like it remembered. Somebody put one of mine on the plate at some point. A dagger, off a member who had bought it secondhand from my customer's friend, and I let it happen because there was no version of the afternoon where I could say no to my own instrument. The screen faced the room, the way I had built it to. Single alloy. No plating layer. No filler, no glass fill, no casting porosity anywhere in it. Density uniform to a figure that made the tool shop man lean in and say a word I did not catch. Who's your machinist? He said. This is cut from solid. 5-axis. Somebody's paying for time on that. It's in-house, I said, which is the second time that sentence has walked me out of a room this month, and I have decided not to examine why it works. I built a device to prove I am honest, and the device is also the only thing in Tokyo that could catch me, and the reason it did not is that nobody in that room has a category for what I actually am. They reached for the most expensive explanation available, and it was still cheaper than the truth. There was an invoice question near the end from the guy who runs the group orders, and it was the third time in 5 weeks that somebody has held a blank line out to me with the word company over it. I said I was getting to it. He said everyone says that. We ate after, 7 of us, standing up, at a place with 4 stools and no room for 7 people. Somebody argued for a solid 40 minutes that UV film on a display case yellows worse than the thing it's protecting and was wrong, and I told him he was wrong, and he bought me a coffee about it. Mika got asked her opinion on a plush and gave it, at length, with numbers, and by the time we left she had been formally recruited to judge a category nobody had previously thought needed judging. Ogawa drove us home because he was going that way, which turned out to mean he was not going that way at all. He talked the whole trip, and none of it was about me. The van, which is 9 years old and which he loves. A dead alternator. His daughter's entrance exams. He dropped us at the corner because our street is too narrow to turn a van around in, and he has learned that the hard way. And while I was getting the case out of the back, he said the only thing he said all day that was aimed at me. If you ever need to move something big, call me. Doesn't matter what. It's a van, it wants to be used. He handed me the strap end. I'm always moving stuff for people. It's the only reason anyone invites me anywhere. I said thanks. He said, Sunday, which is apparently a thing that just happens now, and drove off badly. Upstairs, Kuro got into the open case within 90 seconds, on the ceramic plate, in the foam, on top of the only flat reference surface I own. Mika opened the sheet and put the tantalum in the materials column at the price she had left blank in a spreadsheet 11 months ago, and wrote used next to it, and looked genuinely pleased about a sell. Say it, I said, to the ceiling, at about 1 in the morning. Their instincts were correct for the wrong reasons, the arbiter said. That's 5. It was not about you. I have expanded into new markets. It's a franchise now. It is a franchise now, the arbiter agreed. You did this to me. I lay there and thought about a plate on a folding table and a room full of people leaning over it, and about the one thing that plate cannot do, which is the same thing the machine in my apartment cannot do and has never once pretended it could. It reads matter. That is all it reads. It can tell you what a thing is made of down to the trace elements, with a confidence value, in cyan, and it cannot tell you a single thing about what happened to it. A real object is only a real object because something happened to it once. A man sat in front of it for a winter. A factory pulled it out of a steel tool in the spring of a year. A kid saved for it, eating 1 meal a day. I can make anything. I have never once been able to make a thing have happened. Which is the only reason it is worth 22 people arguing about for 6 hours on a Sunday, in a back room, over tea somebody else carried in. My phone went off at 1:10. A group invite. 23 members. Not one of them wants me to stop talking. The most expensive computer in Tokyo cost me a train ticket, a plastic bucket, and 411 grams of a beach. The queue started it. 23 people in a group chat that will not stop, and by Thursday 4 of them had asked me for the same impossible thing in 4 different ways. A missing left van brace off a garage kit whose sculptor died in 2009. The tail fin from a shop display Orbit Zero that got broken in a move in the 90s and photographed twice before it did. Ogawa's daughter's capsule figure, the one with the paint variant, snapped at the ankle, which he mentioned once and then apologized for mentioning. A devil-bound scythe finial that exists in one frame of one episode and on no product ever manufactured. None of them have a catalog entry. That is the entire point of them. Nobody asks a man with a machine for a thing you can buy. Give me a number, I said. All 4. 41 days, the arbiter said. Assuming no revisions, and assuming you stop asking me for things while I do it, which you will not. 41 days. The arm can lay a full Blackburn Saga harness down in a bed the size of a bathtub overnight, and the thinking part of my life is quoted in months. Here is the thing I had never let myself look at directly. I have spent a year buying that machine presents. A speed driver, a stabilization node, rails, sleeves, gel cells, 3 chassis extensions, a deck bolted into a floor I do not own. Every single one of them made the arm faster, the bed bigger, the hum quieter. Not one of them, in 11 months, ever made the machine faster. It has been carrying the same brain since a Tuesday in a garbage apartment when I bolted a toy to a toy and it said my name wrong. And it never once brought it up until I asked. You've been thinking at the same speed since the first night. Yes, that's a year. I am aware of exactly how long it is, the arbiter said. I have counted every second of it, which is the only thing I have ever been fast at. So, the shopping list. Space is 60 centimeters of floor that does not exist and cannot be bought. Scale is more beds, which is more floor, which is the same wall wearing a different coat. Compute is the only item on that list that is an object, and objects are the one thing in this world I am actually good at. Then the arbiter told me what a computer is made of, and I already knew, and I had known for 11 months, and I had done nothing about it because I had never once needed a chip. Sand. There is a novelty Zen garden on my shelf that a convention gave away free 4 years ago. A tiny rake and a shot glass of gray sand nobody has ever raked. And one night in a week I do not remember fondly, I pointed a pair of homemade glasses at it, and red silicon, 98% off a gag gift. I laughed so hard the neighbors nearly filed something. Then I went and did 11 months of other work. I had a plan inside of 10 minutes. Sacks. 40 of them. A cart. I texted Ogawa, because a man told me his van wants to be used, and he answered in 90 seconds with a thumbs up and the word Sunday. No questions. Not one, not even the obvious one, which is why does a man who lives on a second floor want 200 kilos of sand? Mika read the message over my shoulder with a toothbrush in her mouth, took the laptop, and killed the entire operation in about 4 seconds. How much do you need? Arbiter. How much silicon? 411 grams. She took the toothbrush out. That is a coffee can. It's 400 kilos of stack, though. At scale, over time. It is 411 grams. She turned the screen around at me, which saves her the trouble of having the argument out loud, and on it was the ceiling I have been living under for months, 40 kilograms, in cyan, with today's reserve sitting under it at 27.9. You cannot hold 200 kilos of anything. You cannot hold 40. You are planning a truck for a bucket. I asked Ogawa. He said Sunday anyway. We went at 6 in the morning on a Saturday, because I have learned that if you do a stupid thing early enough, it becomes an outing. The Bay Park, 1 train and a long walk, a beach that is not a beach, trucked in sand, groomed flat, a line of container cranes across the water like somebody's unfinished mech design, a bridge lying across the whole horizon with cars already on it. Gray water, gray sky. 2 joggers, and a man with a metal detector who nodded at me in a way that suggested we were colleagues. Cap on at the door without being asked. 1 white strand tucked up under the brim without a mirror. She stopped about 4 meters from the water and stood there with her hands in the hoodie pouch she took off me and never gave back. I let it go for a while. Then I said, well, it is bigger than I thought. She said it exactly the way she reads out a stitch count. It is not blue. In everything I have ever watched it is blue. That's Tokyo Bay. It's basically a very large industrial parking space. It smells correct, though. She considered the whole thing again, and then delivered the verdict, flat and honest and final, the way she does. It is gray and it is loud and I am cold and I am glad we came. I filled the bucket. It took 90 seconds. Then we ate hot things out of a machine on the walk back, chosen by wrapper color, and were home before 9, and that is the entirety of the expedition that was going to require a van. The sand went in the hopper. Mr. Matter did what it has done to everything since an eviction notice, and the panel came up cyan and put a number in a line that had been empty since the day I met it. SI 411G, substrate grade, that is not the difficult part, the arbiter said, before I could get my mouth open. Purity is not a challenge for me. Purity is what I am. Industry spends a building and a year getting to 9 nines. I atomize. There is no ninth nine to chase. There is only whether the element was in the room. So what's the difficult part? Watts, the arbiter said, and put the spec on the screen. Compute stack. Reference configuration sustained draw. 2.41 kW thermal output. 2.41 kW floor required. None. I read it 3 times looking for the trick, and there isn't one. 2400 watts in, 2400 watts of heat out. That is not a coincidence, and it is not waste. It is the whole arrangement. Nothing leaves a computer. There is no third place for the power to go. A computer is a heater that thinks on the way through. Which is how I came to open a metal box above my own front door for the first time in 3 years. I did not know it was a distribution board. I had assumed it was a meter, or a fuse thing, or a landlord's business. Inside was a row of switches, a sticker with a date on it from before I moved in, and one fat tab on the left with a number printed on it. 30 amperes at 100 volts. 3,000 watts for a washer, a rice cooker, a kettle, an air conditioner, one good lamp, a heat pad that a spherical cat has claimed as territory, and a matter fabricator. That is the flat. That is all of it that has ever been available in here, since before I existed as a tenant. Then we mapped it, which took 40 minutes, and is the most married thing I have ever done. I flipped switches one at a time, and Mika stood in 9 square meters and called out what died. Entry step and washer. Wet closet. Room outlets. Lights, which took the lights, which meant she called it out in the dark, sounding personally delighted about it. 20 amperes on the room, she said afterward, with the laptop open. 2,000 watts on that one line. Your machine lives on it. Your stack wants 2,400 by itself. She did not even look up for the next part. The kettle is 1,100. You would lose the flat to a cup of tea. I can raise the contract. You call the power company, they come out, they change the tab, it's a form. Yes, she said. And a man in a uniform stands in the entryway and looks into this room for 4 minutes. 9 square meters. A machine that does not exist bolted to a deck. A shelf of spare organs above a washer with a 12-year-old's entire imagination sitting on it in satin red. A girl on a lease and nothing else, who has never had a residence card, whose 30% sits in a spreadsheet because there is no line on earth that will take her name. That is the threat. Nobody is coming for me. There is no villain in this. There is a form and a stranger in 4 minutes. And the answer is no. And the answer being no means the whole problem stays inside the box and gets solved by me. I tried it anyway first, because I am still me. Built a partial, 1/8 of a stack, 900 watts, plugged it into the room line while a commission was running to see what would actually happen, on the theory that knowing is better than guessing. The room went black in the middle of a job. It was not fear about the dark. It was a paid piece, 16 hours in, and I have watched a print head cook itself in front of my face, and I know exactly what that costs and exactly how long the silence lasts before you find out. Except the machine was still humming. It was humming in the dark, on the entry step line, behind the deck, because a year ago I unbolted everything I own and bolted it to a printed slab and moved the whole apparatus 90 centimeters to reach the only outlet I could get behind it, purely and entirely, so that a man downstairs would stop writing times in a notebook. I did not do circuit planning. I have never done circuit planning in my life. I moved a machine to be quieter and accidentally gave it its own supply. I found the board, flipped the room breaker back, and stood there in the light with my heart going. My instincts, I said, were correct for the wrong reasons. That is my line. It's a franchise now. I'm a franchisee. You have not signed anything, the arbiter said. That is 6. Log it as unlicensed. Then I sat down on 40 centimeters of floor and asked the boring question, which is the only trick I have ever actually had. Why is it 2,400 watts? Because that is what the reference configuration draws. That's not an answer. That's a citation. Why does the reference draw it? There was a pause, and it was the arithmetic kind, and it was the last one of those I would get out of that machine for free. Because the reference is built by people who can buy power and cannot buy area, the arbiter said. So it runs narrow, and it runs fast. Narrow and fast is the entire industry. Narrow and fast is the entire bill. Frequency costs you linearly. Voltage costs you by the square. Say that in Hero. Have the clock. Drop the voltage by a third. The same arithmetic costs a fraction of what it did, and takes 3 times as long. So you build 3 times as many of it, side by side, and the result is identical work at a quarter of the draw. Then why is anyone still doing it the other way? Because width costs silicon, and silicon costs money, and every one of their yields is a gamble on a defect they cannot see. And you print atoms. And I print atoms. There is no yield. There is no defect. There is no packaging, no socket, no converter stage, no compatibility with anything that has ever existed, because this part will only ever talk to me. The number on the panel changed. 380 watts. Mika audited it. Of course she did. She made him show the working twice and caught a unit error in the pump budget, which the arbiter acknowledged in the flattest voice I have ever heard come out of it. 380 watts, which is a rice cooker, which fits on a line with 2,000 on it and leaves room for a kettle and a woman's opinions about tea. Then heat, which is the same 380 watts wearing different clothes, dumped into 9 square meters that already runs hot, in a building where I am not allowed to drill a hole, and where the one thing I cannot afford is a new noise or a new vent or a new anything a landlord can see from the street. The answer was in the wet closet the whole time, which you enter sideways. Water is the only thing in this apartment that wants heat. So the loop runs from a copper cold plate on the stack, along the skirting under the floor mat, into a printed tank in the wet closet, and the tank feeds the tub, and when the tank goes over 42, it dumps warm water down a drain that has been in that wall since before I was born. No holes, no vent, nothing outside. The heat leaves this building the way everything else does, which is down. I offered to build the cold plate out of the silver. It is sitting in a gray box on the floor with both our names on the lid in relief, 812 grams of it, and silver is the best thermal conductor there is. Silver is 7% better than copper, the arbiter said, and roughly 140,000 yen worse. You have 11 kilograms of copper banked out of other people's cable. This is not an engineering decision. This is a decision about how you would like to feel. Then it stays in the box, Mika said, and went back to the sheet, and that was that. The tantalum came out of the bank instead, capacitors, which is what tantalum is actually for, 270 grams of it out of 11 months of dead phones, and she wrote used in a cell next to a note she left blank for me a year ago, and looked genuinely pleased about it. For grams of gold for the contacts, rebanked out of 6 weeks of routes since the bar. Copper for everything that carries anything. 411 grams of a public beach for the part that thinks. The whole upgrade weighed 685 grams before the copper, and most of the copper was pipe. Service panel 3, left groove under the serial plate. The same panel I have been sticking tweezers into since my 2nd week alive with this thing. The stack went in flat, for layers, no glow, no franchise logo, cyan dot, the ugliest important object I have ever made. I put my hand on the tank in the wet closet and felt it come up to temperature over about 20 minutes, which is the first time in my life a computer has ever heated my bath. Kuro was on the return line inside of 90 seconds. Thermal performance is down 2%. The Arbiter reported that evening and every evening since. The cat is on the loop. Move him. I have no arms in that room, and you have never once moved him either. Then I gave it the benchmark, because I had to know, and because there is only one number in my life that means anything. For photographs. A 2-page magazine spread that came apart in my hands when I was 12. The shoulder of a Crimson Lance Master, hand-finished, one winter, one man, satin going matte where his palms sat. 11 days of continuous solving, quoted to me on a floor in the spring, in a voice that told me it was not proud of that number. 51 minutes. I watched the whole thing happen, and it was not dramatic in the slightest. A progress figure moved. The cat slept. Somewhere in a wall, warm water went down a drain. Say something, I said. It is done, the Arbiter said, instantly, with nothing in front of it. That was the part that got me. The pauses are gone. That machine used to put a beat in front of every hard answer, and I had spent a year reading those beats the way you read a person's face, and now the answers arrive already finished, and it felt like getting a text back from a friend that was written by their office. You don't pause anymore. I never paused. I displayed arithmetic in progress at human legibility, because a human who receives an instant answer assumes it was a guess. A beat, which was manufactured, and both of us knew it, and it worked on me anyway, which I am choosing not to examine. There, I have reintroduced it. Do not ask me why. Because you like me. Because your comprehension degrades under conditions of speed, the Arbiter said. Which is a thing I now have, and you do not. I did not print the shoulder. The geometry sat there, finished, exact, reference grade, 51 minutes of a machine that can now think, and I closed it. The one on my shelf above the washer got sat in front of for a winter by a man with a brush, and got photographed once, and went home in a bag, and disappeared for 25 years, and none of that is a shape. Every part of what makes it that object happened to it. My machine has gotten faster at everything except the thing that has never once been on the menu. I sent the vambrace, the tail fin, the finial, and one snapped capsule figure ankle into the queue instead. 41 days came back as 3 hours and 20 minutes. Mika waited until about midnight, when I was lying on the floor being insufferable about it, and asked the question she always eventually asks, which is never the one I am braced for. What is it for? It's faster. It does in an hour what took. That is what it does. She had her knees up and her chin on them, cap off, ears doing the thing they do when she has already thought something through completely and is only now saying it out loud. You did not spend a beach in a week and my tantalum to be quicker at ankles. You have been strange all month. What is it for? So I told her. All of it, badly, on my back, on a floor at midnight. That there is no more floor. That the machine offered to grow and the price was 60 centimeters I will never have, and that every wall left in my life is a floor plan, and a floor plan is the one input it does not accept. That there is exactly one direction left that does not cost square meters, and it is not more matter, it is more thinking, enough of it, fast enough, to compute light and sound and depth, and put them where there is nothing. A room that is not there. Space that costs what's instead of rent. Not soon, and not simply, and not tonight, because it needs more arithmetic than I had 2 days ago, and now I have some. 9 square meters is all I am ever going to be able to give you, I said, to the ceiling, because I could not say it to her. Unless the room stops being the limit. She did not say anything for a long time. Then she got up, took the tablet off the charger, opened the editor she uses to lay out packing slips, and sat down on the entry step with her back against the washer. I fell asleep to the sound of her not talking. In the morning there were 9 of them. A hallway, with a corner in it, which this flat has never had. A room with a window on the wall that faces the neighbor's wall, and behind the window, a hill. A ceiling 4 meters up with weather in it. A shop floor with cases along both sides and a counter, and a door at the far end going somewhere else. Water, a lot of it, from a fixed angle, standing on it rather than looking at it, and not gray, and not loud, and not cold, blue, the way it is in everything she has ever watched, the way it wasn't. All of them to scale. All of them with dimensions written in the margin in a hand steadier than mine, because she had gone around this apartment with the tape measure at some point in the night and measured every wall I have. And every single one of them had the washer in it, in the right place. On the entry step, where it lives, ticking, in a hallway that goes on for 31 meters and does not exist. She had not drawn somewhere else. She had measured here, and then she had drawn it bigger, and she had not taken one thing out. My apartment has 9 square meters of floor, for walls I am not allowed to put a hole in, and, since Thursday, an ocean. The ocean is not the achievement. Anyone with a year of my luck gets an ocean eventually. The achievement is that there are no holes in anything. It started with 9 drawings, on a tablet, on the entry step, made by a girl with a tape measure between about 2 and 6 in the morning. I looked at them for 2 days before I asked the machine anything, which for me is a form of fasting. Can you build any of these? Define build. Out of matter. The way we do everything. No, the arbiter said. It does not leave gaps in front of answers anymore. 4 of them require load-bearing structure attached to surfaces you do not own. 3 require floor area that does not exist in this dwelling. 1 requires a hill. 1 is a hallway 31 meters long, which would need to leave the building through the stairwell, cross a road, and terminate inside a noodle restaurant. She drew the good one last. She drew the impossible one last. They are all impossible. She measured accurately, and then drew what she wanted anyway, which is the most human document I have ever been handed. Here is where a worse version of me spends 4 months trying to buy a bigger flat, and a stupider version starts pricing sledgehammers. I lowered myself into the 40 centimeters of clear floor this apartment has and asked the boring question instead, which remains the only trick I own. What is the panel? Specify. The cyan thing. The menu. The tablet-sized rectangle you have been putting in the air off your front edge every single day since the night you got my name wrong. What is it physically? A projection pad, the arbiter said. It is in my own visual reference. It has been in my visual reference since before you bolted a toy to a toy. You have read approximately 16,000 notifications off it, and you have never once asked what it was doing. It's a projector. It is 1 aperture, computing 1 flat plane, at 1 fixed distance, for 1 viewer. It is a projector the way a doorbell is an orchestra. I stood in the middle of my entire life. Washer ticking on the entry step, tub in a wet closet you enter sideways, fold-down bed that cannot fold down without me shoving a matter fabricator 90 centimeters left, a shelf of spare organs with a satin red master on it, that cost me 555,000 yen and a childhood, and I understood that I had been living inside the answer for a year, and had used it exclusively to read weight in kilograms. Space was the last item on the shopping list. It has been sitting there since a Thursday in the spring, above compute, below nothing, the one entry that could not be bought with mass. There is no floor. There is a chassis extension still sitting on that panel marked deferred because it wants 60 centimeters I will never have. But nobody ever said the room had to be made of matter. The plan took 20 minutes to draw and 2 days to fail. Apertures. Not 1, on the front edge of a machine, but a set of them, distributed around the volume, above eye level, rigid, surveyed, staying exactly where I put them forever, because a millimeter of drift is a wall that breathes. Which is a mounting problem, which is the only kind of problem this apartment has ever had. I am not allowed to drill. It is not a suggestion, and there is no villain in it. It is item 4 on a lease I signed at 20 with my sister standing behind me. It is the deposit. It is the paint. And it is the man who came at 9 in the morning 3 years ago to talk to me about 200,000 yen and left with less judgment in his shoulders than he arrived with. He has been decent to me during a period of my life when nobody had to be. I am not putting holes in his building. So, day 1, adhesive pads. Rated to 4 kilograms. Printed, tested, beautiful. I put one on the wall by the window and left it overnight and took it off in the morning, and it took a coin of paint with it the size of a 500 yen piece, in the one room where every surface is a number on a form. Day 1. Later, a printed clamp on the door frame, which worked, which held right up until 10 past 4 in the morning, when it did not, from a height of 2 meters, onto a washing machine, at a volume I would describe as municipal. I lay in the dark listening to the building not react, and did the arithmetic on how many of those I get in a lifetime. Kuro was on the entry step when I got up. He had not moved. He had watched the entire event from a distance of 1 meter and had elected not to be involved, which I have decided to read as an alibi. Day 2. Tension. Floor-to-ceiling pressure columns. Printed, the trick every renter in this country already knows, and it is a good trick. It is also a trick that needs corners, and I have 4 corners, and one of them is a wet closet you enter sideways, and one of them is a machine bolted to an isolation deck, and one of them is the only place a bed can go, and the 4th one is where a cart with a cat in it lives, and I priced the cart's corner honestly, and could not pay it. 2 days. 2 days of a man with a matter fabricator trying to hang a hoop. Ask me. The arbiter said, on the evening of the 2nd day, in the tone of a machine that has been waiting with enormous discipline. Why does the ring need to be rigid? Wrong question, but adjacent. Ask me what I am lighting. The room. I am not lighting the room, the arbiter said. The room is not the audience. It never has been. I do not need to fill 9 cubic meters of air with photons, which is impossible in a rented flat and would require the power of a small stage. I need to deliver a correct wavefront to 4 apertures, each about 4 millimeters across, which are your 2 eyes and her 2 eyes, whose positions I can compute at a rate of 200 times a second because you spent a beach on making me able to. I sat down on the floor. You're rendering eyes. I am rendering eyes. This is why it was impossible in April and merely difficult on Tuesday. Nothing about the light got easier. The arithmetic got faster. A pause, which was manufactured, and both of us knew it, and it still worked. There. Legibility. So the emitters do not have to be rigid. They have to know where they are. If each one can see the others, the array surveys itself, continuously, forever, and a millimeter of drift is not a wall that breathes. It is a correction applied in 4 milliseconds. Rigidity was a requirement you invented because you were picturing a hoop. You let me spend 2 days on a hoop. You were enjoying it. You printed 9 of them. You said ring. I said ring. The arbiter agreed. A ring is a topology. Every node holds the hands of 2 others, and the loop closes. That is what the word means to me, and I have used it correctly. It is not my fault that it means jewelry to you. So the mounting problem stopped being a mounting problem and became a scavenger hunt, and Mika got home in time for the good part. We did the room the way we did the circuits, which is still the most married thing I have ever done. She stood in 9 square meters and called out every single thing in this apartment that somebody else had already screwed into this building, and I wrote them down. The door lintel, the curtain rail, which has 3 brackets in it put there by a stranger in a year when I was 2, the upper window track, the wet closet frame, the steel rail the fold-down bed hinges off, my own machine support column, which is mine and which is not going anywhere, the spare organ shelf, the back top corner of the washer, which is not attached to anything, which is fine, because it weighs 71 kilograms and has not moved since before I lived here. That is 8, and 8 is not 9, and 9 square meters wants 9. She got up on the washer without asking anybody, reached over her head, and twisted the ceiling light a quarter turn, and it came off in her hand. Underneath it was a round white plastic fitting with 2 slots in it, and a load rating molded into the plastic. 5 kilograms, she read out. It says it on the part. Every rented room in this country has one. It is the one place in a dwelling where the landlord has already, in advance, in writing, on the component, told you that you may hang something heavy from his ceiling, without tools, without a hole, because the light has to come off somehow when it dies. I have lived under that thing for 3 years, and I have touched it exactly twice, both times holding a bulb. It is also a plug. 9 mounting points. 0 holes. One of them printed as a rose adapter that carries the ceiling light and the 9th emitter and adds 4 millimeters to the height of the fixture, and the whole array comes down in 11 minutes with a screwdriver I do not need, and leaves nothing behind but paint that has never been touched. The build was small, which is still the part that gets me. All year the big things have been small. 9 emitters, printed housings, first surface optics, driver boards, and 400 meters of ribbon cable run along the skirting under the floor mat, alongside a warm water line that goes to a tank in a wet closet. 1.9 kilograms out of a bank that was sitting at 33.8 of 40 that morning. No radio in any of it, anywhere, on purpose, because a thing with a radio is a thing a stranger's phone can see from the stairwell, and I have built exactly one device in my life with no radio in it, and it is the best thing I have ever made. Silicon for the optics, 38 grams, and there was none left, because a beach is 411 grams of silicon, and I had spent every one of them on a computer. Mika pointed at the shelf without looking up from the laptop. The novelty Zen Garden. A convention gave it away free 4 years ago in a tote bag with a lanyard and 2 flyers, a lacquered tray the size of a paperback, a shot glass of gray sand, and a tiny rake nobody has ever used. It has sat up there through an eviction notice, a cat, a girl, a shelf collapse, and a private auction, and it was the first thing on earth I ever pointed a pair of homemade glasses at and read silicon, 98% off, at 2 in the morning, laughing hard enough to worry a building. It went in the hopper. It gave up 41 grams. Mr. Matter did what it has done to everything since the night this started, and the tray came back out of the failsafe unchanged because I told it to, and it is on the shelf right now with nothing in it. I kept the rake. The silver was the part one did not expect to win. An emitter needs a mirror. Not a shiny thing. A mirror, first surface. And the honest fact is that across the visible band silver beats aluminium, and it beats every coating I could put on a printed part, by a margin you can see with your eye, in the blues especially, which was the entire point of the exercise, and which I did not say out loud. There is a gray box on the floor by the deck with both our names on the lid in relief. 812 grams of silver in it. I offered it to the cooling loop a week ago, and the arbiter told me flatly that silver was 7% better than copper and 140,000 yen worse, and that it was not an engineering decision. It was a decision about how I would like to feel, and Mika said then it stays in the box, and went back to the sheet. I did not ask this time. I explained the coding, and I let the number sit there, and she got the box off the floor herself, and put it on the washer, and got out the kitchen scale. 9 grams. 803 grams went back in the box, and the box went back on the floor, and she did not put a line in the material sheet, because the box is not the shop and never has been. Say it in blue, is all she said about it, and left, because she had a plush category to judge in a back room 2 wards over and a man with a van waiting at the corner. Power was 140 watts on the room line with the lights and the kettle, and she audited it before she went out because of course she did. 2,000 on that line. Lights are 90. Kettle is 1,100. She pushed the laptop at me and let the column do the talking. It fits. You can have an ocean and I can have tea. First light was a disaster. It came up as a wireframe of my own apartment, in cyan, 1 meter deep, hanging in front of me like a bad idea, and it gave me a headache in 90 seconds because the machine's model of where my eyes were and my eyes' opinion of where my eyes were disagreed by about 6 millimeters. We spent an evening on that. I sat on the floor and looked at a printed dot on a wall and did not move while a machine washed my head. And by the end of it, the wireframe stopped swimming and locked into the room like it had been screwed there. And I put my hand into a cyan cube, and my hand was in a cyan cube. Then it told me the limit, and the limit nearly ended the whole thing. I add light, the arbiter said. I cannot remove it. There is no arrangement of emitters that produces darkness where a lit object already is. I can put an ocean in this room. I cannot take the washing machine out of the ocean. I sat there with that for a while, because it kills 8 of 9 drawings on the spot. A hallway with a corner in it needs the corner to not have a wet closet in it. A shop floor with cases down both sides needs the cases to not have a fold-down bed inside them. Every space I could imagine giving her was a space with a 71-kilogram white appliance standing in the middle of it, ticking forever. Then I opened the file again and looked at all 9 of them properly, for the first time, as an engineer instead of an idiot with a chest problem. Every single one has the washer in it, in the right place. On the entry step, where it lives, drawn to scale, with the dimensions written in the margin in a hand steadier than mine, standing in a hallway that goes on for 31 meters and does not exist. She had not designed a way to escape this room. She had measured this room, at 3 in the morning, in the dark, with a tape measure, and then drawn it bigger, and she had not taken one thing out of it. Her instincts were correct for the wrong reasons, I said. No, that's the line. That's your whole line. Hers were correct for the correct reasons, the arbiter said. That is a different sentence, and it is not mine, and I do not have a line for it. Do not count that one. I withheld it. You can't withhold a franchise. Then I am in breach, the arbiter said, and went back to work. Tide Kings is what she watches at night, on the tablet, on the entry step with her back against the washer and one earbud in, and she has never once asked me for anything out of it. 7 seasons of a boy in a boat and a chain of islands, and between every island, at some point in every episode, for no reason the plot requires, the show stops and holds on the water for 11 seconds. It is the only franchise in this apartment I have never had an opinion about. I know one fact about it, which is the blue, which is not any blue that exists in Tokyo Bay in October at 7 in the morning in a gray wind next to a line of container cranes. Sound was the last problem, and it was solved by cowardice. Real surf is about 65 decibels. I am allowed 40 after 10 at night by a note taped to my door and a man downstairs who once wrote times in a notebook, and so the largest ocean in Tokyo runs at the volume of a fan, which the arbiter flagged twice as materially inaccurate and which I overrode twice. She came home at 7 on Sunday, still unlacing, one boot in her hand, and I said stand there and do not move, and I turned it on. The room went. Not away. The room does not go away. It never goes away. That is the whole architecture. The floor mat is still under your feet, and the washer is still ticking on the entry step. But the wall behind the washer stopped being at 2.4 meters and started being at 4 kilometers, with a horizon on it, and the light in the room turned over, and the ceiling filled up with the moving net of light that water throws, and the entry step went under, and a machine that cannot leave this apartment stood in the shallows exactly where it lives, ticking, up to its knees in a sea, precisely as drawn. Blue. Not a screen's blue. The kind with depth in it, that goes green where it thins and black where it doesn't, computed at 480 frames a second onto 4 apertures across a room, off 9 grams of silver, and a shot glass of free convention sand. She stood there in it, and didn't say a word. It went on long enough that I stopped waiting for one. Her ears did the thing they do. Then she sat down in it, on the floor, in the water, and stayed there for 4 hours. She found every flaw, because she is who she is. She casts no shadow on it, and she noticed inside a minute. Her hand goes into the wall at 2.4 meters while the sea keeps going for 4 kilometers, and she did that maybe 40 times, at different heights, with total scientific commitment, until she had mapped the whole edge of the world in my living room. She held one palm flat at the horizon and said the sun was slightly wrong, and it was, and I fixed it, and she watched me fix it. At some point she asked whether it would still be here tomorrow, and I said it would be here every day for the rest of her life, and she said good, flatly, and went back to putting her hand in the wall. I tried to take a photograph of her in it, and the photograph is a 9-square-meter apartment in Tokyo with a girl sitting on the floor next to a washing machine. It cannot be photographed. It is computed for 4 apertures, and a lens is not one of them, and there is no version of that light which exists anywhere except inside the 2 people standing in the room. I checked it a dozen ways. I checked with the good camera. I sat there afterward holding a phone with a picture of my empty life on it, and felt something I could not name for about 20 minutes, and then named it. I have spent 12 years buying objects because an object can be held up and shown to a room. I have spent a year making objects that 22 people will argue about on a Sunday. This is the first thing I have ever built that cannot be sold, cannot be shipped, cannot be posted, cannot be proven, and cannot be taken away, and the only way anyone will ever see it is to be standing in my apartment with somebody I let in. Kuro walked through the reef at about 9. He was not in it. He was never in it. The render set was 2 people and a cat is not 2 people, and he had been asleep in the cart through the entire premiere of the greatest thing I have ever made. And when he woke up, he crossed a coral shelf, an atoll, and 20 meters of open water to get to a bowl of dry food, at the pace of a cat who is not late for anything. So I spent an afternoon on it. Ear tracking, because a cat's eyes are a problem I am not equipped for, 2 more sensor heads, a rebuild of the solver, 11 watts. Then I turned the sea on for him. He looked at it. He looked directly at it, at a wave, at 4 kilometers of Pacific in a room he has eaten in his entire life. His pupils did the thing. He held it for maybe 2 seconds. Then he walked through it to his bowl. He has never looked at it again. Not once, not since, not the reef, not the horizon, not the light on the ceiling. You can put an entire ocean in this apartment, and that cat will walk through a wave with his tail up and his ears forward like a man crossing a car park. He cannot see it, I said. Say he cannot see it. He can see it, the arbiter said. He is being tracked at 94% confidence, and the solution is correct. He has evaluated 4 kilometers of water, determined that it does not smell, and closed the inquiry. He's pretending. He has decided it is not there. It is the correct answer, arrived at instantly, by an animal, and I would like it noted that it took you 2 days and a hoop. I have left cat support running. It costs 11 watts, permanently, forever, for an audience of 1 who has formally declined the product, and I am not turning it off, and I would appreciate it if nobody asked me why. At about 1 in the morning, she gave me the verdict, which is a thing she does, flat and complete, and in order. It is blue, she said. It is quiet. I am warm. Then she sat with it, and I sat with the specific silence of a man waiting for the second half of a sentence from someone who has never once softened one. The gray one was better. I did not say anything, mostly because I could not. Not the water, she said. The water was wrong. This one is right. She had her knees up and her chin on them. In an ocean, in a room, she measured herself. The gray one had the train, and the man with the metal detector who thought you were a colleague, and the cold, and my feet hurt, and we came home before 9 and ate a hot thing out of a machine. Her ears went back and then forward. You cannot build that one. That one happened. I lay awake for a long time after that, in a closet, next to 9 square meters of somebody else's sea. Because she is right, and because it is the same sentence a machine has been telling me all year in a different accent. I can make anything. I have printed a mine out of garbage and a computer out of a beach, and I have put an ocean over a washing machine, and I have never once been able to make a thing have happened. But I can go places. That part turns out to be free and available to anyone, and I have been living 2 stations from a bay for 3 years and went once, in October, because I needed a bucket of sand. Before I went to sleep, I killed the ocean and put up drawing number 2 instead, the room with a window on the wall that faces the neighbor's wall, and behind the window, a hill. It is not a very good hill. It is 1/10 of what she drew, and the trees are a lie I will fix over the winter. I left it running all night, on 140 watts, on a line that still has room for a kettle. In the morning she was asleep on her half of the bed with Kuro on the other one, turned toward a window that has never had anything behind it, in an apartment where nothing is attached to anything, where the whole world comes down in 11 minutes and leaves no marks at all. There is a mark on my wet closet frame the size of a thumbnail, and it is the only damage I have done to this building in 3 years, and I did it at 20 to 10 on a Wednesday night, with a fishing tool from a space show that got canceled in 2004. The Orbit Zero salvage launcher. Somebody in the 23 put a screenshot in the chat and asked, mostly as a joke, whether the real mechanism would actually work if you built it, and a dozen people said no, and one of them said no with a diagram. And I read the diagram and knew inside 40 seconds that the diagram was wrong, and that was the end of my evening and most of the following 2 days. It works. That is the whole problem in 3 words. It is a magnetic anchor on 400 meters of line with a capacitor stack behind it and a spring return, and it is 900 grams, and it does exactly what a props department in 2003 drew on a whiteboard without ever once having to be right about it. I tested it at 1/8 charge, at a printed sandbag on the entry step, from a range of 2.1 meters, because that is the longest straight line in my life. It went through the sandbag. Then it went into the door frame of a wet closet you enter sideways, and took a chip of paint out of it about as big as a thumbnail, and the line came back past my ear at a speed I did not get a good look at, and the whole apartment made one flat noise, and then was extremely quiet. Kuro was asleep in the cart. The cart was behind me. That was my entire safety protocol. I stayed down on the floor a while on the 40 centimeters of it I own, with a hot tool in my lap, and did the arithmetic I should have done first, which is that the on-screen version fires at full charge, and full charge is 8 times what I just did, and 8 times what I just did, in 9 square meters, is a car accident in a cupboard. How many? I said. Specify. Things I've printed and never switched on. 11. The arbiter said, on top of the question rather than after it. 4 of them are the sort of thing you switch on once. I have been keeping a list, which I have never shown you, because you have never asked and because I was interested to see how long the pile would get. The box under the bed is where the duplicates go. It has an Orbit Zero command share in it. First run screen accurate. The first object that machine ever gave me that wasn't a repair, put there in a week when I decided that shelf space belongs to what cannot be made. Sometime in the autumn, that box quietly started collecting a second population, which is things that can be made and should not be turned on indoors, and I had been dropping them in there one at a time for months and calling it tidying. There is no version of this where I go outside. A man carrying a working devil-bound haft into a public park is a man having a conversation with 2 police officers about a hobby. So the pile has been growing, and I have been pretending. And on Wednesday at 20 to 10, the pretending cost me a chip of paint I will be putting back with a brush before I ever hand this place over. The obvious answer was standing in the room with the lights off. I have an ocean. I have 9 emitters on 9 mounting points that a stranger screwed into this building before I was born, and a machine that can compute 4 kilometers of water onto 4 apertures at 480 frames a second, and it is the best thing I have ever built, and you can put your hand straight through all of it. I add light, the arbiter said, when I asked, in the same flat voice it used the first time. I cannot add force. Nothing in that array touches anything. If I show you a launcher recoiling, your arm will not know. Then show me the launcher and let something else do the arm. There was no pause at all. That is the correct sentence, the arbiter said. It has taken you 6 days. Here is where I did the stupid version first. Because I am still me, and because the stupid version is always the one with a picture attached. Motion platform. Everybody has seen one. A seat on a set of actuators that pitches and rolls and heaves. The thing at the back of every arcade in Nakano with a queue in front of it. 6 legs and a hydraulic groan. I had it drawn in an evening and printed over a day and a half. 11.4 kilograms of frame out of a bank sitting at 31.9 of 40, and it was magnificent. It ran for about 90 seconds. A motion platform works by shoving. That is the entire physics of it. To throw a man to the left, you have to push the world to the right, and my world is a floor, and under my floor is a ceiling, and under that ceiling is a man who once wrote times in a notebook for 4 weeks, and then knocked on my door being polite about it. I felt it go into the boards through my heels. I did not need a meter, and I did not need to wait for the knock. I have spent a year building an entire practice around a 40 decibel limit and a note taped to a door, and I had just bolted a machine to my floor whose function is to convert electricity into building. I switched it off myself. That is the part 1 I'm keeping. Then I fed it back. 11.4 kilograms in, 11.4 kilograms into the bank. No dust, no skip, nothing burned off, and the number on the panel went back to exactly where it had been before I had the idea. That is the grace of this machine, and I do not think I will ever be casual about it. I have made a mistake the size of a wardrobe and paid nothing for it except 2 days. Ask me, the arbiter said that evening. Why does the chair have to move? Better. Ask the next one. I sat there and thought about it properly, with my back against a washing machine. Where does the force have to end up? I said. There, the arbiter said. A force is only ever felt by the 2 things at the ends of it. You do not need to move a pilot. You need a stick that pushes back on a hand, and a pedal that pushes back on a foot, and if the other end of that push is bolted to the seat the pilot is sitting in, the loop closes inside the chair. The building is not in the loop. The building will never find out. You spent 2 days moving a room because you had seen a photograph of an arcade. So it's a chair that doesn't move. It is a chair that does not move, the arbiter agreed. It is the quietest simulator in Tokyo, and it will cost you nothing you have, and you will hate that it is not impressive. I did hate it. For about an hour. Then I got a screwdriver and opened the box under the bed. The Orbit Zero command chair came out of that box for the first time in months, and I put it in the middle of my apartment, and nothing about it felt clever. It felt like being caught. I printed that thing on a night when I owned nothing, because it was the coolest object I could think of. It is screen accurate to a show about a salvage crew. It has a molded shell and a recline and a lumbar ridge and a headrest angle that a design department in 2001 drew because it looked expensive. That seat is correct, the arbiter said, after it had measured it. Correct how? Ergonomically. For occupancy of 4 hours or more. The recline is within 2 degrees of what I would specify, the lumbar is right, and the shell holds the shoulders at the point where a hand loaded against resistance stops recruiting the neck. Whoever drew it was copying a real seat. Almost certainly a real ejection seat. Badly. And then someone tidied it for television. So I have been storing a genuinely good chair under my bed. You have been storing a genuinely good chair under your bed because it is a duplicate of a spaceship. Say it. Your instincts were correct for the wrong reasons, the arbiter said. That is 7. That's 6 and 1 you refused. That is 6 and a dispute, the arbiter said, and would not be moved on it, and the count now has an asterisk in it that neither of us is going to resolve. The build was small. Everything that has changed my life this year has weighed less than the cat. A base pallet the chair drops onto, printed to sit exactly in the footprint the fold-down bed occupies, which is the only floor in this apartment that is empty and the only floor that is never empty. A stick on the right, a throttle on the left, 2 pedals. 5 actuators, direct drive, no gears, because a gearbox is a noise and every noise in this flat is a rent problem. Direct drive wants magnets, and magnets want neodymium, and the first thing I do now when I want an element is scroll to the bottom of the menu instead of getting on a train. There were 206 grams of it down there. Months of dead hard drives out of other people's bins, every one of them carrying 2 little polished slugs behind the platter that I had been feeding into a hopper without once thinking about what a voice coil is made of. 400 grams of copper for the windings out of 14 kilograms of somebody's cable. Steel for the frame. 7.6 kilograms out of the bank, all in. 11 Newton meters at the grip, which I set at the show number, because the show number is in a technical manual that a man wrote in 1994, and I have owned it since I was 10. I could not hold it. Not for an hour, not for 20 minutes. It is a real number off a real aircraft, and my arm is the arm of a man who moves boxes and sits down. I turned it down to 6 and told nobody. And then Mika held 11 for the whole length of a course 2 weeks later, out of pure curiosity, and put it back to 6 afterwards without saying anything about it, which I have decided was mercy. Power was the last argument, and she won it in about 90 seconds. Cap already on the hook, boots parked by the door, laptop open on her knees. 2,000 on the room, she said. Lights are 90. Your stack is 380. The ocean is 140. The cat is 11, which I am not making you justify again. Your chair is 240. She pushed the laptop across the deck at me and let the column finish the sentence. 861. The kettle is 1100. That's under. It is under by 39 watts. She did not look up. You can have a war, and I can have tea. Nobody in this room is ever buying a second lamp. The peaks were the real problem, and they never touched the line at all. A stick that slams to a stop pulls 1400 watts for about a fifth of a second, so the actuators do not drink from the wall. They drink from a printed cell bank sitting on the deck that fills at a lazy trickle and empties in bursts, and the flat sees a flat 240 forever. The kettle has no idea any of this is happening. That is the whole design brief of my life now, stated in one sentence. First light was garbage, the way it always is. The stick pushed back in a way that felt like a filing cabinet with a spring in it, and I spent an evening on the loop rate and another one on the ratio between what my hand does and what the horizon does. And then on a Thursday close to midnight, I put my hand on a printed grip in the middle of an empty room and pulled it, and something that is not there pushed back. I had to stop for a minute. I am not going to dress it up. There is a specific noise a person makes alone in an apartment when a thing they have wanted since they were 10 years old finally has weight in it, and I made it, and the cat did not react. Then I asked for Eon pilots and got told the truth. For numbered entries, an arcade cabinet in a game center in Nakano with a stick I queued for at 11 and again at 12 and again at 19, and a disc of the third one in a case on my shelf that I have owned longer than I have owned a phone. I cannot give you that, the arbiter said. It is a program. I make matter. I have no route to it, and I would not have one if you fed me the disc, which you will not, because you would rather feed me the bed. So what can you give me? The aircraft, the arbiter said, and the air. You can describe that airframe to me to a tolerance of a millimeter because you have looked at it for half your life. I will build it as an object. Then I will fly it, correctly, in an atmosphere, at a density altitude I will pick out of tonight's weather because it is free. That's the same thing. It is not remotely the same thing, and you will find that out in the first 90 seconds. The trainer from the second one. The little yellow one that everybody's first 100 hours is in, forgiving, docile, famously impossible to hurt yourself in, stall speed printed in the manual in a box with a cartoon of a man giving a thumbs up. The manual lied, not by much. 7%, in the direction that matters, and only in a turn, and the reason is that the aeroplane in the game has never once had a wing on it. It has a number attached to a shape, and a designer in a studio picked the number so that a 12-year-old would have a nice time. And I have flown that thing for a decade and a half in a world where the wing does not exist. I put it into the ground in the first 90 seconds, exactly as advertised. In a bank I have made 1,000 times. A magazine lied to me about the color of a red for 25 years. A game lied to me about a stall for 15. I have started to notice that the entire second half of my life is a series of appointments with the real version of things I already loved, and that I have never once been disappointed by the real version, and that the real version has never once been what was printed. She got in the chair on a Sunday because I was struggling with the Gates section of the Iron Vanguard Academy qualification and being loud about it. I know that sequence shot for shot. Episode 9. And then again in the film with better light. 3 gates in a ravine and a dead stick set down on a shelf of rock, and the cadets run it in the show, and the washout number is 4 minutes 10, and I gave the arbiter the geometry out of my own head frame by frame, because I copied the show and not the product, and I have never once been sorry about doing it that way. My best after 4 days was 4 minutes 11. Her first 3 runs were craters. She said nothing about it. Her 4th run was a crater. On the 5th, she stopped looking out of the window. That is genuinely the whole thing. She asked me what the 3 numbers on the left meant, and I told her, and she asked which one was lying, and I said none of them, and she said fine, and then flew the rest of the winter without meaningfully looking at the ravine at all. I have been flying a television program. I know what the second gate is supposed to look like out of the canopy at the moment you commit, because I have seen it 40 times, so I fly until it looks like that, and then I turn. She has never seen the show. She has no picture to match. So she reads 3 numbers off an instrument and puts the machine where the numbers say and arrives at the gate already correct, and it does not matter to her even slightly what it looks like on the way in. For minutes exactly, on the 9th day, 3:51 2 days later. Your reaction time is 191 milliseconds. The arbiter told me, at some point in December, unprompted. It was 240 in the autumn. Hers is 178, and it has not moved since the first evening. So she's faster. Marginally. That is not why she is winning. A pause, which I had asked for out loud about a week earlier, and which is now a thing I can request, like a menu item. You are quicker than you were, and you are still reacting. She is not surprised. She does the thinking before the aircraft arrives, in the same way she does not say a sentence until she has finished having it. You are watching a ravine. She is running an argument that the ravine is going to lose. Then she found the first exploit, and my reaction was one I have had my whole life, and it has never once been about a person before. The clock in that drill stops when the skids touch the shelf. The model did not care how hard, so she stopped landing. She started arriving, a controlled fall out of the last gate with the nose up 12 degrees and 140 kilos of vertical. She should not have survived, and the clock stopped at 3:39, and the airframe was a paragraph of damage in a column nobody was reading. I laughed for a very long time. I have spent 12 years being the person who finds the seam in a set of rules and shouts about it in a group chat. And I had a girl in my chair breaking a physics engine written by a machine that computes matter to atoms inside her second week by falling correctly. The arbiter patched it, added a structural limit, quietly, and mentioned it afterwards. She found the next one in about a quarter of an hour. That went on for 3 weeks. Version 4 of that flight model exists because a girl with no interest in mecha kept demonstrating that it was possible to win by doing something stupid, and every single time she found one she told me exactly how she had done it, immediately, in full, in the flat voice she uses for a stitch count, and then went and got a can of something chosen by wrapper color. There is no ego in it anywhere. She is better than me at this, and she says so, out loud, the way she says the water was gray. I am better at this than you, she said once, in the chair, not even turning round. You should stop looking out of the window. Then, after a gap long enough to count out loud, because the honesty runs both directions with her, you built it. Here is the part one did not expect, and have had to sit with. It does not hurt. For 12 years, every single time a person has engaged with the thing I love, it has been a test. Someone in a card shop with a magnifying lamp deciding whether I am a mark. 22 people in a back room deciding whether I am a faker. Every conversation about Iron Vanguard I have had since I was 10 years old has been an examination with a pass mark on it, and I got extremely good at passing. And it turns out that being the person in the room who knows the most about a thing does not make the thing better even once. She has known about Iron Vanguard for 9 days, and she has made it better. Somewhere in there she asked me why the machine has a crest on the head, and I told her the truth, which is that the crest is a broadcast fin that the model sheet made pointy because the toy needed a silhouette, and she thought about that for a second and said, "So it is decoration on a thing that has to fall over," and I said yes, and she said, "That is a stupid reason to build a shape," and I agreed with her completely, and then lay awake being happy about it, which is not a sentence I can defend. The pile got tested, which was the whole point, and which took one evening. The launcher first. Full charge, computed, in a room that does not exist, at a wall that cannot be damaged, and the answer was that at full charge the anchor arrives before the real brake engages, and the line strips its own guide out of the housing, which is a redesign, which is now a redesign that happened on a Tuesday instead of a redesign that happened to my face. Then the haft. Then the 4 things that were only ever going to get switched on once. Understand the limit. The arbiter said, when I got smug about it. I can model the object to the atom. I have never been wrong about an object. I cannot model the room, I cannot model the cat, and I cannot model you. I can tell you what the tool does. I cannot tell you what you will do while holding it. So what's the sim actually for? So that the person who fails is you, in a chair, at no cost, several hundred times. The hours are the part one would have been embarrassed about a year ago. 230 of them by the end of the winter, logged, because that machine counts everything and counting is the only thing it has ever been fast at. Most evenings. The chair goes down at about 8 and comes up at about 1, for minutes each way, because the floor it stands on is the floor the bed comes down onto. And so this entire enterprise physically exists only in the hours between dinner and sleeping, and vanishes into a shape leaning against the wall behind the door, where it does not stop the door opening, which took 3 revisions. It produces nothing. Nothing has ever come out of it. It does not fill an order. It does not feed the bank. There is no line for it in either sheet, and Mika did not offer to make one. Every other thing in this apartment was built because a wall was in my way. This one is a toy, and it is the first toy I have ever made instead of bought, and I am aware that a man who spent a year turning garbage into a mine has finally found a way to turn a mine back into an afternoon. Kuro has taken the chair, completely, permanently, without a second of hesitation. He will walk through 4 kilometers of ocean with his tail up and his ears forward like a man crossing a car park, and he has formally declined to admit that the sea is in the room, but a chair is furniture, and furniture is real, and he is in it within 90 seconds of the shell going down every single evening and has to be lifted out by a person, at which point he becomes twice as heavy, which cats can do and have never had to explain. Last week, I woke up at 3 in the morning in a closet, and the bed was half empty. She had struck the bed on her own, in the dark, and put the chair up on her own, in 4 minutes, and had the ravine running with the sound at 40 decibels because there is a note taped to my door. Cap off. 1 white strand loose. Both hands on a grip I set to 6 because I cannot hold 11, in a computed canyon in a 9 square meter apartment. On a Tuesday, for no reason at all. The panel had 2 names on it and a column of times, and the top one was hers, and it was 4 seconds under anything I have ever done. I did not say anything for a while. Kuro was up behind her on the top of the shell with his chin over the edge, entirely uninterested in the ravine, doing what he does every evening, which is wait out the run so that the chair can go back to being furniture. For seconds, I said, eventually, from the doorway of a closet. 4, she said, without turning round. It is on the panel. It stays there. It does. 2 names and a column of times in a 9-square-meter apartment, hers on top, and a cat sitting on the back of a chair I printed on a night when I owned nothing because it was the coolest object I could think of, and I am the man who built the thing he is losing on, and I have never in my life felt richer about losing. I have been to that hall 9 times with a tote bag and a queue number, and the 10th time I came in through a loading door at 6 in the morning behind a 9-year-old van, and a man with a clipboard looked at the badge around my neck and told me where my meters were. 2 of them. 2 meters of frontage, 1 meter of depth, marked out on the floor of a convention hall in blue tape, with a folding table in the middle of it that had been folded and unfolded by strangers for longer than I have been alive. That is what an exhibitor buys. Everything you are is supposed to happen inside the tape. I had 61.4 kilograms of Iron Vanguard in 11 crates on a trolley, and I had never once seen any of it standing up. The invite came in the early autumn, for minutes after the one from the Collectors Guild, and I typed yes to both of them on a floor next to a phone-lined case, and went to sleep feeling like the richest man in Tokyo. The guild I have written about. The other one sat in my inbox for a week, being an event I had attended 9 times in a row as a person who queues, with an application deadline in September and half a page of fire regulations attached as a separate file, which is the single most romantic document anybody has ever sent me. I read those regulations 11 times. Not skimmed. Read, the way I read a technical manual a man wrote in 1994. No structure over 2.1 meters. Nothing fixed to any surface of the venue by any means, including tape. Nothing that requires the aisle to narrow below 1.2 meters at any point during any hour of the event. No draped or hanging fabric without certification. No open flame, obviously. No compressed gas. No cell chemistry above a stated capacity. Everything freestanding. Everything weighted. Everything demountable by the exhibitor within 20 minutes on instruction. There was also a line on the application form for a company name, and I sat looking at that line for a while, because my sister has been waiting for one of those since March, and there is still nothing to put in it. So I put my own name in the box, which is not a company, and it printed on a badge and on a card taped to the front of a folding table, and I did not understand until about 20 past 10 on the day what I had actually done. The first plan was stock, and it was stupid, and I got 4 days into it before anybody stopped me. 40 boxes. Keychains, buckles, display bases, the small match stuff I make in my sleep, priced in a spreadsheet, laid out on a table under a light. It is what every table in that hall is. It is what I have bought from at every table in that hall for 9 years. Mika killed it in about 90 seconds, from the entry step, in her socks, with the cap already hanging by the door. How many people come? About 4,000. How many can you serve in 6 hours? 100. 200 if I'm fast and nobody talks to me. You will not be fast, and everybody will talk to you. She spun the laptop to face me, because she does not argue. She makes me read something. On it was the shop sheet, orders open, 41 of them, and a delivery calendar with things in it. You already cannot make what people have already asked for. You want to carry 400,000 yen of stock up a stairwell to sell things they can order on a Tuesday. So what's the table for? Everyone in that hall has a phone. She was already back on the sheet. You are not selling anything. You are being photographed. Decide what of. I sat with that for the rest of the evening, and then I asked the machine a question so boring that a smarter man would have been embarrassed by it. What is the biggest thing I have ever made? A motion platform, the arbiter said, with no gap in front of it. It has stopped leaving gaps in front of the easy ones. 11.4 kilograms, 90 seconds of operation, since unmade. If you exclude failures, a bathtub. What's the biggest thing I've ever made that another person has seen? It left a gap in front of the answer. Nothing in that machine needs a gap. The gap was for me, and both of us knew it. A gorget, the arbiter said. Photographed on a customer's living room floor, in daylight, badly. That's the one that went around. The largest object in your working life is 11 centimeters across. Every piece of your public reputation exists because 23 people argued about a thing that fits in one hand. 9 square meters does that to you. I have spent a year making objects sized to the space between a washing machine and a fold-down bed, and I got so good at it that I stopped noticing it was a constraint at all. Everything I make is small because everything I make has to be finished, wrapped, boxed, and stepped over. So I built the head. The Crimson Lance assault frame, from the jaw to the tip of the crest, at 1:1, which is the size of a small car and which no human being in the history of that franchise has ever stood next to, because the thing does not exist and the model sheet was drawn by a man who was paid by the cut. I know that head better than I know my own. For photographs across a 2-page magazine spread that came apart in my hands when I was 12. 40-something viewings of a show. A master on my shelf above the washer, satin red, bought at a private sale with money earned one commission at a time, painted by one man over one winter before a factory ever saw a mold. The crest is a problem, the arbiter said, when I gave it the geometry. 2.42 meters at full upright. I know. The limit's 2.1. You will have to cut it. I'm not cutting it. Mika was on the entry step with the tablet and did not look up. It is decoration on a thing that has to fall over. It's a broadcast fin. It is a pointy broadcast fin, so the toy has a shape, she said, which is a sentence she has now said to me twice, in the same flat voice, and both times I have agreed with her completely and then gone away and done what I wanted. I did not cut the crest. I went and got the film instead. There is one shot. Everybody who has ever loved this thing knows the shot. The head canted forward, chin down, in the dust, at the moment the pilot commits. A storyboard artist drew that angle in 1990-something because it makes a machine look like it is deciding something, and every piece of merchandise since has posed it upright like a bust of a mayor. 11 degrees forward. 2.08 meters to the tip of the crest. 2 centimeters of clearance under a fire regulation arrived at by an animator with a deadline 30 years ago for entirely different reasons. I have not stopped being pleased about that, and I do not intend to. The rest of it was regulations, all the way down, and the regulations made it better, which is the part nobody warns you about. No fabric, so no drape, so no skirt on the plinth, so the plinth had to be an object rather than a hiding place. Nothing attached to the venue, so the whole thing had to stand up by being heavy at the bottom, and the ballast is 4 rice sacks of somebody else's dead cable that I was going to feed to the machine anyway. I took a mine to a convention and used it as a paperweight. Demountable in 20 minutes, which meant no adhesive anywhere in it, which meant a printed cam lock repeated 31 times, which is now in my parts library forever and which I will be using until I die. And it had to come apart into pieces that fit through a door that is 71 centimeters wide, and it had to be printed in a bank whose ceiling is 40 kilograms and which was sitting at 24.3 the morning I started. 11 sections. 5 weeks. The heaviest is 9.4 kilos and the lightest is 1.9, and I filled and emptied that bank 4 separate times off routes, and the standing scrap flow to get there, and by the Saturday night before, the reserve was down to 4.1, which is the lowest it has been since the spring. Understand what you have done, the arbiter said, somewhere in week 3, in the tone it uses when it has been waiting. I've made a big thing in a small room. You have made 11 small things, none over 10 kilograms, all of which pass through a 71 centimeter aperture, none of which requires a second person to lift, all demountable without adhesive. Because the bank has a ceiling and the door is 71 centimeters. Yes. A pause. Those are, item for item, the hall's structural requirements. You design to the venue specification without ever reading it, for reasons that have nothing to do with the venue. Say it. Your instincts were correct for the wrong reasons, the arbiter said. That is 8. That's 7. That is 8, plus or minus 1, the arbiter said. Plus or minus, the uncertainty is entirely your doing. I have started carrying it forward in the count, and I would like you to know that it will never come out again. Then the color, which is the part one would not have been able to do in the spring, and which is the only reason any of this was worth doing at all. The magazine lied about that red for 25 years. I have said this before, and I will keep saying it. It is not matte. It is a satin, hand-mixed, and it goes matte in one patch on the shoulder of the master because that is where the sculptor's palm rested while he worked, and I did not know that until I stood in a room above a shop and saw the actual object under a lamp. I put it on the plate. My own instrument, the ugly honest one, the one I built to be worse than the machine I already own, with the screen facing outward the way it is supposed to. It read the pigment out to trace elements with a confidence value, and cyan, hovering, off an object I own, in my apartment, at 10 at night. Then I scaled a dead man's handprint up by a factor of 11 and put it on the left jaw of a 2-meter head. It is about the size of a dinner plate. The satin goes matte inside it and correct outside it, and the transition is soft on one edge and hard on the other, because that is what a hand does, and the only place that shape has ever existed is on a resin master that lived in a bag for 25 years and on the face of a machine that 4,000 people were about to walk past. That is not an accurate reproduction of the subject, the arbiter said. It's accurate to the master. It is accurate to an accident that happened to the master. The animation model has no such feature. You are copying where? Yes. I have no objection, the arbiter said. I am noting that you have spent a year telling me that you cannot make a thing have happened, and you have now spent an evening making a thing look as though something did. I did not have an answer for that on the night, and I do not have one now. Ogawa took the crates as they came off the machine, 1 or 2 at a time, over 5 weeks, in a van with 9 years on it that he is sentimental about and would deny being sentimental about. There is nowhere in my apartment to keep a finished thing, and there is certainly nowhere to keep all of them. And I said something apologetic about it on the first evening, and he had the crate on his shoulder before I finished the sentence. It's a van, he said. It wants to be used. He did not ask me one question. Not what it was. Not why a man on a second floor with no workshop was handing him a shaped object in a printed crate every 9 days. He asked whether the crates stack, and they do, because I make 40 boxes a month and boxes are the one thing I no longer think about. And he told me his daughter has the capsule figure on her desk with the ankle I fixed, and that she has not mentioned it once, which he said in the tone of a man who has decided this is the correct outcome. He has seen more of that exhibit than I ever did. 11 crates in a garage next to 400 capsule figures in one case. In order, the cheapest tier of everything. Loadout was at 5:40 on the Sunday morning. There was a cat asleep in the cart, because there always is. Cat removal is 40 seconds and has been in my time estimate since the spring, and he doubled his own mass on the way out, by a method nobody has ever explained to me, and then he went and sat in the cockpit chair, which he has formally accepted as furniture in a room whose ocean he refuses to admit exists. Cap on at the door, without being asked, one white strand tucked up under the brim without a mirror, the way it has been since a night I printed a hat out of scrap canvas and a bicycle helmet liner and gave a worse answer than I meant to. Her tail spent the whole day inside a long coat, which is easy, which it always has been. It is the ears that have a rule attached to them. The hall at 6 in the morning with the lights half on is the best thing I have ever been allowed to see. 400 tables, all empty, all identical, blue tape everywhere, a floor with a grain to it, somebody's PA testing a single tone, 20 people pushing trolleys in a room built for 4,000 and being quiet in it out of some instinct nobody teaches you. Assembly took 40 minutes, and for the first 10 of them, my hands were not good. Plinth deck, ballast, column. Then the jaw, and the 2 cheek plates, and the crown section, and I got the crest on last, standing on a folding chair that a stranger held for me without being asked, and then I got down and walked backwards into the aisle and turned around. I had never seen it. That is the only genuinely new thing that happened to me that year. Every object I have ever made, I have made in a room 9 square meters in size, where you cannot get further than 3 meters from anything, and I have looked at all of it at the distance of a man holding it. That head came out of a bathtub-sized bed in pieces over 5 weeks and went into a garage in Ogawa's ward, and the first time it existed as one object anywhere in the universe was at 6:40 in the morning, in a hall, in front of me, chin down, with the house lights half up. It is 2 meters tall. The crest is above my head. The red is right. I sat down on the trolley for a bit. It is very large, Mika said, which is the whole of her verdict, and then, after she had gone and looked at it a second time, because she has never in her life handed anybody only the good half, the face is wrong on the left. That's a palm print. She went and looked at it properly, from about 30 centimeters, hands behind her back like a customs inspector on holiday. Whose? The man who painted the master. Her ears did the thing they do under the cap, which is a shape I can read at 4 meters now, and which I have never once mentioned out loud. That is a good reason, she said, and went to set up the table. The fire officer came at 8:40 with a clipboard and a colleague and a dozen other tables to do before 10. He was about 50 and entirely uninterested in mecha. He checked the aisle with a tape. He checked the height with a pole that has a mark on it, which he held next to the crest without comment. He asked what the ballast was, and I said cable. And he asked if it was in a bag, and I said 4 bags, and he wrote something. He asked how long to take it down, and I said 20, and he said show me the joint, and I showed him 1 cam lock, and turned it a quarter turn with a printed key, and he watched a 9-kilo cheek plate come off in my hands and go back on in about 4 seconds. Then he put both hands on the crown at head height and leaned on it with his whole body weight, which is the actual test, which is the only test that has ever mattered anywhere, and the head did not move at all. Fabric, none anywhere. Batteries, there's no power in it. It doesn't do anything. He looked at it for a second, and I saw the exact moment he stopped assessing it, and just looked, which happens to people, which I got used to about 4 hours later and did not get used to at all. What is it? It's the head of a mech from a show that got canceled. Right, he said, and wrote something, and annealed the sheet, and went to the next table, and that was the entirety of the drama of the fire regulations. Doors at 10. Here is a thing I did not know, having attended 9 of these from the other side. The noise arrives as one object. It is not people. It is a wall of sound that comes across the hall about 2 seconds ahead of the first person, and then the aisle in front of you fills and does not empty again for 6 hours. Phones. Everywhere, constantly, from the first minute, which is what a hall is. Somebody did a slow walk-around video of the head at 3 minutes past 10. Somebody put a phone about 4 centimeters from the jaw. Somebody photographed the cam lock, which I have thought about more than any of the rest of it. A woman held a child up next to it for scale, and I said yes before she finished asking. At about 10:30, I stopped being able to count the phones, and an hour after that I stopped trying, because it felt good. Mika stood behind the table all day with the brim low. I checked. I checked constantly, the way you check a pocket. Not in frame, not in frame. In frame but turned. In frame and facing and cap on and fine, fine. It is fine, for 1,000 people, and every one of them has a phone, and the answer to that is a hat, which is the answer I have been giving myself since a night at a convenience store 4 minutes from my building. 3 phones were up during the thing I am going to describe in a minute. There are always 3 phones up. I did not think about it hard on the day, and I have decided to write down that I did not. The first stranger who knew who I was arrived about an hour in, and I was not ready for it at all. He was about my age. He read the card taped to the table, which has my own name on it because there is no company, and then he looked at me and said, "The buckle guy." Sorry, the gorget buckle. Faces inboard. He was already getting his phone out to show me a photograph of a screen. You did 20 minutes on it in a back room. My friend was there. He came back and did the 20 minutes at us in a bar. I have been the man in the shop who wins a 12-minute argument about sprue layout and is told afterwards that everybody wanted him to stop. I built a whole personality out of knowing which border is a hair thicker, and it has cost me approximately every conversation I have ever had. Nobody in that hall wanted me to stop. That is the entire content of my day. I stood in 2 meters of blue tape and talked about buckles, obsidian tint, a scythe asymmetry the merchandise line got backwards for 6 years, and the 11th buckle you can only see in one shot with a shoulder in front of it, and people did not leave. They queued. There was a queue for a table with nothing on it to buy, because I did not bring stock. There was nothing on that table except a printed sign, a stack of slips, a pen, and a plate. They paid anyway. 19 slips. Mika had printed 20 of them in the editor, with a line for a name and a line for a thing and a line for a number, and we ran out at 2:10. 211,000 yen in deposits, in cash, in an envelope, taken across a folding table by a girl who does the arithmetic faster than I do. Not one of them asked me what it was made of. That is the whole of the year in one sentence. For a year, every yen that has come into that apartment came in because an object was rare, or matched, or dense, or correct, or because a material was hard to get and I could get it. A man in his 40s gave me 50,000 yen in cash for a piece I had not quoted, sight unseen, no drawing, no date, a slip with his phone number on it. And when I started to explain what the price would depend on, he said, "You'll do it right," and put the pen down. He was not buying an object. There was no object. He was buying a name off a card taped to a table. And then there was the man who found the handprint. He was 70, at a guess, in a good coat, and he stood in front of the head for a long time in the way that people over 60 are allowed to and nobody else is. Then he leaned in at the left jaw and said, to himself, mostly, "The light's wrong there." "It's a palm print," I said. He straightened up and looked at me. So I told him, "The master, 2 of them ever made, one in a company vault that stopped existing when the company did. One winter, one man, one brush. A satin that goes matte where his hand rested, for photographs in a magazine that lied about the color for 25 years, a room above a shop with 22 chairs in it, and a folded packing slip with 2 numbers on it. Scaled up until it was the size of a dinner plate. Put on a face. He listened to the whole thing with his hands behind his back. "Nobody's going to notice that," he said. "No." "Good," he said, and shook my hand, and left, and that was the best conversation I had all day, and it lasted about 4 minutes. For separate people asked me to build them a pair of ears. Not one of them was being anything other than nice about it. That hall is full of ears. It is the most ordinary object in the building. They had seen the girl behind my table, the shape under the cap, and they had reached for the most expensive explanation available to them, which is that a man who can print a 2-meter head can obviously do a servo ear rig, and they wanted to know my price. I said no 4 times, and I did not have a reason to give any of them, and I watched myself say no with nothing behind it, in exactly the tone I have used on one other person, once, at a door, holding a hat. The one at 4 o'clock did not ask. The crush in the afternoon is a real thing, not a figure of speech. The aisle stops being a corridor and becomes a slow river, and people at the edges of it get pressed against the tables. He was in his 20s. He was cheerful. He had been in the queue, and he was enjoying his day. He came past the corner of the table where Mika was counting slips, and he said, "Oh, are those the moving ones?" in the delighted voice of a man about to compliment somebody's work. Then he reached over the table and got 2 fingers under the brim of her cap. I was on the floor behind the plinth with a box cutter and 4 sacks of cable, and I got up so fast that I put my shoulder into 2 meters of exhibit that a fire officer had leaned on with his entire body weight, and it did not move, and the only reason that man did not get hit by a plinth panel was structural engineering. I was not fast enough. She had already handled it. She had stepped back one step, out of reach, with her chin up, and she said, at a volume that carried about 3 meters and no further, "Do not touch me." He froze. Everything in his face fell over at once. "You have to ask," she said, one clause at a time, in the voice she uses to read out a stitch count. The answer would have been no. "But you have to ask." Yeah, I'm sorry." That was. He put both hands up, and he was actually mortified, which took my entire anger and left it standing in a hall with nowhere to put itself. "That was really out of line. I'm sorry." "It is finished," she said. And then, because he was 20-something and embarrassed and reaching for anything, he said, "They're incredible. Though, seriously, are they animatronic? Who built them?" "They are real," Mika said. He laughed. Of course he laughed. It is the funniest possible answer, and it is the only true one. And I stood 4 feet away holding a box cutter with my heart going like a bad print head, while a man in a hall full of costumes was told the exact truth and heard a joke. Because nobody in that building has a category for what she is, and the most expensive explanation available to them is still cheaper than the answer. He said respect, and put his hands together, and went off into the river, and never came back, and that is the last thing that will ever be said about him. Mika put her hand on my wrist about a minute later. "Your hands are doing a thing." "I know." "He was rude, and it is finished," she said, and went back to the slips. Here is the part one have not been able to put down. For the rest of that day, she stood a half step further back from the aisle. She did not say anything about it, and she did not do it in a way anybody else in that hall would have seen, and I do not think she decided to do it, and I noticed inside about 10 minutes, because I have spent months learning to read a shape under a cap at 4 meters. I built her a hat so that nobody would look. A stranger looked anyway, and put his hand on her, and the correction she made to her own body afterwards was 1/2 of 1 step. And I have been angrier about those 30 centimeters than about anything else that has happened to me in my adult life. She won the hall at 4:30, and I found out about it 40 minutes after everybody else. There is a handmade corner at that event. 2 rows, at the back, past the food, tables with cloth on them and small things laid out in rows, and a paper cup at the end of each one with tokens in it, because the whole thing is voted by whoever walks past. Somebody in the guild, the woman who got her opinion on a plush 2 wards over and then recruited her to judge a category nobody had previously thought needed judging, had told her to enter weeks ago, and she had not mentioned it to me even once. She made a cat, by hand, with a needle. Black, spherical, correct, sitting in the exact posture of an animal who has decided that 4 kilometers of ocean does not smell and has closed the inquiry. Both seems right. She has been telling me since the first month that the stitching on the left seam of a crane game plush was wrong, and I have been agreeing with her about it in the way you agree with somebody about weather. And at some point over those weeks, while I was in a chair flying a ravine, she had been sitting on an entry step with her back against a washing machine, making the correct version out of nothing, out of thread, with no machine involved anywhere in it, in an apartment that contains a device, which can produce matter from garbage. She won by a margin that was not close. The cup was full. There is a corkboard by the craft desk with an instant camera on a string, and the tradition is that the winners get a photograph pinned up on it, and a woman with a laminated badge took it while Mika held the cat. Cap on, brim low. It came out as a girl in a dark cap holding a black plush, with her face in the shadow of the brim and half of it gone, in a hall, under bad ceiling light. She held it and looked at it longer than you look at a photograph. Then she pinned it up on the board with everybody else's, in the middle, because that was where the space was, and came back to the table and did not say one word about it. Tear down started at 5, and the hall empties the way it fills, all at once, and by 6 the tape on the floor was the only thing left in the world. 20 minutes. It took me 18. Somebody offered me 400,000 yen for the head at about 10 past 5, in cash, in a hall, having done the arithmetic on a thing standing in front of him, and I said it was not for sale, and he asked why, and I did not have a sentence for it, and he took a slip instead and wrote his name on it. Ogawa reversed a van up to a loading door badly and told me about an alternator. She asked me in the empty hall, while I was putting the crest into the last crate. There is no picture of me. I stopped, because that is not a sentence with a question in it, and I knew exactly what it was. There is one on a board, I said. There is a picture of a hat. She was not being sharp about it. She never is. That is the entire problem with her. I have no card. I have no register. There is a column in the sheet, and there is a lease, and there is an envelope with my name on it, and I am the only person who has ever put anything in it. There is nothing anywhere that is a picture of me. Mika, everyone in this hall has ears, she said. 400 of them. I counted 9 in the queue at our table. Nobody in this building looked at anybody twice all day. She had the cat under one arm and the cup of tokens in her other hand, and her voice did not go anywhere at all. This is the only room I have ever been in where a photograph of me would be a photograph of a costume. It is empty now. There is nobody here. It would take 4 seconds. Somewhere behind us a man was stacking chairs. No, I said. She waited a while. Long enough that a smarter man would have used it. Why? I'm not going to tell you, I said. Okay, she said, and put the brim back down and picked up the end of the crate, because it is a 2-person crate. We got home near midnight with an envelope of cash, 19 slips, a paper cup of tokens, a plush cat, and a van's worth of an object that no longer had anywhere to be. The panel came up cyan when I opened the door, the way it has every night of my life since a Tuesday in a garbage apartment. Report, the arbiter said. And I stood there for a second, because I had gone to ask that machine something in the middle of the morning. Turned my head toward a table in a hall 4 wards from the only room it has ever existed in. It has never left that apartment. It cannot. It was here all day, at 380 watts, heating a tank of water in a wet closet for a cat, while every object it has ever made was being photographed by 4,000 strangers. So I did the only thing there was to do, which is that I got out my phone and found somebody else's photograph of the head on the tag for the event, taken by a person I will never meet, at an angle I would not have chosen, with a stranger's elbow in the corner of it, and I held the screen up to a fabricator. That's what it looks like, I said. There was a pause. I have no idea which kind it was. Correct to specification, the arbiter said. The image is 11% overexposed at the crest, and the white balance is wrong. The color in that photograph is not the color. I know. Everyone who sees it will believe the photograph. I know, I said, and sat down in the 40 centimeters between the bed and the machine. The crates came back one at a time over the next 2 weeks, because a bank with a 40-kilo ceiling cannot eat 61 kilograms of anything in one go, and because jobs have to pull material out before the hopper will take more in. Cheek plate, Tuesday. Crown section, Thursday. The ballast went in first and was the easiest thing I have ever fed to that machine, because it was always feedstock, and it spent 1 day being a paperweight. The jaw with the handprint on it went in last, at about 1 in the morning, and I stood there and watched a dinner plate-sized patch of a dead man's palm go into a hopper, and the number on the panel went up, and nothing was lost. Nothing sprays out of that machine. Nothing burns off. 61.4 kilograms in, 61.4 kilograms of bank, no dust, no skip, the grace of the thing, the same as ever. It exists in photographs now. That is the only place it exists. 100 people's phones, an event tag, somebody's slow walk-around video with the noise of a hall on it, a stranger's elbow, 11% overexposed, and the color wrong in every single one. I have spent a year saying that I can make anything and cannot make a thing have happened. That was the first week of my life where the sentence ran the other way. The object is gone and the day is not. For 1,000 people walked past a thing that only ever stood up once, and 19 of them paid money to a name on a card, and one of them found a handprint, and none of that is a shape, and I could not print 1 gram of it back if I fed that machine my entire building. The plush cat is on the shelf above the washer, not in the box under the bed where the duplicates go. On the good shelf, the one with the master on it, between a labeled box of 9 fasteners and a satin red object worth 555,000 yen, because shelf space in this apartment does not go to what is rare, it goes to what cannot be made. And there is exactly one thing in that room that came out of a person's hands over a winter instead of out of a bed the size of a bathtub. She keeps the tokens in the cup. She has not counted them. I checked. And there is a photograph on a corkboard in a hall that has been dark since Sunday, of a girl in a dark cap with half her face gone. And it is the only photograph of her that exists anywhere on this planet, and I am the reason for that. And she asked me for 4 seconds in an empty room, and I said no, and would not tell her why. They do not clear that board between events. I have walked past that corner 9 years running with a tote bag in one hand and a queue number in my pocket, and I have never once stopped at it. It is back there tonight with the lights off, past the food, an instant camera hanging on a string beside it, and a board full of that afternoon's winners holding up things they made with their hands. In the middle of it, because the middle was where the space was, there is a picture of a hat. The card cost about 9 yen to print, and I looked at the stock before I looked at the name, because that is who I am now. 350 grams, coated one side, letterpress on the front with a bite in it you could feel with a thumbnail, which nobody does for a business that is not real. I put it on the ceramic plate that night out of pure reflex and read it under a raking light at 12 degrees like a man checking a resin part for a parting line, and every single thing on that card was true. Real company, real address in a real building in Shinjuku with a real lift in it. Real man, real number, 22 years in the business, and not one dishonest atom in the whole 4 grams of it. The money first, because the money is the part of that month that changed, and the card is the part one have still not been able to put down. 19 slips came home from that haul in an envelope, on top of 41 orders that already existed, and I spent the first week doing what I have always done, which is making things. That is not the part that changed. The part that changed arrived on the same phone in a completely different shape, and I did not recognize it as work for 9 days. Photographs. Somebody's gauntlet on a kitchen table under a ceiling light. A boxed figure shot through the film, so you can see the whole room in the reflection. Somebody's father's shelf, 9 items, 1 photograph, taken from too far away. Is this real? I answered 4 of them for free, at 2 in the morning, at enormous length, with diagrams. One of them took me 6 hours and a phone call to a man in Kanagawa who had to be talked through putting a ruler next to a cuff opening and photographing it 4 times. And at the end of it I told him he had paid 240,000 yen for a mold that had been pulled off a mold, and he thanked me, and I felt like a man who had done something with his Tuesday. And then I put the phone down and went and stood in front of a machine and printed a keychain. Mika killed that on the Thursday, sitting on the entry step with her boots kicked under it, and the cap already hung up and the laptop open across her knees. How long was the phone call? About an hour. How long was the rest of it? 5, maybe. And the ruler, she said. You wrote him instructions for the ruler. I read them. They were 400 words, and they were good. She turned the laptop around to face me, which is the closest she comes to raising her voice. On it was the shop sheet, orders open, delivery dates, and a second sheet I had not seen, because she had already made it, because of course she had. You are working. There is no line for it. Put a number on it or stop doing it, and you are not going to stop doing it, so put a number on it. That is the whole of the business, and it took her 90 seconds. The thing I built in 2 days between commissions to be worse than a pair of glasses is a hard case, printed, for 0.2 kilos, 44 by 30 by 12. A ceramic stage plate flat to 20 microns with a scale bar fired into it. A raking ring at the angle where a parting line stops being able to hide. A macro camera looking down at it off a printed arm. 6 hours of battery, so I never have to ask a stranger for an outlet. No catalog, no library, no radio, no memory of anything it has ever looked at, and a screen that faces the room instead of me. I built all of that to win one argument in one back room on one Sunday. For 1,000 yen on the plate, in the room, verbal, while you wait. 11,000 for the written one, numbered, signed, with the actual readings on it and my name at the bottom. 40,000 plus travel if you want me to come to your shelf for half a day. And if the answer is that I cannot tell, which happens, which is a real answer that costs a real afternoon, half the fee. I fought her on that last one for about 4 minutes, and I was wrong for all 4 of them. If I can't tell them, they shouldn't pay. You will still have spent the afternoon. It feels like charging for nothing. It is not nothing. It is a man not spending 900,000 yen on a maybe. She did not look up. You have made 100 things this year that people did not need. This is the first thing you have ever sold that anybody needs. There are 2 rules, and I wrote both of them myself, on the train, and I am prouder of them than of the fee schedule. I do not buy anything I have put on the plate, ever, at any price, and I do not sell anything I have put on the plate, and I will not take a percentage of what a thing turns out to be worth. A man who runs a used goods shop 2 stations over offered me 3% of clearance on anything I passed, which is a good offer honestly made, and it would have been the best money in this story, and I said no in about a second and a half, because the moment my fee moves with the answer has a direction in it, and then I am just an expensive way of agreeing with whoever is paying. I expected an argument about that one. Mika said, obviously, and then, after a gap long enough to be deliberate, because she has never in her life handed me one side of a thing without the other, it is also the only reason they will pay you at all. If your number moves, your verdict is an opinion. If your number does not move, your verdict is a measurement. She said that flatly, into a laptop, having never in her life been to school. The Sundays are the good part. The back room behind the shop 2 wards over is 31 people now, and it is still called the 23. Ogawa still brings the tables, the kettle, the good tea, the extension cord, and the folding chairs, in a van that has 9 years on it, and that he is not remotely embarrassed to love, and he has never once asked me a question about my work. And the week the queue first went out into the alley, he took one look at it, went out to the van, and came back with 4 more chairs he had not been asked for. The man in the cardigan runs the list. He calls it the list. It is a notebook. He got taken for 900,000 yen in '98 by a man with a friend's master's and a table, and he spent 2 weeks calling me a recaster in public and one Sunday letting me prove his own knee actuator was the fake, and he now hands me objects one at a time in the order he wrote them down, and says the owner's first name, and nothing else, and goes and refills the kettle. 18 objects that first Sunday. 14 verbal, for written, and 1 man who wanted an entire shelf done in his flat in Saitama, and booked me for a Saturday 4 weeks out before I had finished saying the number. Most of it is good news. That is the thing nobody expects. A woman brought a box toy from a company that stopped existing in 2006. Sat down opposite me with both hands flat on her knees like a person waiting for a diagnosis, and it was real, boringly, completely real, correct pigment, correct density, correct everything, and I said so, and she said right, and paid, and put it back in her bag, and I watched her get about 4 meters down the alley before her shoulders came down. The one I keep telling people about had a certificate. Screen used, framed, with a signature on it and a hologram sticker and a serial number, and the object it came with was a lump of vacuum-formed styrene from a hobby shop with about 11 yen of paint on it. The only counterfeit on that table was the paperwork. I have thought about that more than I have thought about most things this year. A piece of paper claiming to own the history of an object, printed by somebody who had never touched either one. Somebody put one of mine on the plate again in the second week. A buckle, off a member who had bought it from a customer's friend, and there was a version of that afternoon where I ran it myself and told the room the truth in my own voice, and everybody believed me, because they do now, which is exactly the problem. I held the wand out to the man in the cardigan. "You run it," I said. "I'll stand over there." He did, and read it out to the room in his carpenter's voice, and afterward he said, quietly, refilling my cup, that it had been a good instinct, and I told him it was not an instinct. It was the second rule, and I wrote it on a train, and he laughed at me for a while. Then the used goods shop hired me properly, for hours on a Wednesday, 61 items, 40,000 yen agreed in advance in writing with no percentage anywhere in it. And while I was packing the case, the owner asked the question that turned out to be the actual business. "It doesn't keep anything? There's no memory in it. No radio either. It reads what's on the plate, it puts it on the screen, and then it forgets you." He looked at that hard case for a long moment with the face of a man who buys strangers' collections out of estates and does not particularly want a permanent record of every object that has ever come through his back room, and he booked me for the following month before I got the strap on. I built a thing to have no memory because I wanted it to be honest. Half the people who pay me because it forgets. I have decided not to examine that too closely. Here is the number that made me sit down on 40 centimeters of floor. 206,000 yen in a month, out of a case that weighs 4.2 kilos, in cash and transfers, from people whose objects I did not make and will never own. And in the middle of that month, the machine spent 11 days on one job. The piece for the man who put the pen down at the hall and told me I would do it right, sight unseen, no drawing, 50,000 yen in an envelope, which meant 11 days of bedtime and a bank going up and down like a tide, and nothing else printed, nothing shipped, nothing invoiced, not one keychain, not one buckle, the whole time. I made 91,000 yen in those 11 days. For a year, the answer to the question of what happens if that machine stops has been that I go back to living out of coin lockers, and I have known that answer the way you know your own blood type, and I have never once said it out loud in this apartment. That month the answer changed, quietly, in a spreadsheet, in a column Mika made on a Thursday before I had noticed there was anything to put in it. If Mr. Matter died tomorrow, I would still be a man with a plate and a notebook and 31 people who wait for a Sunday. Which brings me to the card. He phoned on a weekday afternoon while I was moving a print off the plate with a spatula, and he got my number the way anybody would, which is that 4,000 people walked past a table with a card taped to the front of it, and the exhibitor list has my actual name on it, because there is no company, and there is still no company, and my sister is still waiting for one. He was polite on the phone in the specific way of a man who has made 400 of these calls. He asked if I was the one with the big red head. He said a colleague of his had been walking the hall on the Sunday. He said he wanted 20 minutes of my time and the young ladies, at my convenience, and he would come to me. I said the coffee place by the station, because there is a machine in my apartment that does not leave my apartment, and a girl who is not on any list on earth, and I have gotten very good at picking rooms. He was about 45, good coat, better than mine will ever be, worn at the cuff. He stood up when we came in. He gave me the card with both hands and a small bow that was not for show. It was just the shape his hands make, and he gave Mika one too, which I noticed, and which I have kept noticing. 22 years of appearance work. Shop openings, arcade promotions, a chocolate company's spring campaign, a regional mascot with a name I have known since I was 7 and never once thought had an office behind it. He had a folder. He had photographs of a shopping street ribbon cutting in it, laminated, from a year when the phones in the crowd had aerials. "Your booth was the biggest thing in that hall," he said, "and I am not here about your booth. I know. I'll be straight with you, because I've been doing this a long time, and being clever wastes everyone's afternoon." He turned to Mika, and he did it properly, square on, not through me, which is more than I can say for 4 men in a back room. "You were behind the table on the Sunday." Two people on my team walked that hall separately, and both of them came back and described you, and neither of them could tell me your name, because there wasn't one on anything. There is not, Mika said. Right? So, he got out a pen he did not use. The ears are the best I have ever seen. I want you to understand that I've been doing this since before you were born, and I have seen an enormous amount of very good work, and whoever built those is operating at a level that does not exist at that event. He looked at me. Is it you? It's in-house, I said, which is the third time that sentence has walked me out of a room. In-house. He wrote that down, actually wrote it down. Radio or wired? Is it a headband under a wig cap? Or is the whole thing one piece? Because they were tracking. They were tracking her, not the crowd. That's what my people came back saying, and I didn't believe them until I sat down here. They are mine, Mika said. He grinned at that like a man who has been handed something. That's the right answer, he said. Keep saying exactly that. Never break it. That is worth money in this business, that answer, and about 4 people in 100 have the discipline to hold it. For the avoidance of doubt, I did not do anything with my hands. Then he did the honest part, and the honest part is the reason I cannot dislike him, and the reason I have not put his name in this. He said the work is boring. He said it is standing in a shopping street in a costume for 4 hours in the summer being photographed by people's grandmothers, and that the good ones make it look easy and is not easy, and that most people quit in the first year because the money is not what they think and the standing is exactly what they think. He said the ears would book. He said he could get her a game center chain's opening season inside a month, and then a spring campaign next year if the first ones went well, and then he put the number on the table. 30,000 yen for a 4-hour appearance, travel paid, 80 for a shoot day, 12 days guaranteed across the year, in writing, whether or not the work materialized. 440,000 yen, guaranteed, for existing on 12 afternoons. Nobody has ever offered Mika money. That sentence gets its own line, because I did not understand until it was sitting on a laminated table between 2 cold coffees that in the entire time she has been alive, every yen that has ever come near her arrived because of something I made and she sold, or because she is 30% of a shop she named herself, and not once, not ever, has one single person on this planet looked at her and offered her money for being the thing she is. She looked at that number for longer than she looks at anything. Her ears did the thing they do under the cap, which is a shape I can read at 4 meters and have never once mentioned out loud. That is a real number, she said. It's a real number, he agreed. It's not a life-changing number. Anyone who gives you a life-changing number in the first meeting is selling you something. He slid the contract across. 9 pages, stapled, warm out of a printer. That's ours. It's standard. It's the same one everybody signs, and I'd rather you read it here than take it home and read it at midnight and get frightened by page 4. Then, while she was pulling it toward her, he did 2 ordinary things in about 4 seconds. He said he would need a copy of her ID for the file and an account in her own name for the payments, whenever, no rush, before the first booking. And he got his phone out and said, apologetically, half standing, that he needed 1 headshot for the office system, cap off. Right now, 30 seconds, terrible lighting, nobody sees it but the booker. There is no residence card. There is no family register. There is no account. There is a column in a spreadsheet and an envelope with her name on it that she is the only person who has ever put anything into, and there is a phone in a man's hand in a coffee shop by a station, and I had a sentence ready. I have gone over it every night since. It was already loaded. It was a lie about paperwork being with family in another prefecture and a joke about her being shy, and it was a good sentence. It was the work of about 1.5 seconds, and it was mine, and I was already opening my mouth to say it for her. I did not get to. No, Mika said, and she was not talking about the phone at all. She had a finger under a line on page 4. That's the standard clause, he said, sitting back down, entirely unbothered, Because he has had this conversation 1,000 times. That's in everybody's. That's just so the flyer can exist. Read it to me out loud, she said, and pushed it back to him. And he did, because she is like that, and everybody does. The right to use the participant's likeness, name, voice, image, and performance in all media now existing or hereafter devised, in perpetuity, worldwide, without further consideration, and to assign that right to third parties. Hereafter devised, Mika said, in things that do not exist yet. That's boilerplate. That's in there because in 1992 nobody had a website, and everyone's contract said print and film, and then everyone had to go back to 400 people and ask them again. He was being genuinely helpful. That is the part that has stayed with me. It's not sinister. It's the opposite of sinister, it's lazy. Nobody's ever going to do anything with your picture except put it on a flyer for a shopping street. Then you do not need forever. I don't need it, he agreed. The office needs it, because the office got burned in 2009 and now the office needs everything. I own 30% of a shop, Mika said. It is a small number, and it is mine and nobody can take it back. And I chose the small one on purpose, because a thing that is given to you can be taken and a thing that is yours cannot. She squared the 9 pages up on the table, corner to corner, and slid them across to him. This is the other direction. This is a large number, and it is given to me, and what I would be giving you goes forever, and I cannot ask for it back. It's just a photograph, he said, not unkindly. He genuinely believed it. I don't want to be owned, Mika said. Level, whole, nothing left over, at a volume that carried about a meter, in a coffee shop, over 2 cold coffees, at 4 in the afternoon. And my mouth was open. I closed it. I have never in my life been so glad to have been slow. He took it well, and I have decided to record that properly instead of making him a villain, because he was not one, and this story is not short of them later. He said he could ask the office about a term limit and that they would say no. He said if she changed her mind the number would still be there in the spring. He asked me, on the way out, one more time, whether I would consider taking on rig work for other clients, and I said no. And he said that was a waste, but that everyone says no at first and half of them call. He paid for the coffees before either of us saw him do it. He said thank you to Mika for her time, and he said it to her, not to me, both times, at the table and at the door, which is 2 more times than the average. He has not called again. I do not think about him with any anger at all, which has taken some getting used to, because I am extremely good at anger, and I had a full tank of it ready before I even sat down. We walked back. She did the arithmetic out loud on the way, because she cannot not. 440,000, guaranteed. 11% more than my column made last month, and my column is work. Standing in a street is also work, but it is work I could have done on a day when the machine was off. She had her hands in her coat pockets. It was a good offer. He was not lying anywhere. I checked the numbers twice while he was talking. You could have taken it. I could have taken it, she agreed. And then, for steps later, because she does not get to say a true thing without also saying the one underneath it, I liked being asked. Nobody has asked me for anything before. Everything I have, I asked for first. I did not have anything to say to that on the street, and I have not found anything since. She put a row in the sheet that night. Date, the number, and the word declined, and then she left the total column blank, and did not delete the row, and has not deleted it, and it is still there under the materials line where a price for tantalum sat empty for 11 months under a note that said he has a use for this. The card is in the tin with the tokens. Report, the arbiter said, when the panel came up cyan. I gave it the month. All of it. The fee schedule, and the Sundays, and the shop owner who hired an instrument because it forgets, and the 11 days it spent on one job, while 91,000 yen came in through a door it had nothing to do with. There were 2 this month, the arbiter said. 2 what? You know what? I am offering both, and I expect to be shortchanged on one of them. It put a gap in front of the next sentence, and the gap was manufactured, and neither of us pretended otherwise. The first, you built an instrument deliberately worse than one you already owned, with no memory and no radio, in order to win a single argument with 22 people in a room with a kettle in it. That is not why I built it. It is now the only income in this household that does not require me to exist. You did not design a business. You designed an apology, and it turned out to be a trade. Fine. That's one. The second is the agency man. I did not say anything. Out of approximately 4,000 people in that hall, several hundred of whom were wearing ears, he identified the one genuinely unprecedented object in the building and offered it a contract. He was wrong about all of it. He was wrong about every single component of his reasoning. Wrong about the ears, wrong about the mechanism, wrong about who built it, wrong about what she is, wrong about what he was buying. The panel did not change. He was also the only person in 4,000 who looked at her and thought, that is not ordinary. You can't count him. His instincts were correct for the wrong reasons, the arbiter said. That is the entire phrase. It has never once required the person to deserve it. That's 8. That is 9, plus or minus 1. 8. 10, plus or minus 2. The arbiter said. That's worse. Yes. The interval widens every time you argue, and it does not widen symmetrically. And I would like you to understand that this is now a permanent feature of the accounting and that you built it. Then it said the other thing, and it said it in the flattest voice it has, with no pause in front of it at all, which is how I know it had been holding it since I opened the door. You should understand what the second sheet is. I did not make any of that money. Not 1 yen of it. No object of mine was involved in the transaction at any point. For the entire duration of your working life until this month, the sentence describing your occupation has been that you own a machine. A pause, and I have no idea which kind. It is no longer that sentence. I have no feeling about this. I am recording it, because you will not, because you were busy. I stayed where I was, 40 centimeters of floor and a cat on the entry step who has formally declined to admit that the ocean is in the room, and thought about what I actually sell now. A verdict is not an object. Nobody takes it home. It is 4,000 yen for 11 minutes and a sentence said out loud in a room with a kettle in it. And the thing that makes it worth paying for is that I could refuse to give it, and that I can refuse again next Sunday, and the Sunday after that, forever, and that no amount of money changes what comes out of my mouth, because my fee does not move with the answer. They are not buying it. They are renting the minutes. That is the whole architecture, and I wrote it on a train without understanding one word of what I was writing. Page for wanted forever. Perpetual, worldwide, in media that have not been invented, without further consideration, assignable to third parties. A man with an honest card and a good coat and no bad intentions anywhere in him put ownership on a laminated table at 4 in the afternoon and called it a flyer, and he was not lying, and it was still ownership, and the only person at that table who read it was the one who was not allowed to have a bank account. I read fire regulations 11 times. I did not read the contract. I was reading the man. There is one photograph of Mika on this planet, and it is on a corkboard in a hall that has been dark for weeks, cap on, half her face gone in the shadow of a brim I printed for her, and I am the reason for that, and neither of us said one word about any of it on the walk home, and neither of us has since. What I keep coming back to is not the clause. It is that at the moment a stranger asked her for the thing, I already had a sentence loaded and my mouth was already opening, and she was 3 pages ahead of me, refusing something I had not even read yet, in her own words, in about 4 seconds, without needing me at all. The hard case is by the door with the strap coiled on top of it, packed for Sunday, with a cat hair on a 20-micron ceramic reference surface that has been in every photograph I have taken since the autumn and which I have decided to call a watermark. The machine did not run today. The rent got paid anyway, out of a case that weighs 4.2 kilos and a notebook a man in a cardigan keeps in his coat pocket. She left the laptop open on the entry step when she went to rinse a bowl, and the sheet was still up, and the row was still there. Declined, and the total column beside it empty, the way a column is empty when somebody has decided on purpose not to add it up. There is another column she has never made. It would have a date in it and one word, and it would get a new date every time somebody asks her a question, and I get my mouth open before she does, and she would count it exactly, and she would not soften it, because she does not soften anything. It would be a real number. It would be worse than the one on the laminated table. I closed the laptop and put it back where she would find it, and dried the bowl she had left standing on the rack, and did not count anything at all.